Hello, hello everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Hello students. Welcome to class. No sweater today, unfortunately. We got something much nerdier to do. So, what's going on, DJ Defonte? Hello, good to see you. Mazur, glad to have you around as well. Hello, hello. Good to see Aurora. Bingo Bob, Cataran, and my Steely Gooba. I'm also a big fan of Smoltuga as well. What's going on, Cards and Coffee? Good old Justin's good to see you. Honestly, everyone say thank you, Justin. Actually, talking about all the Arcolith and Uncolith love, the original believer. The original believer, absolutely. I'm talking about. Literally inspired me to take Unk to the next level. He's hot professor today. Listen, we gotta distract a little bit because we've got something super nerdy. I don't know if you guys can see what I've got here under the socials, but we've got TI-84 calculator on our hands, so we got some math to do today. Absolutely. Went to my first webcam local. Super fun. Loved it. Hey, congratulations. That's awesome. Good to hear. Win 3-1. Let's go. Welcome to 3-1 Club. That's great. Good to see. Rice Ridge went 3-1 today? Rice Ridge through the moon. Let's go. Want to get in the casuals tonight? Got a 2.5 eruption kill. What do you mean 2.5 eruption? Oh, like they had a fire on the board, and so like that kind of like I guess let's just say like made it like half the damage. I'm still trying to figure that out a little bit. What's going on, Q? Hello, good to see you too. Hello, hello. I'm sorry that we didn't get to practice before the tournament, by the way. I got super swamped. I did see the message though. I'm also historically bad at all my messages, so there's that. But judge the first time today, it's awesome. Did you pass the judge exam? The judge stuff? That's incredible. Great to see you. That's awesome and good to hear. I need to do it myself. I also need to do like the judging, to be fair, or like the judge modules. I need to go through it and do some at one point in time. What's going on, Swoos? Good to see you. Hello, Keebs. What's good? What's good? Went 2-2 the Caddis with Neandersloth. Neandersloth, you gotta be kidding me. That's crazy. That's incredible. Played 2 eruptions with Boltuga. Oh, okay, with 2.5 eruptions. I got you. Cool. That's pretty sweet. That's pretty awesome. Who else did I see pop in a little bit earlier today? I saw Sure, it's going Trevor. Good to see you. Hey, Kay, how's it going? Hello. Good to see you. You're about to watch us do something more nerdy than anything else we could talk about today, which is some math. So everyone, make sure you have your calculators today. Now, I know that the course curriculum didn't quite say to use calculators. In fact, I don't even know if your school shop has one. If it does, go ahead and run and go get it. We'll give you some time to go take care of it. However, I do think, unfortunately, that you will need it for this course tonight. We do have a worksheet that hopefully you guys found online. If you guys go to Canva, Canva does have all what you need here directly for it. So if you don't have, I haven't signed in yet, I can't really help you there. But just to let you know, you can go to swole.edu. I thought I went over this. Did I not? Did I not go over this in the last thing? You know, 10 years really get into me. It really is. Doing invoices while I stream? Well, we might just give you some PTS a little bit. We're gonna actually get into some spreadsheets. So that's the nice part. What is you plus me equal? That's a damn good time, baby. Go, Doug, go Team Parawatt. Team Parawatt, baby. That's what I'm saying. Spread my You know, it gets worse considering what I've named the tab here. Hey, what's going on, Brandon J? Hello. Good to see you here. This is freaky. Actually holding a calculator when it said to go get one. Let's go. Go Cryo Scorch. What's going on, Skyhawk? Everyone's good to see you. What's going on, Bubo? Hello. First time, or I'm on time. You're on time for class. Everyone get your class material together. I'm talking notes. I'm talking a TI-83 or 84. This is what mine specifically is, a TI-84 Silver Plus Edition. We're fancy, huh? Hair done, nails done, everything did. We're talking today. That's partially why I'm not wearing the sweater. If you guys noticed, we're actually in a different stream attire this time. We're in bigger math mode. We have a standard issue Casio F91W on. We decided not to shave as well. Have purple and that's a flex? Yo, that's nice. Mine's yellow. unfortunately. I guess like a yellow gold, if you will, but I had no case for it. Transparent back as well, by the way. But, you know, super fun. Dr. Swolax is Professor Swolax. Dr. Swolax is my father. You can just call me Swolax, though. What if someone mugged me and stole my TA-84? Okay, I can loan you mine, but I need it back after class. Need it back after class. Best calculator is the Casio FX Series Plus. Actually, you know what's funny? I think I actually might have one. I have to check what kind of Casio I have. I do have like a pretty fun like Casio calculator here as well. But there's that. When undefeated in the tourney, they couldn't play, but still waiting on cards. Oh yeah, that's right. You're still waiting on cards. That's right. I did hear that. All right. You got oh cool. You got a TI-84 from some nerd outside of class. Okay. Now that everyone's settled in and good to go, let's talk a little bit. Let's yap. Let's yap. Short little yap session. Let me know if the music's too loud, if I'm too loud. Let me know if I'm yapping a little bit. Let me know if the audio is good here. We'll adjust it if we need to. It's the best scientific calculator. It's so good. I agree. Okay, so what are we yapping out about today? I was doing some thinking, which is dangerous. I was doing some thinking today, or past couple days rather, about fire. You know, PK's in here, knows a little bit about fire. Shady Penguin, of course, and a little bit about fire. Shoutouts to my fire. I love fire. Cavemen be like. Prometheus be like. I'm losing this bit a little bit. Okay, so the point is I played fire in this most recent tournament. I've been trying to crack the code with fire in terms of Elestrals because I feel like ever since base set, fire has been one of these elements and one of these decks that's been like ultimately underwhelming, right? Like there's some game plans inside of the fire element, inside the fire deck that does ultimately lend itself to an interesting strategy, right? It's got Kinleo, it's got Nekruff, it's got Blazerous, some of the coolest cards and mascots in the entirety of Elestrals, but for some reason it doesn't get a lot of play, right? Yeah, and inside the case tourney, Trish got third with it, and that deck profile is coming up on the channel sometime soon, by the way, so stay tuned for that. But also, and I was privy to this, I played a version of that same strategy at this most recent app tournament. I played Fungite in the main, and I did side into Argo Fire, is kind of what the, or Fargo, if you will, of the deck. And in most of those games that I sided into was either really close or I was winning. So my argument there is that if I just played normal Fire and decided not to be a silly little goblin, then I probably could have gone much further than I did. However, yeah, don't forget about honorary fire cards, Smoltuga. Exactly, we'll talk about that. My favorite fire card, Smoltuga. However, it got me to think, is fire the worst element inside of Elestrals? Surely not, right? There are definitely worse ones out there. And it feels like there's a way to measure this more specifically, right? In terms of why certain decks feel worse, why certain decks feel better, why certain decks are just more powerful inherently. And a lot of this has to be somewhat subjective and a little bit detached from the design team and from A-Drive himself. Again, this is not a shade, and this is more of a discussion piece about the current state of all these cards. We have been seeing more reveals with the Kickstarter and with Moonrise. If you guys aren't following on the socials, and you guys know I got to leak a card, super fun. But we will be seeing these decks change over time, which is important to note here. What I'm about to talk about and assess in today's lecture can change over time. But I do want to at least impart some wisdom in terms of something like deck evaluation, why certain archetypes just kind of work differently over time, right? And kind of why they are performing as they are currently inside the meta, why they might be bubbling, why they might not be converting, and potentially to answer a mystery of why we aren't necessarily seeing them at the top levels, right? Like this, if you're following me on this, the general gist of tonight is we're going to be calculating out and how I'm going to be kind of assessing and measuring some of these strategies and some of these decks to help maybe explain why certain decks aren't topping, right? Like that sounds very nerdy, right? Oh, well, I can explain to you exactly why I don't top. But it's true. If we're talking about deck evaluation and talking about card pool evaluation specifically, we're going to be looking at the first 3 sets of Elestrals and explain a little more objectively, somewhat, and of like some things and some identifiers, I guess, that we can say that can point to why a deck is good and or bad, right? It can also depend on the player, right? Josh is one of these individuals that he can literally take, like, there's this big joke inside of like a testing Discord, right? That's Josh, Bean Soldier TV, one of the greatest players inside the game right now. I think currently number 1 outside of Weathercaster, which interesting topic. But he himself will show us a deck, and we'll be like, Josh, what the hell is this? This is a Josh deck. And I'm like, what do you mean? It's like, it's just a list that only his brain can comprehend. But the neat part is that it's actually still an amazing deck, right? Argo Fire or Fargo is kind of one of those strategies that fleshed out over time, I think eventually lends itself to being a very powerful strategy. Josh has a pretty unique eye for seeing some of these combos and some of these synergies inside of decks, and is an insane deck builder in himself. That's particularly why he's one of the best players. But you hand that over to me, and I think to myself, well, this is great, but why does it work for Josh, but why not work for everyone else? And is that a problem with the deck, with the element, with the players? Maybe all 3. So tonight we're going to answer a couple questions. Number 1, what is the worst deck in Elestrals objectively? Number 2, what do those decks need to actually perform and to actually convert? And by convert, I mean into topping placements. And then number 3, can we prove our hypothesis and our findings inside of tournament results? We're going to be utilizing tournament results from the past tournaments to kind of justify this. Now, we do have a little bit of insight into just this most past weekend, which is the most recent meta change, right? But we could also extrapolate from the past couple tournaments as well. There's only been a couple weeks of tournaments and a couple weeks of testings so far. So that's what we're going to go over tonight. Any questions, class, before we get started? I know it's not your normal chalkboard yapping. There's no cute picture from Swolax from back in the day, but I figured that we'd try to make math a little more interesting tonight. Spreadsheets a little more interesting tonight. You know? 5's bad because boring. Yeah, objectively. True. Moths need a 3-cost wind protection. That's actually also true. What's going on, Yakov, by the way? And Redux, hello, good to see you. Hello. Forgot to say hi to everyone in class. So, bonk. If you're here in class with us tonight, let me know. Hey, what's going on, Wirtz? What's the Wirtz deck in Elestrals? Everyone subscribe to Wirtz. Subscribe to Wirtz. Because I took my boy back. I'm sane. Literally old Yellard. Oh God, I can't say that. I can't say that. Anyways, so Professor got 4th today with Fossil. Yo, let's go! Good to hear. Congratulations. And this is your first webcam tournament? That's really good. Getting 4th. Congratulations. Good stuff. Yeah, when are you getting back from your trip to Tartarus? It's true. Wirtz has a mission right now. Yeah, when are we getting the lunar wind lith? I don't know. I would love to see the lunar wind lith, and we can give it nicknames like Nerdalith, Godalith. It's awesome. I love Coastalith from Socks to the Roof. All right, let's switch over. Let's kind of go over what we're talking about today. And let's see it. All right, you guys saw the big old white flash just hit my face. And that promise is not just me. Spreadsheets, everyone, let's go! Pop off! Spreadsheet, no way! Yo! Let's go! Ooh, 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 ooh. Spreadsheets. Yeah. People are too afraid to admit it, but 99% of the world functions on spreadsheets. And that's a problem. Listen, I'm not saying that I'm like a major advocate of making our own tools and applications, but if I see another, well, we can just toss that in a spreadsheet to keep track of this stuff, I'm going to lose my mind. As a compliance officer, that's ridiculous. As your professor, I love it though. Spreadsheets. God damn. That's gonna maybe cost extra. Okay, let's talk about what we're gonna yap about today more specifically. We have a couple spreadsheets to look over today. We have a couple pie charts to look over today. And we also have some previous findings to look over today, as well as this spreadsheet. So let's talk about it real quick. Give me 1 second. I'm going to check something real quick and we'll be back. Perfect, I was checking the audio. Okay. Let's begin. So this here is going to be my main man spreadsheet. This is the Elestrals deck worksheet. This should be in your syllabus as well. We should talk about that if you don't have it. This was the homework from tonight. You were supposed to attempt the homework and try to evaluate these decks on a scale of 1 to 5. If you guys haven't read the previous homework, I'd recommend you guys go back, but it's fine, I'll explain it here. The general idea is that we are going to be assessing what I did a couple weeks ago. So this is not a Professor Solak stream. We tried to deduce what the best type in Elestrals is, the best element type, the best spirit type in Elestrals, right? The idea here with this one is that I left my YouTube, my other YouTube. I'm about to say, you left your other YouTube in your homework account. You left your other homework in your YouTube account. It's okay. It's okay. We'll sign it after class. That's fine. My dog ate my homework. Well, classic. Mine did too. And then I had to actually just remake the homework. Again, it doesn't work for me. I can't say my dog ate my homework, but it can work. It's fine. My dog went to locals in my homework. Ah, dang it. My Loomer ate my homework. Okay, that's acceptable. They literally just eat paper and glue. All right, so here's the idea. So a couple weeks ago, I made this tier list. This isn't the Divine tier list. That one had Artemis at the top. This one was a tier list that I made roughly talking about the different element spirit types, how I felt like they were going to align in the meta. This is before my win of the Daybreak tournament. This is before the most recent web app tournament. Jesus. And this kind of just describes to me how I felt these elements sat in the meta going into Daybreak and kind of after a little bit of assessing and building decks. If you guys don't remember this stream, the general idea was that we were trying to build a deck for each spirit type. What I felt like was going to be the meta contender for each spirit type, right? And so what we did after making those decks is we analyzed and we sat there and we made a couple different tiers. She tops, meaning that has probably going to be a topping list and a deck that's going to have proven tops, either in the past or might have in the future. We have Meta Contender, which is a deck that is effectively ones that are up for speculation, but definitely might have some bubbles or definitely is something that can compete against some of the best decks in the room. A Local Legend, which is what it says. And then 9/11 tier, which means it's under investigation and also can't melt steel beams. So 9/11 tier is specifically one of the ones that we are going to be trying to assess. The general gist of this, and I keep on saying general gist. If you guys want to give me a salute every time I say general anything here, might actually don't take a shot because you might actually die. But the idea here is I wanted to actually go through and see, like, in the back of my head, I thought Thunder has something, right? There's something to Thunder, and lo and behold, Thunder has been topping tournaments and Thunder has been performing. I think that kind of proves the theory and kind of thought about about our little investigation previously. Like we looked at and we assessed the elements and we said, wow, it has all these great tools. Why is it not converting? Lo and behold, your boy became a 2-time Elestrals champion. Just kind of say it. Trust your professors. And it feels great to play. Exactly. We'll kind of go over why that is too mathematically. But the idea is that Fire was still the other one inside of 9/11 tier that I didn't quite know where to place. You know? Like where does 9/11... I mean, where does Fire play into all this? Where does 9/11 play into Elestrals? Where was Age? So this is what I'm trying to prove, right? Effectively, it's like we're going to look at why I feel this way. Why did I feel like at the moment this was correct? And also potentially why I feel right now this list is drastically different. In fact, if I could rearrange this list, I think you guys might know exactly what I would be putting them at. Right? The problem is there's a big glaring issue at the very, very top of the list, and we'll get into what that is. right? You might notice there's one specific element that is wildly out of place. And if you guys know what it is, let me know. If you spot it, let me know. But let's kind of take a look at what we're doing tonight too. So back to the spreadsheet. This is the Elestrals data worksheet. This is how I'm going to be, I'm going to say objectively, right? Objectively ranking every single element type inside of Elestrals. But these are subjective, like, criteria, right? Like, these are objectively, like, the numbers, I'm ranking them 1 through 5. I don't make the rules, I just write them down and I email them 3 weeks in advance. But I think this is a pretty decent way to evaluate decks, just kind of like in general. I'm not saying that I do this every single time. Like, you can go off vibes. Like, I'm not sitting here like, actually, Trish, did you consider that that Frost has a spirit management level of 2? And no, I'm not. No one does that. Like, that's like, you can give me a wedgie and put me over a flagpole if that's the case. Like, no, this is kind of just a general idea, and it hopefully can get you guys inspired to think about decks in this way. Like, if you're going to be going into a tournament, think about your own strategy, whether it be element like neutral, like this, or if it's like a mix hodgepodge, like a change position deck, or 3s, or 5s even. Like, evaluate the deck based off of maybe some of these criteria here. And again, these are just my criteria personally and how I kind of see the game. But ultimately, you can put criteria for however you want, right? So we're gonna go through and we're gonna rank each and every one of these spirit types. I've already done the first one for us kind of as an example, and we're gonna go over exactly what these scores mean. And we'll kind of talk about it in terms of the decks themselves, right? So does that make sense to everyone? Like, let me know if that makes sense. I feel like I'm kind of yapping a little bit, right? Like I think I operated off of vibes for so long, and I think vibes are perfectly great, right? When I do spirit math, a lot of it is just vibes based. However, I do think that there is some sort of like when you really deep dive into it and you really like ask yourself, like, hey, why am I feeling this way? Interrogate that feeling, right? Because I think it'll ultimately make you like better into playing Elestrals overall. And we can potentially deduce why and explain why certain decks just aren't doing what they do. Once again, big disclaimer, this can easily change based off of a ton of different factors, cards being banned, limited, removed, and also because of new cards getting released and leaked every single day. This can change easily. This is just kind of a snapshot as it is right now, and I encourage you, as more cards and more decks and more strategies come to the forefront, to maybe use these as metrics for how you would be approaching strategies, right? And then that way we can kind of come to some conclusions and not be so confused on like, well, why is Draking not converting? It's like, well, we can maybe explain that right now in the context in which we live in, right? Not all decks fell out of a coconut tree. That'd be ridiculous. Shout out to Drat Summer. I really should enable a Drat emote on this channel. But absolutely. Okay. So if you guys are ready to get into this, and I'm ready to get into this, are y'all ready to sit and discuss, to talk about Elestrals? Finally, big yap sesh on the board? I would love to. Okay. Let's go into it. Don't set runes, true. Hop on Elestrals? All right, words, you said it best. Let's do it. All right, everyone. Let's talk about it. So here right now, we have Vipyro on screen. We are in the simulator. Let's talk about Earth real quick and maybe why I think Earth is particularly an interesting element to talk about when it comes to these things. I like your numbers, Magic Man. So let's explain the math. Everyone get your calculators ready. You ready for this? We're gonna get your calculators. So first, the criteria. So we're going to be assessing every single deck on a scale of 1 to 5. I feel like 10 is just kind of, again, it's subjective. You could multiply these scores by 2 and then you could get your 10 score if you want. But me personally, I just think 5 is a much easier placement. Like, I think people are like, well, 5 is specifically, I have hiccups. Could you scare me, Swell? Oh, of course. Yeah. Let me pull up something really scary. Did you know that inside of Elestrals, there is a neat little interaction. Did you know, by the way, if you activate Tower of Winds, let me pull up Tower of Winds real quick. Did you know if you activate Tower of Winds and you Nexus to, let's say, a P-Gust, and then you ascend that P-Gust into, let's say, a Flammomoth, not only do you get to pop a card with the P-Gust, you get to ascend with the Flammomoth to negate anything that could stop it? Did you know that? That's terrifying. That's scary as hell. Everyone say thank you, Dymax. Thank you, Dymax. Holy God. Oh, yeah. Don't ask what, that's crazy. It can't stop something in the chain? I know. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. It's wild. Flammoth, my goat. It's amazing. Yeah, I know, right? A clarification from Skyhawk, like, apparently is what happened. I was playing against Dymax, testing out fire, and he hit me with this, and I'm like, you're nuts. Oh, I said, oh, spook me, not give me a heart attack. Okay, yeah. Okay, well, how can I spook you? Oh, okay, this is perfect. You got, well, hold. I gotta find the. Give me 1 second. I'll give you something. This might spook you. Never mind, I can't find it. The scariest thing is that my unsleeved Stellar that I have is currently chilling in my binder. Also maybe heart attack worthy. But oh well. No, bring up the keys! Okay, we'll bring up the keys. I had a skeleton somewhere. I was gonna pull up the skeleton and be like, ooh, but oh man. Oh, either way, I'm an old man. All right. Okay, so, let's talk about something. So, what are these objective little manners? So let's talk about Earth real quick. So Earth is kind of a neat little boy. I can't find my Stellar, also scary, true. So how am I grading each of these decks? The first is consistency. Consistency is going to be how consistent the deck is to getting to its win condition. I'm trying not to use the actual terms in these definitions, but effectively its idea is like, is it more often than not that you're able to see your win condition? Are there cards inside of the deck that allow you to see your win cons like earlier? Is it native to the element? Is it not just Ash Rabbit, right? Are you not just digging for combo pieces? How easy is it to do over time and do multiple times your game plan, right? That's the one. What's going on, Rishadal? Hello, good to see you. But is deck what's supposed to do often enough to be trusted? Yeah, that's probably a pretty good one to do. Yeah, does it actually do the thing, right? Like, and can it do it like reliably? That's a good way of putting it. Then we have advantage. Now, advantage, I would say is a good metric here because it allows us to more consistently say, does the deck generate advantage? And how does it generate advantage? That's also kind of an interesting thing that this chart and this spreadsheet doesn't really talk about, is how does that deck generate advantage? For example, in something like an Earth deck, you have a ton of cards that do generate advantage, whether it be inside of searching, whether it be something like Viscerus, something like Equilinx is technically like an advantage engine, being able to take away advantage. But again, we kind of separate that under rune removal, so it's kind of rough. But Viscerus is a good advantage gainer. It seems like Rummagem is also an insane advantage gainer, right? Inside of a deck like Thunder, every single card gets you a different card. Jolton gets you Mount Olympus. Magneros got revealed today, which can potentially get you more advantage, right? Advantage is how often can you maintain literal card advantage, the number of cards you have over your opponent, right? That's a big one. Let's talk about speed. Now, speed is different than these two. It's kind of very similar. It's kind of related. Now, I want to also separate speed out from tempo, because I think a deck like Thunder, for example, has a really good tempo game. But that's more of like an intricate in the middle of play kind of thing, right? Where it's like, well, you can slow down the tempo and apply pressure with a Toxeon. You also maybe can speed up the tempo by getting a Jolton and erase the top, right? Like, tempo control is really important. A deck like Healstall is a very slow, methodical deck, but that's kind of rough, right? It turns it takes to do the thing. Yeah, Space Puppet actually brings up a good point. And it's like, how fast can it get to its win condition? And is that ramp like fast enough, right? Alternatively, too, is a deck scarier or as the game goes on, right? Chronodile is a very slow deck, but when it hits, it hits. So the ramp is like this, drastic. But Earth is like this, very fast, right? It can take off within an instant. So that's kind of the point, right? Think about it like that. Where does the ramp and where does the curve come into play? You know? Elestral removal. Does the deck take care of Elestrals? Can it contest the actual physical beings on the board? Whether it be in runes, whether it be the actual Elestrals themselves. Stats also kind of play into this. It's not necessarily a direct card that destroys a card, but it is different for each element. I will say this is one of the more subjective things on here. Rune removal. Does the deck have rune removal? Either native or otherwise, right? Like that's kind of a thing we have to, or it has to be native. I said otherwise, but like, not every deck's gonna be playing P-Gust. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, when does it start apply pressure? That's a good way to put it. Spirit management. Can the deck manage spirits efficiently? Does the deck like apply pressure to apply pressure? Can the deck heal? Can the deck burn? Those are kind of considerations, right? Alternatively, is it easy to manage those spirits? Do you have to have a lot of different spirit types, or is it just one mono spirit? Again, considerations to look at here, right? Is Nexus management? Also, yes, spirit management is also in the form of Nexusing as well. Earth and Thunder both can go down pretty low in spirits, but overall, those spirits are going to be on the board. Often not, right? I can be down to 8 spirits, but have like 6 on the board, which can be crazy. So spirit management is also part of it. I'm kind of relating this back to having like heal as well. So it ties in both of those because I think they're both equally important in a deck. Something like Earth, for example, can somewhat struggle with this because Verdolith is kind of one of the only cards that recovers, and Panzer, shouts PK, that can kind of do this. Then we have individual strength. How strong are the individual cards inside of the deck, inside of the spirit type, right? Are the cards themselves like scary by themselves, right? That's like also the part of the threat level with the next category. But again, the difference between threat, strength, and also the threat level is pretty simple. Individual strength is like almost like base stats, right? Like, are the cards strong if they're just not doing anything, if they're left alone for a turn? That's kind of what we're grading this on a little more. So think of this as stats, really, but it can somewhat not be so like transparent, because like a 3 and a 4 can be strong, but obviously not going to be as good as like a 4 and a 5, right? On that level. Let's get that out of the way. Individual threat level. Individual threat level is like, doesn't have to do anything with stats. It has everything to do with how immediate a response this card needs. Does it also require an equal or opposite reaction? Right? Does that make sense? So, hello, Professor Swolix. I'm late. Can I get a recap? Absolutely. You actually just jumped in when we're trying to explain what we're doing tonight. So, the previous hypothesis that I had, was that I made this tier list a couple weeks ago before my tournament win, before the couple tournaments that we've had so far. And my general hypothesis here was that, like these ones, I'm on my coder count. See, I knew it. I knew it was you popping in here. Everyone leave a like on the stream before the Elestronauts channel comes in here and says it. But the general idea here is that What's going on, Dyer? Hello, good to see you. Everyone say hi, Dyer. Hello, Dyer. My hypothesis here for people coming into class a little bit late is that I ranked all of these elements by this tier list. Oh, you're on the no way! Oh my god. It's like if you were to walk into this classroom and you like had a Kevin mask. Like you just like walked in like as Kevin and I'm just like, oh hey, how's it going? And just like whoosh, Dyer. Distant coder? Dyer the distant coder. So this is the element. So the element tier list is what I was perceiving a couple weeks ago, like based off of strict vibes. And so I sat on it for a little while, and especially after playing Fire, I started to really think about why I felt this way. So today, after a little more investigation into the meta, we are going to be ranking the decks based off objective manner and doing some math here to figure out what is the worst spirit type in Elestrals. And can we prove this? And are our findings reflected inside of some data, right? And then what also do those decks need to be better, effectively? Again, this can change in the card pool and given metrics, etc. So right now we're just kind of going over what these individual criteria are. So to kind of go back over it, consistency is, I think someone said it best. Are we considering Omni to be a type? Not necessarily. I think that you can apply these same methods to any deck inside of Elestral in terms of like how you can rank it. So it can go into 5 as well, which is like an Omni deck per se. So you can kind of just say to yourself, like, does 5s fall into these categories? And when you rank it 1 through 5, by the way. So consistency is how reliable it is to do the thing that it's trying to do. Advantage is literally just card advantage. How many cards can you get in? How are you able to keep card advantage easy? Can you generate advantage? And how do you generate that advantage? Speed is how fast it can get to its like win con. Effectively, it's like Chronodial, which is very slow, and then all of a sudden, boop, like you win. Versus Earth, which is like winning almost right off the bat. Elestral removal, whether it be in actual physical Elestrals that are removing and posing a threat to Elestrals, or rune removal. It's kind of the big one. Or rune removal. Yeah, like rune removal, like Earthquake, for example. Rune removal. Really straightforward. Can the deck remove runes? And not based off attacking, because every single deck can technically do that. That's kind of the point with this one. Spirit management. Is the deck a Nexus deck? Can it manage spirits on board effectively? Or is it a heal deck? Can it heal at all, right? Individual strength is effectively stats, like how good are its individual Elestrals cards and the strength of them, but you can technically also analyze the runes as strength, but that might fall under threat level, which was our last little criteria here. And individual threat level to me signifies an immediate response. Does this card require an immediate response? Yes or no? Does it require a powerful response? How much can we let this card go through, right? That is effectively what we're trying to measure here tonight. So we did it with Earth. Let's talk about Earth a little bit. So Earth, to kind of give a baseline here, we'll kind of go over some cards that I ranked inside of Earth to kind of talk about why I gave them the individual scores themselves. So let's talk about consistency. So consistency inside of this, I gave it a 4 instead of Earth. Now I'll explain why. So inside of Earth, we have cards like Clovey, which is consistency. We do have cards, that's not consistency. We have cards like, excuse me, where is Remagem? Remagem. Classic example of Remagem is a card that was freakiness on this scale. It's kind of down below. I gave these little tabs a cute name for the freakiness. Remagem's a pretty good example of and not only a good advantage card, but also a good consistency tool, right? It turns out that Earth actually has 2 big factors when it comes to consistency, oddly enough. Number one, it's that every single card inside of its, let's say a very stereotypical standard Earth deck does something very effectively and leads to a win condition very effectively. Things like Mudlet can help change positions and pose a threat. Which is kind of interesting. Even like Paleoloth is technically like advantage, but you can run 3 of almost everything and they search you everything. If you are diluting the deck a little bit with like Thunder, with Rabbit, and also Elichik, well, good news. Demeter is one of the best runes to search, best divine runes to search with Elechic, hands down, full stop. So you are not only trying to, not only seeing your win condition faster, because you can go Elechic and Rummagem potentially to see things like a Demeter into an Equilinx, which is effectively a win condition. But the fact that Rummagem in itself is a native to the typing that can search, again, the card pool being very strong, things like Viserys, things like even Tectaris, I guess, even things like, where are you, Equilinx, is very powerful. The consistency in itself is that you can just run the cards either individually, or you can run the searches for them. So I feel like, and this is also the part of it too, when you're playing with Earth, there's not a lot to improve here. You know, you do have your rabbits, you do have your Elechics, which effectively can dig you into more copies of everything here. And those cards are advantage gainers. Again, they kind of play hand in hand. But the deck is very, very similar in every single way that you play it. And the reason why that is because your win condition is established every single time. It's either you're winning with Equilinx, you're winning with Viserys, right? Even like a Rummagem in itself, again, gets you into your cards faster. And for that reason, I give it a 4. I think every single hand that you draw with Earth just signals a combo. It signals a control. And it's backed up typically by their counter runes, which we're trying to leave out of the discussion here. But ultimately speaking, I think that what gives Earth its main edge is that every single card you play leads you to those big power plays like Viserys, like Equilinx, like your Demeter with Altar, like Mostation. That's huge. So we're giving it a 4. It's not a 5. And the reason why I say it's not a 5 is because I do not think this deck, like outside of maybe Rummagem, right, is like the biggest consistency booster. On top of that too, you have like kind of weaker quote unquote consistency cards, or cards that allow you to draw some more of an advantage engine stuff. In the form of like Drataya and Clovey, which I would say is more advantage than anything else, but again, it's fine. Like Boltuga's also kind of there too, right? Because you can get into potentially like an Eruption. But my argument here is just that like in your bog standard Earth deck, you really have Rummagem and then the card Rummagem searches. But that card pool is so powerful that every hand is going to look very similar, and every hand's going to do what it's going to do. And it's just simple as. Elechic as well, again, searching one of the best divine runes inside the entire game. That just helps solidify the strategy as getting its consistent wins and tops. So there's that. Advantage. How good is the deck at maintaining card advantage or gaining advantage, either board presence or otherwise? We talked about Elechic here. Actually, it's probably important to put Elechic and Ash Rabbit here. We're trying to forego having these cards on the screen for very long because they can kind of be played inside of any deck, just kind of a full disclosure. But I think that's kind of a neither here nor there. Let's see what else can I put in here. Technically Paleoth, technically Panzen, technically kind of. Obviously Rummagem is the big one. Giraflora is a big one as well. And Viserys obviously is like the big mainstay. Demeter full art, that's what I'm saying, dog. Is crazy. Anyways, okay. So let's talk about it a little bit. So obviously with advantage, we have things that we're looking at, cards that are generating advantage, generating straight card advantage. Again, we use the example in Thunder of things like Jolton, Elechic, and Astro Rabbit, allowing you to dig into your deck to see more pieces of either your generic stuff or your actual toolbox inside of your deck. So I'm rating this one a 4. And the reason why is because, and I would rate it a 5, but Drataya is banned, is that there's so many cards inside of the Earth deck that just literally all they do is search and steamroll. Cards like Rummagem, again, searches your entire powerful pool of Elestrals, which is, I think, just absolutely crazy. Again, things like Equilinx, things like, I guess you could do these things, like Viserys, like your Crab, like your Mostation. I think that's like very, very important to talk about. On top of that, yes, you are playing Elechic and you're diluting a little bit, but this is where I will give Earth a little bit of grace. Elechic searches one of the best divine runes of the game. Again, just an advantage engine. Things like Jolton can technically search you fully forest, but you don't even need to run this card necessarily, so you have a flex option to run it for the advantage, or you don't. Simple as. Clovey is a draw. Drataya was a draw. RIP. Boltuga searches you an eruption. Paleoloth, it's kind of like Foamy in the way that I count it as card advantage and it can maintain card advantage, but the general gist is that it can search. It gains you advantage. Pandison technically also can gain advantage. It's a little bit weaker on the side, again, why it's a 4 not a 5. Giraflora also can gain advantage from your underworld, something like an Ash Rabbit. But again, a little bit more conditional, so it's why the advantage is a 4. Viscerus can gain you bodies on the board, which is just mad advantage. Sakurasaur, one of my favorite cards inside the Elestrals. Draw 2, advantage. Scavengem searches, advantage, more conditional, but advantage. And then Ambrosia Cornucopia, which is draw a card. Again, advantage. The deck is just made strictly with so many tools to gain cards into your hand and to potentially like flood your opponent with that card advantage. Now you can get into positions for sure where you are low on that, but I do not see that being the case for very long with a deck like Earth, especially with things in good closers like Viscerus. So that's why I'm rating the advantage as a 4. Now let's go on to speed. Speed of the deck. Very important. I think this is a 5. Earth is one of the fastest decks inside of the entire game, and here's the reason why. Yes, there are decks that can be faster. Agreed. But here's what's really scary. Earth has cards like Viscerus. Earth has cards like Equilinx. Mustation is a big 6 body that can threaten almost anything. Elechic on turn 1 against an Ash Rabbit in defense position can search Demeter and out exactly what you need to with Elechic. The way that this deck maintains advantage while also applying pressure makes it extremely scary. You have to play at the pace that Earth does. If you're not able to slow the game down, Earth will snowball you to no end. Equilinx is one of the biggest forces inside of this entire game. It's one of the most strongest cards ever, and it's been that way forever. It's amazing. A 4 body that destroys runes, effectively meaning that if you're able to go into an open board or a closed board with like maybe 1 counter rune or maybe 2 in the background, Equilinx can ensure that you can never have another counter rune in the back. Viscerus is one of the scariest cards in Elestrals, played to this very day in decks that aren't even Earth just because it gets an extra body out that is such a strong beater. And once again, things like Boltuga can also put you on a clock, which is not super great, but you don't really need it. Mustation can effectively make sure that you are always in advantage. All Nexus Elestrals are strong, keep in mind. Also true, every single Nexus Elestral is extremely powerful. And I love, every single one has their own different flair, and they're some of the strongest inside the entire game. Hands down, full stop. So, that is one of the biggest reasons why I'm putting speed at a 5. Not only can they maintain advantage, they have one of the best Nexus mechanics inside the entire game. It's scary. It's awesome. I know I have my prediction for you. Are you on the Leicester Finals? Let me down. I can't talk about it, but maybe that's a good prediction. Wait. I don't have insight into that, unfortunately, but I'll tell you when it happens. Yeah, Wirtz is here. Wait a minute. Wirtz is the GOAT. All right, moving on. Elestral removal. Let's talk about it. Actually, Dyer does win Elestral. I can spoil that. Okay. 5, Elestral removal. Let's just talk about it. So obviously one of the most prominent rune removals that just got limited is Earthquake. Quite literally native to the element. It's so unfair. This deck doesn't even need to dilute its card pool to be able to Elestral move. And now that it's even limited, okay, well, let's just count on the hands how many cards inside of this deck can just clear. Ready? We have Elechic. Good night, Rishadal. Hello, and goodbye. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi and for chilling out with us tonight. Hopefully you can catch the lecture later, but have a good night. Elechic can Elestral removal with Demeter. It's an immediate search. Cards like Viscerus is huge, and which is insane. Mudlet, oh my god, I forgot about Mudlet. Oh my god. Mudlet is effectively Earth Eddy, Earthward, Mudward. This card is also an Elestral removal. It can almost out every single card inside the entire game. Jesus Christ for a Superstar is a walking Earthquake, and it's huge. Sakurasaur is even a 6 attack body. That's nuts, butts, bananas, crazy. And guess what? Rummagem can search you all of them. So not only do we have native removal inside of Earthquake, which is already huge, Mudlet, Mustation, Cryspore, even Equilinx, because typically it's going to be paired with your Demeter, or a Fully Forest, meaning it's going to be boosted, and Viscerus. All some of the most premier removal inside the entire games. But yeah, the Earth 2 drops have bonkers stat lines. They really do. Honestly, say Timber is huge. Spinosect, even itself, has a 9. Neandersloth is a 6. Verdolith, and Vesuvatuga. Crazy. Latagon is also huge. Yeah, Latagon's a 7-8. We'll put it on there. That's enormous. So, Elestral removal is no shortage inside of the Earth strategy. Earth has a ton of different tools at its disposal to threaten every single Elestral. High confidence putting out of 5. Let's talk about rune removal. So, yeah, the theory in Elestrals is that every single thing inside of every single Elestral inside the game is MST, right? The general idea here is that every single card can potentially bait out a counter rune. And that kind of goes into threat level, I'm not gonna lie to you. But Equilinx is one of the best rune removals inside the entire game. I am putting this at a 3 because this is the only card inside the entirety of the Earth strategy that says, you know, destroy a counter rune. But I do just kind of want to point out that this card is like one of the best cards to do it. Equilinx is incredibly powerful at a 4 stat body. It's the strongest Nexus Elestral, I believe, at the moment. That's not a 2-drop. So that's a very sizable body that can get over, I would say, like 75% of the card pool, if I had to guess. And typically it's going to be paired with Demeter or Fully Forest, which means it's going to be boosted. Even if you drop Equilinx on itself, that 4 stat line's not crazy. Aephros Erasure, true. I love Aephros, but oh my god. So I would say it's a little bit weaker in this strategy, in this way, just because this is 1, not a 5, and 2, it's the only rune removal that this deck has, right? And that's kind of unfortunate. So still a 3, but you can't laugh at above average of middle of the road there. Let's talk about spirit management real quick, because this is also kind of a weird one to pin down for Earth. Earth doesn't really have a lot of good spirit management, not anymore, not post Drataya. Like, it's got access to Ambrosia Cornucopia, which is native, which is pretty good. But overall, this is also really conditional. And other than that, it really only has Panzer, shoutouts to PK, which is a really nice, fun little, oh, this is a Nexus Celestial too, by the way, which is kind of neat. But ultimately, it just has Verdolith for like maintaining spirits, right? It doesn't really have anything else. And this is mainly a side deck card that you're playing. But outside like Panzer, Verdolith, like Ambrosia Cornucopia, the deck doesn't really have a good way of like spirit management outside of its Nexus mechanic, right? Like Nerdolith is there, but like, yeah, you're Nexusing cards on the board, you're maintaining cards on the board with stuff like Altar of Stars or Bloom, which is kind of cool. But that's kind of the unfortunate part, is that like outside of that, not really a whole lot. It's very similar to me like the rune removal, where you do have tools available, but they're just not extensive. You know, so it's still good, it's still really good. It has a bunch of great options, but a lot of those options are what other decks can play too. But again, it does have the added bonus of Nerdolith and also the Cornucopia and Panzer as well. Shouts to Panzer and shouts to PK. So that's kind of the gist of it. That one's a little short and sweet. Individual strength. Individual strength of all these cards, I would say once again, talk about a lot of the more common cards inside of the Earth matchup. You know, Paleoloth is a 3, which is kind of the weakest of them all. I guess you technically have Rummagem as a 2, which can still trade with Ash Rabbit, but you know, Paleoloth boosted by a Demeter can still get over plenty. Equilinx is also pretty huge, no slouch to that 4 attack. Plus every other card inside the strategy like Viscerus or Mustation or even Mudlet are all very strong. Again, all the stat lines for Earth's 2-drops are also huge, and particularly some of the bigger power players like Viserys and like Mustation and Equilinx are very big. If you want to include Elchik in there as well, which we're kind of trying to detach ourselves from, but let's be realistic here. These cards are all very strong. Very, very strong. Very, very strong cards. They don't have a lot of big stats. Let's be real. They have 1, 2, 3 in the 1-drop category that are above average on their own. So that's why I'm putting it as a 4. Individual threat level. Let's talk about individual threat level for just a little bit. All these cards demand response. It's a 5. Let's not kid ourselves. It's a big old 5. Equilinx demands a response. You don't want your counter runes to be destroyed. Mustation is going to out every single guy you put on the board, so you cannot let this thing stick around for too much longer. Mudlet. It's a 3 body, but it demands a response. You gotta be kidding me. Viscerous is also incredibly big and obviously demands a response here. Again, this deck wants to steamroll you, and the ramp is very quick. If you let this deck take an inch, it will take your entire life and it will kill you. That's the metaphor, right? I wish I had different cups to sip while I'm talking about these things, like green for earth. We can just pretend this cup is going to change colors every time I talk about it. So that's kind of the idea with this thing too. Every single card effectively presents an issue. You have to respond to Elichick or else it's going to get you Demeter. Jolden can even get you something like a Fully Forest. Equilinx is going to destroy your counter runes. Viscerous is going to destroy your guys. Cryspore is going to destroy your guys. Earthquake's going to destroy your guys. Mullet's going to destroy your guys. Mustation's going to destroy your guys. Rummagem's going to search those guys that destroy your guys. So every single card can potentially pose a threat, which I think is incredible, right? That's also really funny. And even cards like Boltuga, again, one of the weaker cards inside the strategy, can search Eruption, which is a very strong card in itself. So overall, plugging this into the Moist meter, we have across the board consistency 4, advantage 4, speed 5, Celestial removal 5, rune removal 3, spirit management 3, individual strength 4, and individual threat level 5. If we average all that out together, we get the deck score of 4.125, which is pretty high and about correct. In the past couple tournaments, we've seen plenty of cards that are, or plenty of decks that are converting, and one of them is even Earth. Hi, Soul. Hey, how's it going, Coder? How's it going? Or is this Dire? This could be Dire. I'm now on edge. I can't tell if this is if this is an imposter. This is in fact Dan. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, good. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know this is Dan. Listen, I saw Dan in science. Okay, I know that's true. I would never. True. All right. So this is how I'm ranking it. Based off of this deck score, pretty high, which again also makes sense here. This deck has consistently been converting since base set, and it's one of the best decks inside of the entirety of Elestrals, hands down, full stop. There's almost no question about it. I think 4.25 is a very fair score. If you chat agree or disagree, let me know. So, you know, I think that's a very fair assessment of this deck. Does that make sense to everyone? How we're doing these metrics and how we're doing this? I know it's kind of a long-winded yap about this deck, and we haven't even touched on the other ones because, again, they don't even have any scores yet. But there's that. Hello, I am Dire. I can't tell anymore. I love Generator. Oh, it is Dire. Okay, perfect. Generator players should have Boss Stage added to their opening hand. You know how in like Duel Trials, they do that cool thing where they have field spells kind of just show up? That would be so cool, and I think really based. Konami should allow that to happen. I like Code Talker. Boo. Extra Link. Boo. No, I like that one too. But yeah. God dang it. This bit is insane. All right. Let's move on. Are you guys ready to move on to water? Are you guys ready to get wet? I like Big Gobunga. True. Big Gobunga. The Goblin deck is good. The Goblin deck is actually a pretty good one for words, honestly. All right. Let's splash in. Let's get wet. Let's talk about water. So water is kind of an interesting deck if we want to talk about it a little bit. We'll keep the kind of major players here for Earth live. We'll go ahead and set the filter here for water. We'll talk about all the things to do with water. Now, I have some spoilers here. Water is a deck. What was that? Water is a deck that actually has some pretty interesting applications inside the meta. Again, it has a pretty... it hasn't been converting. Right? And I think we have some pretty clear reasons as to why. I'm just going to say it. Water has not been performing. I understand it's got cards like Drakion. I understand it's got great cards like Chronodile. But it's there. Coastless has water. Okay, this sounds like Swolox on this account now. Wait a minute. But if I'm here... Who's singing the praises of Coastalith? Nosferatu. It does have Coastalith. That's true. So, water is so interesting. And I think we can actually take a look at what Earth excels at as a baseline for why water is not performing as well as it does, right? It's got really strong cards, got really a lot of strong bodies, and really interesting game plans for those cards. But let's rank real quick. Okay, let's talk consistency. Obviously, outside of our main power players like Ash Rabbit, Elchick, and Jolton, which you don't really want anymore, now with the addition of Plucky for playing something like Chronodile, what do you have for consistency? Let's check the water card pool. I'll check for consistency. We'll check for consistency. We'll check for consistency. We'll check for consistency. Ah, that's right, Pelcaris. Pelcaris is actually the only card inside of water that kind of can get searching of water guys. You know what the problem with Pelcaris is though? Pelcaris is a wind. It's not even a strong wind at that, it's a 3/4 body. Foamy is consistency? Foamy is also consistency, kind of. It's like consistency and advantage. So it's like, well, kind of come up in the second portion forever. But Pelcaris is really cool. I like Pelcaris a lot. In fact, I think water decks should be playing Pelcaris because it adds to it, right? It's kind of a rummagem, if you will. But the problem is it's outside of element. So that's kind of an issue here for me, is that because you're having to now immediately dilute the card pool, then that's really rough. Yeah, speaking of rough, let's talk about the best water searcher into the entire deck, which is Smoltuga. Smoltuga is really strong because I like the fact that Smoltuga also gets you the best water card into the entire game, Necref, as most of you guys are pointing out. Necref is a water card. Smoltuga also is a pretty decent card that's turned on and enabled by something like Galaxy, the main power player for the deck. But it's still like diluting the card pool just a little bit, right? Diluting the pool, I'm saying, right? So Smoltuga doesn't necessarily get you to power players inside the archetype. Like Narpoon is there, right? But Narpoon is a frost card. Come on. Pelcaris is the best card that this deck has for searching, and technically cards like Foamy also exist. Where's Foamy? Where's Foamster? It's literally erased. Foamy is still here, which is technically consistency, right? So I have no problem listing consistency for the deck for water at a big, fat 1. I think this deck is not very consistent. Some hands you'll just have all healers. Some hands you'll just have all beaters. Some hands you'll have Foamy. Some hands you won't, right? I could even say this could be a 2. Even. Like 2 could be all right because Foamy's pretty effective, but there's a lot of removal and Spectaris running around and Dense Fog, right? Exaltus can search Galaxy if I'm not mistaken. That also is true, but again, Nexusing Solar, that's kind of rough. Foamy makes it a 1.5. Foamy can make it a 2. I'll bump up Foamy to 2 because I like Foamy, and it's a 2 attack. Exaltus and Exaltos being kind of a solar card and having to have the Nexus portion of that go down is kind of rough. Yes, you have cards like Elchick and Plucky, which also get you into your Divine Runes, but even then, Poseidon's not even that great of a Divine Rune. It is for a deck like Penterra, for Wet Terror, and 15s, not for like particularly water strategy, you know, and maybe for Kerbus and the Kerbussi, but that's all rare. Sorry, like Professor, I have a doctor's note? No problem at all. Everyone say, hi, Law, how's it going? Hello, hello, good to see you. Yeah, well, other decks can play Nog better than water? That's also true. This deck can play Nog as better than any other strategy because it does have a mass amount of healers inside of the deck that you can play to recoup that cost. But to me, there are other decks that can do that. Wind is kind of one of them. But also, I don't even think that's particularly very a good justification for the deck not having hands that are just effectively all healers or otherwise, in my opinion. But I will concede that a 2 is also good there for consistency. Let's move on to advantage. I think this is also pretty similar. Let's talk about advantage in terms of the cards that gain advantage, right? We obviously have things like Foamy, which is a pretty decent advantage engine inside of itself. Eddie as an advantage card, kind of. I would say it's also a half advantage card. It can technically count as an advantage card, but overall, I think this card is a little bit too conditional for that advantage, and maybe too expensive for it too. Viscerous in itself is a good baseline for cards like Eddy, which can get out cards. Even Funglo, I would say, is a better advantage gainer than Eddy. Eddy ascends over itself, so really you're just evening card advantage. If Eddy special cast, easy advantage, right? Does Draken count as advantage? Sarcastically, yes. But I don't necessarily think Draken justifies the advantage in itself. It can, because it can be very similar to Viscerous in that way. So yes and no. Yes, but it's also a conditional 2-drop that does need to connect, versus Viscerous has a lot less commitment than it. So I will say yes, but also that it's, again, the conditional. Aetheros is a good one. Aetheros Nexus 2 to draw a card, again, it does need to pair itself for it, so I don't necessarily hate the fact that it can gain advantage with its native draw engine here, but the tools that this deck has, once again, for advantage are just so low. They're just so low. Cards like Foamy, technically Eddy, technically Draken, and technically Aetheros are all there, right? It's got 3 cards for it, comparatively to Earth, which has a lot more cards, technically, right? Schnark, yeah, Schnark will be, again, a card that I think will add to this level of a problem, rather, right? Like, you think about this way too. We talked about how this can easily change, and I love that the Elestrals team is kind of looking at where these decks are deficient and trying to kind of solve some of those issues, right? I would love for consistency to be a little bit higher, but oh well. But yeah, so Kraken is crazy. Yeah, the Kraken stuff is Kraken is crazy. Yeah, Dan said more water stuff is coming. I asked for Nexus stuff, so at least I'm coping. I think Aetheros is a card that is underexplored, and again, is definitely a 9/11 card. Underexplored and can't melt steel beams. So for that reason, and again, just because of the lack of advantage that you can see from the water engine, and because of how conditional it is, I gotta put advantage at like a 3. I don't think this deck can gain advantage easier without diluting its card pool. Right? Like technically, again, we're giving it a grace because of cards like Smoltuga and Pelcaris, and cards like Foamy and cards like Aetheros. But again, those are such weak cards comparatively that I think a 3 is very necessary here. Let's talk about speed. Now, obviously, the deck is comprised of healers. Stuff like Sluggle. Right? Sluggle hits the board, Sluggle's on a guy. We have things like Dratagua, my beloved, are really adorable. And Foamy is a good way of getting into both of those cards. Lakagon technically is like kind of there too. And let's see what else gets off of a heal. Let's prefer as far as like slowness. Well, that's about it. Okay, so the point is that water takes a little bit of time to set up. There's a lot of different power players inside of water, things like Chronodile, which can, again, the speed ramp gets up to here, which is there. You have cards like Tadpuff, which can help effectively speed into some strategies and turbo out some of these more powerful water 2-drops and 3-drops, things like Majesty, things like Curvus, things like Crack King somewhat, things like Lakagon, things like, yeah, the Jablantis stuff. Water has some pretty powerful 2s. And so Tadpuff is kind of there to help turbo into those strategies, but again, it's not very spirit efficient and a little bit bricky. It's also kind of small in itself, so it's not a great way of utilizing that, but it is what it is and can be there. Rock in a Hard Place is also something that can ramp up the speed of the deck a little bit. I will shout out Rock in a Hard Place here for allowing the deck to kind of dual cast removal and also the Elestral and counter removal, which is there. So I think it's that. Do we count Waylance as a water card? Absolutely. Absolutely we do. Kind of. Waylance is a Dimax card. That's even more true. That's even more true. So there's that. Anyways, so I do agree that Rock in a Hard Place and Tadpuff are kind of key cards into the strategy for allowing the deck to reach its win condition faster. Things like Curvus into the Eddy, things like Turbine out the Draking if you really want to. But still, ultimately, this deck is dreadfully slow. Most hands are going to take a little while to set up, and you do have to have multiple cards in play to see your win conditions even like come to fruition. And I think that's kind of a problem with the deck too. Like if you're running like an Atlantis build, you might want to run Jolton, but again, it's a searcher for a searcher, Pelikaris for Pelikaris. And yes, things like Eddy and even Galaxy can often control tempo and allow you to just kind of hit over things and put your opponent on better habit. Oftentimes we can see from Water in more recent times that it can just get out card advantaged and then out tempoed much easier because the other decks can just reach its win con faster, right? So for that reason, I think that we can say that Water, at least in my opinion, it is going to be also in a 3 category for its speed. I would even go down and say it's a 2, but like 2.5 is kind of what I would put it at. Like it's one of the slowest decks inside the entire game, but it does have a lot of heavy power, heavy hitters, which we'll kind of talk about here in a second. Right? Water is the best deck type outside of its own deck. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. What's going on, Ness? How's it going? Good to see you. How can I make Cryo Squirts the best card in all of Elestrals? Please back me up on this. True. Yeah, that's true. Thunder and water are two elements that are best outside of its typing, right? Isn't that crazy? Is that absolutely crazy? Let's move on. We have Solar has everything that Thunder does, but worse. Also true. Spoilers. So let's talk about Elestral removal. Well, it's got Rock in a Hard Place. It's pretty decent. Galaxy is Elestral removal. Things like Kerberos is removal. Things like Locagon is removal. Things like Galaxy is removal. Mustation's a pretty powerful card for removal. Ultimately pretty alright. Again, if you're playing things like Smoltuga, technically Nekruff can be a removal. It's not too bad. Dratking is huge. Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, it's looking like Eddy too. Eddy's one of the best power players inside of the entire game for it. So like, I do think this deck does have some pretty cool stuff in terms of Elestral removal. I don't think I'd have a problem putting Elestral removal anywhere near to being like a 4. I don't think it's necessarily a 5 because I think that Rock in a Hard Place is more conditional. And again, because you're relying on so much of your Elestrals, either their effects or their attacks to clear Elestrals, that can be somewhat of an issue. So there's that. I think a 4 is pretty all right there in terms of Elestral removal. This deck has no problem getting over bodies and getting over Elestrals themselves. It can sometimes have that, but the main power players inside the deck like Galaxy and Mustation, and again, if you're really counting Nekruff in there too, and Eddy, pretty solid, I can say that. Rock in a Hard Place also kind of half counts, so it's not quite a 5, but it's there. Yeah, Chrono is just straight up gas removal. It's true. Chrono is also there. I love Chronodile. Shouts to Dimax again. Let's talk about rune removal real quick. Look me dead in the eyes and tell me Cerebral is not the best card in the entire game. I love this card so much. I wish Cerebral was cooler. God dang it. I wish Cerebral was cooler, and I wish Cerebral was more useful. It's really interesting to get a foamy off of it, and it's like really good into like boards that you just can surprise and punish, right? But here's the problem. Let me get my old man up. Here's the problem, Jack. We got a multi-step plan. Number 1, groceries are too expensive. Number 2, so here's the problem. Cerebral has a direct counter now with Gloombat. This card punishes multiple sets, but Gloombat does its job better. On top of that, most people won't even be setting like this anymore. And in my opinion, because the best decks are decks that can actively remove runes from the board, why are you bluff setting in the first place? That Ambrosia you set is now dead to an Equilinx, and whoops, you needed that Ambrosia anyways. So there's that, except for me. Listen, that first tournament, I also was messing up hella. So never again though, right? It's crazy. I don't respect Cerebral. You shouldn't. Don't respect this card. However, you don't need to bluff set. Not anymore. Like, you just don't need to. Like, why? You know, like it's either your cards are gonna get blown out by an Equilinx or by a P-Gust, etc. And that's it. Trident just says back row doesn't matter. Trident is not very good. That's the problem, is that like Trident plus like a Poseidon on the board is a lot of setup, and it's not really realistically consistent or advantageous to do half the time. And so like when we're assessing like the removal for runes, we have like Rock in a Hard Place, which again is like half score because it's 50-50. And then it's like Kerberos kind of, and Locagon somewhat, but again, those have to be conditionally met. And then Cerebral. And again, Chronodile. I keep on forgetting Chronodile, but like again, it's kind of all encompassing. And then Cerebral, which is crazy, right? Yeah, the problem with Trident is that Poseidon is Poseidon. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. Yeah, didn't he lose the? Yeah, yeah, that did happen. Anyways, and then in the immediate next tournament, you know, he topped with Bears, so literally doing the impossible here. So in rune removal, I have no problem saying it's a 1. I think it has cards available to it, but wow, is it weak? Wow, is it not just incredibly weak? You know? Spirit Management. Let's talk about Spirit Management here a little bit and see what this deck does best. Well, heal spirits. This card gets a thing when it heals spirits. Foamy is technically a representation of Sluggle and Dratagua and other cards that heal. It's kind of cool. Draken can also technically do that as well. Aphoros Nexusine can help manage spirits on the board. Let's see what else we have inside of the heal category for this. Well, not a whole lot, I guess. But the whole point of that, it should be a 6. Absolutely, it should be a 6. That's the crazy part, right? It's one of the best heal strategies in the entire game because Dratagua is one of the best healers, being a 4 defense body that also gets activated by Galaxy, which is huge. Sluggle recovers 3 water, which again is one of the most advantageous types, things like Tsunami and also your other Elestrals. Curibus healing the cards that it destroys, and Lockagon gaining an advantage off of your healing. And the fact that Foamy represents also these cards too means that its heal strategy is very consistent. And we'll say that. If you are playing this deck, its Spirit Management, top tier. Top tier. So top tier that you can pair these cards with Quackle for one of the best heal strategies and control decks in the entire game. So, Spirit Management wise, easy 5. Easy 5. Easy 5. Yeah, Aphoros Dratagua loop till I die. Until your opponent dies too, because quite literally, they will never outlive you. All right, let's talk about individual strength. Actually, here's the crazy part. I think this deck actually has a lot of really good individual strength. I think cards like Mustation, things like Galaxy, things like Eddie ultimately bring it way over the top. And technically speaking, cards like Soul Tuga once again can search your Necref, which is a very strong body in itself, if we're counting that as water. And you know, Curibus has one of the biggest stats. It can hit over Draken. Draken's also pretty huge. Lockagon gets buffed, which is kind of nice. And again, Galaxy swaps all of them. Waylance is an 8, which is like one of the best 2-drops inside the entire game, period, hands down, full stop. Where is our little guy at? Coastalith is an 8. Big bodies, big defenders too. This deck is a little bit slow because it can sit on its big defenders, but it does have the switch up available to it, meaning that these cards individually are very strong and resist a ton of removal and resist a ton of counter runes, which is super sweet, right? I think it's awesome. I think it's absolutely incredible. Caprigo's a 7. That's right. Coastalith an A2. Let's go. That's my dog. Godolith, I'm saying. All right, plus Bubloon, I guess, can also make them all big. We don't want to talk about Bubloon. Bubloon's kind of a sleeper hero. I love Bubloon so much. Anyways, so that's kind of the idea here with these cards, that they are very individually strong and their stats are pretty good. I don't mind putting this at a quick 4, because their cards are good, but they just do so much, right? And that's pretty decent. Actually, I don't even know if it's necessarily a 4, but their cards that are their power players are strong, and that's good. Individual threat level. Here's maybe what we get into a problem. Okay, which of these cards are threats? Foamy, is that a threat? Not really. Kind of can be, but there's a lot of counters to Foamy. It's not, you don't really need to address Foamy in itself. Gorgons is like detrimental to this card, and it kind of ruins this card. Eddie's a threat. It's a threat. Draken can be a threat, but again, conditional. Aphoros, okay. Sluggle, kind of okay. Dratagua, kind of okay. Tadpuff, Rock and Hard Place, It's expensive, and it might not always do what it's gonna do, right? Galaxy, ding ding, really good. Really good. Really good. Good card. Good. Curibus, a problem, but again, conditional. Cerebral, Lockagon, again, also conditional. Not the scariest thing in the world, but I think this card is very strong. Mustation, Yeah, it's a big a threat. I think this card kind of pairs with Galaxy in terms of it's like a card that is a threat, but does it need to be dealt with immediately? Inherently, no. And I've had plenty of times where I'm like, yeah, my station's good, expend your spirit, and then we'll deal with it later. Okay. This deck doesn't really have a lot of urgency, right? Like Poseidon is kind of the thing that's holding this whole thing together and making this deck a little more urgent, because Poseidon helps turbo out much stronger Elestrals and bigger strategies and can help the speed of the deck kind of pick up. But some water decks don't even play Poseidon. A lot of decks just kind of play the big guys like Galaxy and Mustation and Eddie and move on. Right? Those are the only 3 cards that I would consider to be even threats. And even then, they're just offensive threats. They don't really even do anything outside of that. Which is kind of rough, right? It makes you sad. Oh, baby, don't go. This did get copyrighted last time, and I'm so sorry, Lunity. Feels bad. Is it a cover? It was a cover. It did get copyrighted last time, though. What's going on, Nora? Hello, good to see you. Ario Nova, hello. Such a good song. I told you, I know, I thought it wasn't going to, but it got actually, you know what's crazy? It got caught as a re-record. So it wasn't even the Lunity version, it's just that they got caught as the re-record of the version, right? It's wild. Banger song, though. Actually, I should have played it till we talked about the Walk on Water song. The original song is so good too. Like the fun fact, when I was a kid, when I first was playing Kingdom Hearts, I didn't realize the Simple and Clean had like the breakcore type of beat inside of it. So I thought my disc was wrong, because I was like, is this real? Is anything real? Where am I? Kyrie. Anyways, so I think that unfortunately the individual threat level for me on water is gonna be like a 3. Maybe it's even a 2, honestly. Like I don't really feel comfortable like putting this so high, right? It is really strong. I think the individual strength of the cards are really good, but like I don't feel any threat when this deck is trying to set up. Not immediately. And maybe that's the point, is that the deck is slow and then it ramps up and now it's a big problem, but other decks being able to outpace it, that's kind of a problem. Yeah, if you don't deal with target, they're gonna heal more. No, right? And healing in this game is really strong and powerful, but I just ultimately, like, individually weak, but when it gets wide, it gets scary. That's a perfect way of putting it. Like, individually, this deck going tall, not that big a deal. But when it's big, when it's wide, then it's crazy. So I think that's a pretty good way of putting it. Absolutely. Strong ceiling. That's true. Yes, absolutely. So let's compare that to our Earth brethren here. So overall, we can see the 2 different scores of this, a 4 and a 2. Like, this is kind of the problem here, is that, like, water. Hey, Sin, how's it going? Good to see you. Glad to have you here. It's kind of a problem that I see for water in itself. Like, water has like a lot of cards that are good in other decks, right? But they're individually strong and individually scary, but there's not that much of them in terms of a cohesive strategy there that really lets it all come together, you know? So as an individual deck in itself, I think that's partially why it's not even converting, is because, like, if you're trying to focus a strategy strictly on water or the stuff that water wants to do, even dracking to an extent, it's just not really panning out that way. The weaknesses of the deck, specifically in its consistency, and that you're not able to establish a good win con very early, is a detriment. Again, going back to the speed, it doesn't have anything to combat counter runes except for itself, except for the Elestrals, which is kind of rough. And the fact that I don't really care if this deck like tries to set up. I'm going to be able to set up faster and probably win still. Sucks. Yeah, I wish drawing this game was as good as as good as other card games. I agree. Water is actually one of the best examples of this. You can play Nog, you can play Aetheros, but to what end? Not only are you effectively mean that you're drawing into cards, but like what are those cards doing for you, right? Unless you're just trying to, again, set up, which can happen. Water wants to do that. There's really not a lot in here that I can say that like you'd be pressed to have 5 or 7 cards in water. Like 4 cards is ultimately fine overall. It'll get better. That's true, right? The fact that like this game doesn't allow you to play a lot of cards inside the same turn, which is rough, and cards equal life. Effectively, you're burning yourself every time you play a card. Sometimes it's like, well, I don't even need to play all these cards. So right, maybe that's like a problem with being slow inside the game. But I think that's like a good point though, that Pancake brings up. You know, is that effectively the deck has a lot of ways to maintain advantage in a decent amount of ways. It just doesn't really do anything with that advantage. Versus Earth does a lot with that advantage, which is crazy. Better not say anything bad about my man, but I ranked Poseidon as one of the best cards inside of the entire strategy. Don't you worry. Don't you worry at all. But unfortunately, I rated Water a 2. Earth a 4. Water a 2. 2.87 specifically. All right, let's move on. So that's, I think, does that make sense, chat? Class? I mean, I called you by your government name. Poseidon the best Divine Runes? True, Wet 5s is crazy. Wet Terror, excuse me. Amazing. That's a 3. Round up. We round up in this house. Unfortunately, for the purposes of this lecture, we can't round up. But I would love to say that could be a 3 versus a 4. But the staggering difference between a 3 and a 4 is enormous. Is enormous. So, all right, let's move on. Are y'all ready to talk about Wind? Could be Wet 5 if you ranked correctly. Absolutely. L Professor. It's true. It's true. That's why Woke is winning. Listen, I'm a DEI professor. All right. Do you think they let my kind in here? Never. I had to work for that. Tenure, it was really hard to accomplish, especially in my time. Ridiculous. When we get in the Kratos Divine Rune, I would love to explore different divines. If we get a Prometheus, I think it's Roman maybe. No, it's Greek. Who was the DE higher of the Elestrals? Me and Caleb, probably. Definitely me and Caleb. For sure. I would say so. All right. Where is Hades? Where is Hades? Wind is a 1 consistency. I can't think of anything that surges in that deck. True. True. Hermes, Divine Wen. I can't get Hermes because I'm just gonna be making Futurama jokes the entire time. I'm just gonna be saying Futurama jokes the entire time. All right. All right, let's talk about Wind. Let's talk about one of the best decks inside the entire game that I think is a big, major sleeper. Oh my lord. I love Wind so much. I think it's such a cool, good deck, and I cannot wait to discuss it. I think it's so good, and we can point to evaluations like this for why I think Wind is amazing. Personally, I think Wind has a lot of good utility. Now we're going to exclude some of the Ascensions here, like Spinosect, like Zephrog, like Voltempest, which are technically cards inside of their own elements, but got washed by Wind Toolbox tonight? Exactly. Lestrad Bias, that was a really good match. If you guys haven't watched that today as well. But also kind of true. I have a soft spot for my Wind Pantheon. All right. Let's talk about it. Let him blow. True. True. That's true. That could be true. Okay. Wind best element? I kind of want to argue that it might be. It might be one of the best elements, hands down, but no one's talking about it. So let's get into it. Let's jump into why that is. Okay. Slab like now or whatever. All right. First, obviously, big inclusions, Astrabbit, Elichick, and Jolton. All 3 cards that are pretty good consistency tools here, but Elichick specifically searches something. It searches one of the best cards inside the entire game, Aeolus. Aeolus. Is that the most attractive Pantheon? God, what was it? Talented, and let's face it, attractive Wind Pantheon. Never forget. All right, Aeolus is one of the greatest cards inside of this entire game in terms of consistency. Yes, it's expensive, but over time it has proven itself to where those spirits don't necessarily matter. And on top of that, let's talk about it. Lavalith and its natural predator, resting on your laurels, are no more. No more. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that absolutely crazy? That's wild. Here's the problem. It's expensive, yes, but the cards it can search and its card pool in itself are very, very good. I think it was a Nim video a while back that was talking about why Rhoda, actually it was a Doug video where Nim was guest uploading the whiteboard. He still had his dorm and temple. He was talking about why Rhoda was a banned card or why it had to get limited, because the card pool, the warrior card pool that it searched for a long time wasn't really that impactful until it was, right? And that's kind of the problem. So Aeolus can search what? Nimbug? Kind of true. Nimbug is pretty good. What's up with Nimbugs? It can search Storlet. It can search Verituka. It can search Toxiswarm. It can search P-Gust. It can search Nemasail. It can search Hydrake. Wild. It can search out Exaltair for burning. It can search out Galaxair for destruction. It can search out Findus. My boy. My boy. It can search out Cock. It can pull its Cock out. That's crazy. It can search out Aeromare. It can search out Carrion if you're really down bad. Holy God. It also has Findusgate Wind Runes. Absolutely. Wind Dust. W. Wind Dust is absolutely a consistency tool too. So between Elechik, which is a pretty good card in itself, again, the 4 body is no slouch, on top of the fact that you can get the Aeolus, Aeolus being a consistency tool for every single card, enabling your Wind Nexus cards, and also gets you to some of the best power players in the entire deck, and Findust is technically consistency. It's over. It's over. Like, we're trying to exclude Elechik here, but it's really important to consider that Aeolus is one of the deck's like prime tools, right? And this is no accident tool. I know that A-Drive has a soft spot for Aeolus. I mean, just look at him. I don't want to say this is slightly modeled after an kind of an A-Drive-esque like look, but he's got like the hair and stuff too. Not an accident. Plus they got Nimbug and P-Gus, some of the best cards inside the entirety of the game. So, with that being said, I have no doubt in my mind between cards like Astro Rabbit, Elechik, Aeolus, Findust, and other cards that gain advantage inside of this deck. I would like to put Wind at a consistency of 5. Maybe 4. 4? Maybe 4. What did I put Earth at? I think I put Earth as a 4. I think I put Earth as a 4. I think it's there. Professor, is Haboofin real? Yeah, yes, They Them Boofin is real. Haboofin is real and is scary. I love Haboofin so much. Sandstorm's cool. I'll put consistency at a 4. I think this deck can do what it does very effectively and do that every single time, very similar to Earth, right? And maybe even a 5. I think this could even be a 5. I can hear out a, yeah, let's see. When consistency is a 5, it's by Festive the same. That's all I needed to hear. Do the eyes have it? Do we want to give consistency of Wind a 5? I'm perfectly comfortable with that. I'm so comfortable giving it a 5. I love this deck. It's so cool. 5, absolutely. The 5s have it. Let's give it a 5. Let's give it a 5 right now. We'll give it a 6. It might be. We can't do that under my objective rating, but we can give it a 6. So, let's give it a 5. Elechik is a 4. True. All right. So advantage. Also crazy, right? Skipping the rest of the class. Professor, good night. All right, PK. Have a good rest of your night. There will be homework due next time, whenever that happens or is a thing. But thank you so much for stopping by. Everyone say bye, PK. Have a great rest of your night. Bye-bye. Skipping class? It's okay. We'll catch you up later. But absolutely. Thanks for being here, PK. All right. Let's talk about advantage. How does the deck gain advantage? Well, it's kind of a weird one, but again, talking about what cards can gain cards and keep up card advantage, we have Findust. Aeolus literally searches every single time. Elechik in itself, technically if you want to put Jolton in there too, and Astro Rabbit. Again, we want to limit saying that these cards are good consistency tools for every single deck, but in specifically wind, because of the pool they can dig into, is very, very strong. Right, that's kind of the issue. There's not a whole lot other than that though. Again, there's like maybe something like, nah, that's not really even good enough. Like technically, if you want to talk about like Terror Sail and you want to talk about like Nimbug, and technically if you want to talk about Hydrake, like this deck does gain advantage pretty easily. Things like the Hydrake line is still pretty powerful, right? I do think that's a very like realistic card to put in here that I think is like not a very small feat by any means. Yeah, that's pretty good. So I think I'm okay with putting wind at like a 3 advantage, right? It's got consistency tools and it's got advantage tools, but definitely nowhere near as good as Earth. But it's like pretty close, depending on which type of variation of wind that you're playing, right? So I'm okay with putting wind at like a 3 consistency, a 3 advantage engine, right? Part of that I want to maybe say too that like a Eolus does boost that up to a 4, right? So I can kind of get behind giving it a 4, but because it's expensive, I don't know. It's going to cost you a lot more over time. I don't know. Maybe that's not true. Maybe this deck is crazy with advantage, and I'm just like being stingy. We'll put it a 4 for now, and I feel like I can address that later. I'll put that back. Actually, no, I'll put it at 3, and I think I'll explain why with something like fun. Let's talk about speed. Let's talk about speed. You ready to get speedy? All right, class. This deck is incredibly fast. It's incredibly fast. It's got beaters like Sorlet to put pressure on the board. You have things like Toxiswarm to burn and also apply pressure. Nemesails, while not only Spirit Advantage, it's also a card that can put pressure on the board and adjust the tempo of the game. Nimbug, technically Nimbug is also a card that turbos out things like Stratamoth. It's meant to do stuff like this. It's meant to be speedy and quick and go. Things like Tower of Winds is perfect example of that, right? All these cards do something, applying pressure with things like Exaltair. Like, there's not a lot of tools in here that like particularly like say slow down. This deck wants to get up an advantage very fast and it wants to get there quickly. I think that's kind of the main thing about this deck, right? Like single thing about wind speaks speed. Like, do you want to see me, win Elestrals Season 1 and back? Let me do it again, right? Let's talk about that. So speed, I have no problem putting it at 5. I do think that this deck is, like, very scary when it starts to ramp up. And once again, this thing is, like, killer in that. Let's talk about Elestral removal. Because, holy God, this thing has crazy Elestral removal. Every single card is huge. Sorlet is a pretty big body in a 5, one of the best 5 guys in the game. If you're playing a deck like Hydrake in the Pantera line, then this thing's all about removal. You're trading guys, you're hitting over dudes. That's huge. You have Verituka, new card that's huge. Threes shout out. I love Verituka because it's also like a direct removal and infinitely more useful than a card like Veritaqua half the time, right? Then also we have cards like Toxiswarm, which is not a slouch in itself. It's a big body. Elochick technically can represent a big body too, right? The Ascensions for all of the wind guys are huge. Habufin, Phallocane, Flammoth, Draco Doodle, pretty big. Cock is a 4. Cock's a 4. Galaxair is one of the most. This card is so slept on, and I hate that it's slept on. This card is one of the best removal cards. It's just wind version of Eddy. It's just wind version of Mudlet. It's Wuddler, Weddy, Mudletty, whatever. I'm losing the plot. But the point is that Galaxair is also crazy, right? I think that easily speaking, depending on which version that you're playing, Elestral removal, I think, can maybe come down to a 4, maybe even a 5. Again, we don't have like a native removal and you do have to see them, right? But it's got plenty of them, so I'd say 4 is pretty good. The only thing that brings Earth up to the top to a 5 is effectively Earthquake, up until against its most limiting factor. So I think wind is like crazy with it. It's very similar to water, if not better than water. So I think I'm okay giving it a 4. You guys let me know. Okay, rune removal. It's got P-Gust. It's got P-Gust, baby. It's Peen. It's Peeg. I love P-Gust so much. Rune removal for P-Gust is actually kind of ridiculous. P-Gust alongside of like the Nexus engine for things like Exaltair or things like what's it called? Like even Circle of Sky, things like Tower of Winds, and things like Altar of Stars allow P-Gust to not only gain advantage once, but multiple times. One of the best when receive Elestrals inside the entire game. Again, we talked about how scary things like Equilinks are. And the only problem with P-Gust is that it's a 2/3, which isn't even necessarily that big of an issue, right? Because typically what happens is that people will go Ash Rabbit set 2 pass or set 1 pass, and then you just hit him with P-Gust in defense position. Ash Rabbit can now not get over P-Gust. And also, typically you have like an altar or some type of play there. So you can now start to pick apart the board and adjust your playstyle based off how your opponent's playing, right? If your opponent's going slow, you say, okay, cool. Let me P-Gust defensive you back. Let me get rid of your runes. I think that's incredible. So for that reason, I do have to give rune removal a 3. I think it's very similar to Earth in the form that it's actually pretty, actually I'll give it a 2. 3. I'll give it a 3. I think that the combination itself of the weak stat, but with other cards, Tornado's kind of rune removal too. I guess I can give it a 3 because of Tornado. I think ultimately means to me that P-Gust is very similar to Equilinks in the form that it is very powerful, but maybe not in like the direct ways, right? Also, Falcon exists, and Falcon's one of my favorite cards inside the entire game. I love Falcon so much, but man, oh man, do I wish this card was more useful. Anyways, so Falcon's pretty sweet. P-Gust is pretty strong. I think rune removal is an easy 3 for this deck. Spirit Management. What's going on, Josh? Hello, good to see you. What are we doing tonight? Oh, you're gonna love this. We are back in the lab for Professor Swolax, but this time we're doing math. I hope you have your TI-83 out. I brought my TI-84 Silver Edition to the class. Today we are looking at decks and we are ranking them 1 through 5 in terms of these objective metrics. And we're going to be discussing effectively on these averages on kind of trying to prove this list. Now, I had this feeling about this list a couple weeks ago, but the problem with this list is that there's a few glaring issues, and now we have more testing with some of those other two. Can I crop chat? Absolutely. Oh, wrong one. There we go. And now we have these other element spirit types that we've had tested. We're going to try to prove the hypothesis that maybe some of these are stronger or even weaker than I initially perceived. And on top of that, backing it up with placements from tournaments. So that's kind of the idea here. But yeah, so this is kind of where we're at right now. We're evaluating wind at the moment, but I think right now this is in this kind of tracks with how good the decks have been performing and have been converting in terms of these numbers. So we're doing wind in terms of its consistency, its advantage, its speed, its Elestral removal, rune removal, spirit management. What we're on now. I think it's interesting about wind is that I think wind actually has like a pretty good spirit game with the form of Nemasail. Nemasail actually like elevates this deck to have like an insane spirit management game on top of the fact that it's like inherently a Nexus deck. The only problem is that spirit management wise can get funky because it's expensive. Once again, this is a little bit safer because like Lavalith is not in the game and Laurel's not in the game, so you can commit to these bigger Nexus plays. But if we're talking about burning as well as spirit management and kind of like this tempo between like pressuring your opponent not directly on their field, then I think spirit management can be pretty high here, right? I think we can maybe bring this to a 3 or to a 4. But I think it actually even has like better spirit management than Earth because of its ability to have Nemasail, which is a card that can get over cards like Ash Rabbit and is searchable and is repeatable with things like Exaltair and any Nexus card. So I have no problem giving this deck a spirit management of 4. Not as good at spirit management as water, but that's kind of a problem. Okay, let's talk about kind of the individual strength of these cards. This is, I think, where the biggest weakness of Earth kind of comes in, is that the cards themselves are so conditionally strong. Like the individual stat lines for most of your more common wind cards are just not very big, except for specifically like Galaxair, which is kind of circumvents that individually, but still is like a 3, so not big a problem. Verituka's a 3, which is not very great. P-Gust a 2/3, not very good on stats. Storlit's a 5, which is strong, and Toxistorm's a 4, which is pretty strong. But Nemasail's a 3, Exaltair's a 3. Even cards like Aramare is a 4/5, which is the only 5 inside the entire deck in terms of like defensive points. Again, the rest of the cards are also pretty small, except for its Ascension line, right? So this is kind of the problem that I'd say that this deck has, is that a lot of these cards are just small. They're just kind of swimpy. Like, they don't really do a whole lot. Like, again, Nimbug is a prime example. I love about Nimbug. It's a 1/1 that gets you into a 2/6, a 3/6, which is like, it's just okay, you know? Yeah, we have cards like Hydrake, which is a pretty strong card in itself, but also a 4, not necessarily even a 5. So it's going to be trading more often than not, which means you're going to get into your Ascension line. It's kind of trade-off there. But it's also going to depend on what kind of wind deck you're playing. So because of the individual strength of a lot of the cards, they are like really effective at what they do, but they're not necessarily that strong, right? Like, I think it's actually kind of a weird opposite problem of water, where it's like water has like a lot of individual cards that aren't very they don't have a lot of threat, but they're individually strong, right? Just by themselves. Wind, not very strong. So for that reason, I actually kind of want to bump down to like a 2, maybe even a 3. Right, I think that like a 3 is a very good score to give wind here, because like it's not as strong as earth or water in terms of individual guys. Like, base stat lines aren't very strong, but I can see this deck over time getting a lot more power players. And again, the cards they do present that are strong are very effective. So I want to give it a little bit of grace. It's not as bad as like other decks we're going to talk about, but that's kind of an issue. Right, for me personally. Let's talk about individual threat level. I do think this is where wind actually shines very, very strongly. I think every single card in the wind archetype, except for specifically like the weird fringe niche cards like Cock, don't really like they all offer kind of responses. Hey, what's going on, Lazy Lee? Hello, good to see you. Welcome to class. Welcome in. Hopefully you have your calculator ready and your TI-84. We're doing some math today instead of some social sciences that we usually do when we're talking about like psychology and user experience. So today we're doing a little more math prep, but we're trying to rank these decks in terms of some objective manners. But glad to have you here. Lazy Lee, my goat. So let's talk about the individual threat level. Every single card inside the wind deck does demand equal call and response. Vertuka is destruction, Galaxera is removal, P-Gust is removal, Exaltair is burn and ramping burn. Toxic Swarm, very similar, is burn, ramping burn is a 4 stat. Nemasail is a consistently like pressuring heal. Sorlet can get worse and worse, and obviously things like Pantera and Hydrake demand responses, or else you're gonna get got. So for that reason alone, in fact, again, that all these are searchable is kind of wild. I even would put cards like Flammoth inside this list, right? Because like here's the crazy part. Flammoth definitely demands responses. You cannot let this card ramp or hit the board, or else you're just like winning. It's crazy nuts bananas. Haboofin's maybe even one of the weakest, but like Falocane demands a response, but Haboofin can sometimes do too. Cyclovenom's huge and can demand a response. Things like Cryspore. Holy God, Cryspore can demand responses. It's crazy. Stratomoth can easily demand response. Like this is important. These cards are all very, very strong. So I think for that reason, I would put individual threat level like probably in the 5, like similar to Earth in terms of like how good it is. But I think unfortunately, because of the fact that like if you don't respond to them, then they will do what they need to do best, and this deck can ramp up very quickly. But it also doesn't take a lot to remove a lot of the cards, right? Things like Cryoblast hurts this deck a lot. Again, all the stat lines for a lot of the power players are pretty small. Again, that kind of like ties in together the individual strength and the threat level. So the threat level is very high, but because oftentimes you can have a measured response back that's like perfectly fine, and you could be able to break apart a win board pretty easily, just depending on a lot of factors, I think that I would put individual threat level like a 4. Because each of the cards themselves, again, do demand responses, but they also have the big trade-off of being small. So it's like half responses that you need. So ranking that up, we have a 5 for consistency, 3 for advantage, 5 for speed, 4 for Elestral removal, 3 for rune removal, 4 for spirit management, 3 for individual strength, and 4 for threat level. And ultimately wrapping up and averaging out to a 3.875, which kind of sandwiches it right between our Earth, water, and wind. So once we get to fire, then we'll have the complete trifecta for September. Anyways, that might be a joke a little bit too old for you guys. But ultimately speaking, that is going to be where we're going to be aligning this, right? So this is a perfect example of 3 different decks and 3 different types that have vastly different criteria, or vastly different scoring, but kind of paint a picture of where we're going at, right? Earth is a good baseline because it has everything. It's super strong. It's one of the strongest all-arounders inside the entirety of Elestrals out of 4. Really strong, and it has proof with conversion. Water is pretty weak overall right now, and also doesn't have a lot of conversions. Wind has a lot of bubbles, but doesn't really have a lot of conversions, and that's hence why it's kind of at a 3-8. It's right there. It's right there next to Earth. It has so many things, but because of the uniqueness and the weird like specificities of wind, it does kind of add a detriment to the deck. Does that make any sense? You know, does that make any sense at all? Yeah, so that's pretty much it there. I had to check the sound just a little bit. So, you know, there's that. Okay. Any questions here? We are a little under halfway done. So we have frost, we have solar, we have thunder, we have fire. You know, like we have a lot to we have a lot of ground to cover in terms of these decks. But I think luckily these decks are a little bit faster to talk about because they do have less big of a card pool. With the previous cards that we talked about have some of the biggest card pools inside the entire game. So evaluation for these should be a little bit faster, and we can start answering the questions of like, you know, is this tier list accurate? Where would we rearrange this tier list? And can we back up our assumptions and our calculations inside of this deck? And on top of that, can we talk about and can we potentially fix the issues of some of these decks? We'll talk about it. Frost OP, I'm saying, it's not many gaming knows that quite literally made me a believer almost hands down. Isn't that crazy? Frost is a self-burn while you lose to back row. True. One of the detriments. For sure. Solar is going to end up with a score like water and perform just as well as wind despite that. Isn't that crazy? That actually will also be explained. The numbers don't lie. Like, I will say, and no spoilers, because I haven't really done evaluations for solar, thunder, or fire yet. Not particularly deep, even for frost. But I think it will go to show that while solar will have like a slightly higher score than water, it will also reflect that its slightly higher score will kind of explain the tops, right? This is kind of the whole gist, right? It's crazy that we can prove this stuff and kind of put it into practice. I love it. It's so cool, right? Like, the system works. Am I biased because I made the system and thus I'm trying to justify the system based off the vibes, based off the gut feeling? You betcha, you dang booty I am. But at the same time, it works. Time to break the system? Absolutely. Fire will be the first 6 out of 5. True! What's going on, clever name? Hello, good to see you. And correct. Okay, let's go into it. Are bears considered an element? And mayonnaise. Bears are not considered an element, but we can kind of talk about bears. And bears are actually, you know what? Let's do an impromptu. Let's do an impromptu ad here. Bears are bears as a deck might be a really fun one to do as like a deck that ultimately we can judge based off of like their other metrics, right? Perfect. So I think we can look at bears later, and we can look at bears as like a way to talk about decks that are like more mixed. That's a perfect example. I don't want to talk about fives, but bears is a pretty good one. So let's do that. All right, everyone, check on your fems real quick before we get into Frost. I want you to all check on your fems, tell them you love them. And let's deep dive into Frost. Let's go a little chilly. We'll get into Frost, and then we'll probably take a little bit of a break. That way we can go to the bathroom. So, but yeah, would it be interesting to see more categories that are more precise and weighted differently for the score? Yeah, this is kind of a general guideline that I would consider, but like there's like definitely some nuance in the between this. Like tempo is a pretty big one. Like a deck like Thunder, and obviously I have most experience competitively playing a lot of Thunder. But Thunder has like a ton of evaluation that you can make here that adds like the intricacies and technical play, because like Thunder has a good tempo game, allowing you to slow down the pace and also to speed up the pace when you want to, just depending on like the sequencing of the cards and how the game ultimately plays out in terms of advantage. And it is allowed to do that and to dictate pace because of consistency, advantage, speed, and celestial move, right? So these are kind of like a baseline to allow the decks to do what they do. Very similar to Earth. Earth has a lot of like weird, like technical, like intricacies that allow you to use those like more, I guess, like more expressive values, like player expression values, like when you decide to do things and how you decide to do things. And those things I think are obviously influenced by these metrics, right? So that's a good call out in the form of like these, like the stronger the deck's score is, effectively allows you to express more individuality and an individualistic like plays as a player. Things like Earth and Wind allow you to do a lot of really interesting decisions that vary vastly depending on who's playing. Like the way that I might play Thunder might be different from someone playing Thunder, or the way I play Fire might be different from someone playing Fire. And a lot of that will be kind of dictated by the score and by these metrics. Because if you give a deck if a deck is very powerful and has a lot of tools and has all the tools that at its disposal, then it's really just up to the player to put that together, right? But if a deck like, let's say for example, Water is here at a low score, it's not a lot you can do, and so you're kind of forced into these decisions where like Water is like tunneled into a certain type of play style, regardless if you want to play it that way or not. At least right now. And again, that has everything to do with the tools at their disposal and is very much influenced by the creation of cards themselves, right? This is kind of a weird diatribe and weird like tangent, but it's very important to talk about because I actually had this discussion with A-Drive back when Daybreak were getting revealed, and people were dooming and glooming on Thunder. And I was like, you know, I think I actually really like what you're doing with Thunder here, because it's effectively giving Thunder like just more tools to do things. Like you're allowing players to have a little bit of agency in terms of like what they do, right? Like Phosphocell is a completely different deck than like Thunder Nexus. Gryph-use is kind of a different strategy in itself. And like there's like small nuances in how each of the cards interact inside the pool. Even like the reveals today, like Titanostrike or like Magneros, like those cards allow for different types of interactions, or the bugs, the two different bugs that we got revealed today. Those cards are different game plans for the deck, and different players will be able to use them differently and more effectively, right? Let's go on, Seeker. Hello, good to see you. Hello. Thunder sure gets a lot of love. Thunder and Earth. Thunder, and it's no surprise. It's no surprise why they're topping decks, because they have a lot of the tools at their disposal. I get a lot of love, absolutely. The bugs from Tay are so nuts. They're so cool. I cannot wait to get my hands on them. I obviously have my hands on a Titanostrike, but anyways. All right, everyone, check on your fems. Check on your fems. Let's talk about Frost. Let's talk about Frost. Actually, before we get into Frost, I do have to pull something up. Okay, I do have to pull something up because I think it is very important to this discussion, unfortunately.
Raiden, show me who did it. She kind of bad though. Is that Frost?
One more time for people in the back.
Raiden, show me who did it. She kind of bad though. Is that Frost?
True. So true. It's so true. It's so true. It's so true. It's so true. But also, yo, why is Jax kind of caked? I'm saying. Anyways, that's important for the context of this, because anytime I'm like, yo, is that Frost? That's all I gotta say. Anyways. Let's go back. Let's go back to the. Let's go back to the sheet. Let's go back to the sheet. Let's go back. All right, important. Okay. Yeah. Ashraf turn 1 into the 2 drops is a special cast search. It's insane the amount of advantage it gets, right? She's kind of bad though, that Frost. Love it. Cracks up every single time. Gotta say, Torchin seems kind of bad. Torchin is really interesting. I like what it does, and I like how they give it like a thing. Oh my god, this music's like so loud. What am I doing? But it is like a big like question mark. It's like, what are you talking about? So, anyways, all right. Let's talk about Frost. All right, clear everything out of here. So it's important kind of to that Frost doesn't even really play a lot of these power players instead of the Thunder strategy, but we'll see. Finishing Metaphor. Oh man, I've heard Metaphor is so good. I haven't had a chance to play Metaphor, but it's like, I heard it's beautiful. Yeah, shout out to Metaphor. I gotta get some Metaphor music in too. So let's talk about real quick one of the best water searchers inside the entire strategy, which is gonna be Narpoon. Narpoon's so crazy with it. Frost. All right, so obviously some big power players inside of Frost that we can kind of point to for this strategy, and kind of talk about why this deck is so strong. And also why I think people are playing it at the capacity that they do, and why it's like obviously like insano. All right, I think that's pretty good. Or am I? Yeah, okay. So, bro, you can heal 5. I know, right? It's good. Okay. Obviously, Frost is like one of the biggest breakouts of Daybreak. It has everything to do with the realization the deck has massive, massive bodies. Massive bodies you can turbo out, and they're hard to deal with. Part of that is because of removal. Again, the lack of removal not only open the floodgates for decks that like are the Nexus decks and Nexus strategies, but also decks like Frost, which ultimately like boils down to a larger beatdown strategy. Cards like Waylance also kind of counts in here, right? And so Morolith, cards like Morolith, cards like Cryovern, cards like Rhinosect, these big body 2-drops that you can easily get off in Frost because of their enablers, things like Cryoling, things like Enfrostix, and even just hard ascending over things. Rhine Nymph in itself enabling all this is extremely powerful, right? So let's kind of get that clear. Let me be clear. That is exactly, yeah, exactly. It has everything to do with the hits, exactly. But this is not necessarily a consistency piece, mainly just to say that this deck, like how it functions now, is and why it's topping, why it's doing well, is because of its such a big strength. Right? So, let's go into it. In terms of consistency, is this deck consistent? Yeah, I would say so. Again, it can play cards like Astrabbit to dig into combo pieces. It can use Narpoon, which can search its entirety of its power players. It's got things like Lycan Morphrost form as well as you're playing 3 copies of Rhine Nymph, which is an amazing card. Cryoling itself also gets you into that Cryovern. It's really easy to set up, and you can pretty reliably get to these win conditions like Rhinosect, like Cryovern, like a Morolith, really fast. Really, really fast, right? And so it can do what it does pretty repeatedly and very powerfully. On top of the fact that it has a really good consistency tool in Narpoon, which is a really good card against counter runes. So that's kind of it. It speeds up for discussion. I also kind of agree. So consistency-wise, I have no problem putting this deck at like a 4. I think that a 4 is like a very solid piece to put it at. I think that kind of puts it in line with like an Earth with inconsistency, which I can definitely agree with. I think that the Frost deck in itself has like a lot of tools at its disposal to be a strategy that is just consistently hammering out big bodies. And I think for that reason I can give it a 4. I could even give it a 5. But I'm gonna say that like because sometimes you can be bricked up on big dudes, that it can ultimately be a detriment, right? That's kind of my only thing, me wanting to give this a 5. But there are times when you just like are not seeing like Rhinosect, you just don't see Rhinosect and Rhinosect, but you also just have like you're just gripped by Morolith, right? Crazy grip on that thing, and that can be a problem, right? Sometimes you can see the wrong half of the deck, or you just like you just die. It shouldn't happen too often, but it can happen. It can happen. So yeah, it rounds you to mulligans and not be punished in brick, but it can brick. Exactly. That's a great example. And Insomnia Gaming like has the perfect read on that, and it would know better than anyone. I think as far as like this goes, is that because you don't get punished for the mulligans, which is nice, you can't be too like liberal with it, because you can get punished by having just such a low spirit count, which we'll get into like with some of one of the weaknesses inside the strategy. But definitely, that's probably like a big 4. Advantage. I think that this deck is pretty good at maintaining advantage. I think you have things like Lichen Form, which can get you into like obviously your more frost bodies, which is nice. Things like Keone can effectively get things back from the underworld, which is really strong. Things like Enfrostix allow you to like kind of loop those things as well. So I do like that in terms of a strategy, in terms of the actual advantage themselves, but you are also using cards like Moralith to like kind of decrease your advantage by like milling things from your deck, which is kind of rough. And then there's not a lot of other cards inside the deck that like really have to do with like advantage. Like maybe you have something like Snow Waddle, which can technically search, like your Riceros. But ultimately it's not like crazy. If you really want to go far, Ursicle is technically a consistency piece, but it's like not really. So as far as advantage goes, I would say this is like maybe like a 3. Maybe it's a 2 even, but like it's there. I don't know. It's just another Ricerage. Like I don't know. So I think 3 is definitely like where I'd put it at. I don't know if I'd ever give it a 2. 2 seems kind of low because again, you do have things like Narpoon. Yeah, you can play Rabbit. Like you have your Lichen Form, which you can do pretty consistently. You can add back things from the underworld. Like, yeah, you got Ursicle and Snow Waddle. So it's like there's enough pieces there to glue it all together to give it a 3. It's not a strong 3 for me, but I give it like a light 3, you know. But again, still pretty good, still pretty decent. Speed. Ooh, unfortunately, this is where I think this thing actually is crazy. 5. I think this deck is turbo nuts in terms of its speed. I think that like you can bring out 3 Rhinosects in 1 turn. I had it in the casual, I think the other night, the last week, that I had 2 Rhinosects dropped on me, and it was just game over. Like if you can bring out Moralith turn 1, which is immediate pressure and gets the pacing on your side. Cryovern can come down twice because of like stuff like the Frostix. This deck can all gas, no brakes. You can just push and push and push on that gas and be rewarded. It's insane. And that's particularly, I think, like one of the bigger strategies, or one of the bigger positives of this deck is that it is so strong in terms of its pacing, right? Tell me if you agree, chat. Yeah, play guys until something breaks on their side. Exactly. You can just apply pressure. This thing's pressure the deck, and Rhinosect is one of the best cards to do it in. Plus, on top of that, like this deck does not take a whole lot to get going. It takes like a Rhinosect and like a Rhino. That's to me, that's pretty fast. Narpoon also gets you there a little bit faster too, and it's a big old body. So I do like that a lot. In terms of speed, no problem saying this is a immediate 5. Elestral removal. Oh my god. Let's talk about Elestral removal, baby. If Earth is a 5, this deck is also a 5. 5 is crazy for this deck, and I'll explain why. Cryoblast is played in like everything. It's a good card generically into other decks. It's native inside of this deck, and it does not even feel that bad to play. Plus, your guys are Cryoblast immune because it's their Frost. It's kind of bad though, right? Like that's crazy. In addition, big bodies like a bomb, big bodies like Frostmite, cards like Rhinosect is just an Elestral pop if it's properly enchanted. It doesn't even have to be. Cryovern is huge, right? Like a negated Cryoling is still pretty big as well. Frigicub's not a slouch either with a 4 strategy. Catarant can hit over rabbits, which again is kind of the Nemesis thing. Narpoon's a 4. This card's a 6. Like, can I get an amen? This deck is pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy when it comes to Elestral removal. I think that Arcturus is also a big body that way too. So Elestral removal I think is a 5 all the way down. Robust, absolutely. Insane. All right, let's talk about rune removal. Okay, so again, if we're talking about rune removal inside of Elestrals, every card is MST, but I think this deck also suffers. This is actually one of the biggest low scores. Okay, Chelotl. I love Chelotl. Chelotl's so cute. So cute, but it's just not good rune removal. It's Shang-Chi Box from Yu-Gi-Oh! If you're familiar with that. It's just so weak. And then they kind of printed it again with Bremelinx. And so Brummelinx is kind of Shang-Chi box, but it's not as good because of Chilotl, unfortunately, because it has to Nexus. It's the only thing is it's a 5 body, so you can kind of just sit on it. So that's kind of rough, but it doesn't really do anything on its own. And then Blizzard only targets face down runes, so it doesn't even kill like one of the best, most prime targets for rune removal, which is like a which is divine runes and stadiums. On top of that, it's expensive. It's a 2, so it's like, yes, you want your frost spirits inside the underworld to get to things like Cryovern, but like you'd rather just put out a Moralith, which is like for the same amount of cost, you get like a big body to it, which is gonna like demand a response. That's pretty big, right? Yeah, 2.5. I think a 2. Like ultimately, I could even put this at a 1. I think this deck does not have like super reliable rune removal outside of its bodies, but like it's not the worst compared to other elements. So ultimately, it's like a 2 here is gonna bring this whole deck down quite a bit, and that kind of sucks. I think personally, because I think if it did have rune removal, like it's got like Indus form, but again, that's like kind of half right. It's like right there. I want to give it a 3. But I just can't. I can't in good conscience. Yeah, some answers, but are hard sells. Exactly. Like, yeah, again, like technically all these cards, again, go to the threat level, demand responses, but rune removal, it's just kind of missing. It's kind of missing from the deck, so it's going to bring down the score like a lot. Let's talk about Spirit Management. Spirit Management is also going to bring the score down just a little bit. A hot take on this, I think that Frost, unfortunately, doesn't Spirit Manage well. And it has nothing to do with the fact that like it obviously wants to have its spirits inside the underworld, but like this deck lives and breathes at like 6 spirits, which can be an issue for decks like Burn that can indirectly apply pressure, and also for decks that can potentially out your big board of like Moralith and Cryovern, and then have you there on like 6 spirits, and you're like, okay, I guess if I activate this counter rune, then I'm kind of dead. And then if you out my next big guy, I'm super dead, right? It's a very upfront deck. It wants to close out a game very fast, and it does not want to stay in the 3 to 4 spirit range like at all. Yeah, Spirit Management can be pretty rough. Yeah, like a 3 is also there. I could even say this could be even a 2 Spirit Management. The only thing that brings this thing up to a 3 Spirit Management is Catarant. Catarant saves this deck because you can go big body 1 turn and go Catarant a turn 2. And then if they don't out the Catarant, you can re-enchant the Catarant to recoup spirit cost. So it's like, and you can search the spirit off that. You can revive it back with Frost Sticks. Like Elephant is OP. Absolutely. Catarant's one of the best cards inside this entire strategy. You can add it back with a Keon if you want to. Like, it is really, really good. But also too, why it's also kind of going down in Spirit Management, it doesn't have really good Nexusing. Like Frost Nexus is a deck that you can play with like Chivalror and stuff, but you're almost better just playing big body turbo, right? And like relying on like Catarant to like when receive is pretty decent. So like I want to give it higher remarks because I think the Nexusing portion of Frost is really strong, but I'm gonna give it a 3, the attack points of Catarant, because it's like this deck is dangerous. You're constantly, ironically, you're constantly playing with fire, and well, you're really playing with Frost, but is constantly playing with fire, and like, and you one wrong move, and it's over. If you expend a little bit too much, it's over. If those nogs to spend on Frost Spirits don't amount to anything, that's kind of rough. And the fact that Rhydnef also, like this whole loop is also pretty expensive, can be somewhat of a detriment. So again, kind of a problem with my whole perception of this. I think Spirit Management a 3. I have a lot to say about Spirit Management in terms of Frost, but I think ultimately a 3 is like a very comfortable position. It's weird to say this, but I think that we have to evaluate it here because like it has better Spirit Management than something like Earth technically, like with like 3 here. But the only reason why I'm giving Earth such high remarks is because the Nexusing portion, like managing spirits on board, is really important. So that's kind of why these two are the same, if that makes any sense. So I think that's why Frost, I want to give it a 4. I have to give it a 3. So yeah, even though you run through spirits, it forces your opponent to keep pace. Exactly. So it's kind of also the big thing with that I see is that its low spirit count is like it's not a bug, it's a feature. Well, Rhino's a bug, but that's beside the point. I guess any questions there? So I feel like that's kind of a good metric for it overall. Let's talk about individual strength. Individual strength of each card, I think, is also up for debate because we have like Cryoling into Cryovern is pretty strong, but Cryoling itself is not particularly strong. Like Narpoon's decently statted and has a pretty big body, and Frostic's not really, but not really using it that way. Like it's hard to judge Frost based off of individual stats, except for specifically Rhynenth as a 5, because like they're supposed to be combo pieces. They're not supposed to be like evaluated individually. So like cards like Morlith, Cryovern, and Rhinosect obviously are huge. A bomb can get huge, and like Indus, it being small is kind of its feature. It's kind of its like good side. Obviously Arcturus is like Crab, it can get huge, right? And again, Frigid Cup's no slouch with a 4, and Catarant has a 3, which can hit over rabbits. So it's like I want to give the individual strength of these cards like a 5, like individually, but I think I can maybe align it better with like Earth as like a 4, because like it's got a lot of really heavy hitters in its 2-drops, but not a lot of heavy hitters in its 1-drops. It's almost like an opposite Wind problem. Actually, it's weird how a lot of these decks are mirrors of each other, where it's like Wind has a lot of good cards inside of its like 1-drops, but not a lot in its 2-drops. Like, right? Like realistically speaking, like the stat difference isn't like that big of a deal from the 2-drops in Wind to the 5 stat inside of like this guy's. Same with like Earth in some ways. But so Frost in terms of individual strength, I would say is like a 4. Like in terms of stats, like good, really strong because the point is the 2-drops. But like it's like the 1-drops just they're weak. They're weak from 1-drops. They're combo pieces. Right? Anyways, individual threat level. Let's move on to the next one. Individual threat level for this one, I think, is actually insane. I think I'd be comfortable putting this at a 3 or a 4. No, sorry, a 4 or 5. I think that like 5 might be it. Because like you do have to respond to all these things, right? You have to respond to Rhinosect. You have to respond to the Cryoling or the Cryovern. You probably have to respond to the Bomb. You don't want Indus to gain advantage. Rhynenth is prime Gorgon's food. You cannot let this thing activate, especially if you're afraid of the Rhinosect pop. Technically, things like Frost might even demand responses, right? Morlith is like the least of the effective responses because it's a big body, but it's very outable. That being said, though, it's like still a big body that can hit for a lot of damage, which is kind of nice. If Cryoblast obviously like is insanely strong and very scary as well. I mean, Frostix, in addition to that, like there's not really a lot of ways to stop on Frostix, but like Narpoon being able to search it or search into other cards, like Narpoon can also demand responses. So I think 5 is I'm pretty comfortable saying the individual threat levels are on par with Earth in terms of each power player inside the deck, like being something that you have to respond to. So that's just maybe my opinion, but I do think that's like a big portion of the strategy. And to kind of tie it all in here too, let's kind of like talk about it in terms of its stats. So Frost, rounding out the scores, we have 4 for consistency, we have 3 for its advantage, we have 5 for its speed, a 5 for removal in Elestrals, 2 for its rune removal, 3 for its spirit management, 4 for its individual strength of the cards, and 5 for its individual threat level. Meaning that the average score of this deck is going to be a 3.85, kind of putting it somewhere on 3.875, which is about on par with Wind, which is true. I think that, again, kind of tying it back to like some topping and some like more historical data, this deck effectively is topping pretty similar to Wind, and it's also bubbling very similar to Wind. It's not converting sometimes, but it is a very strong strategy that has a lot of tops, and also I think will continue to be a power player inside the meta, which I think is kind of the point of the 3.875, right? It's like it's definitely A tier, but not quite S tier, right? If we're trying to rank it more like quote unquote like in the tier list form, but definitely blows like stuff like water out of the water and freezes it over. So Frostbite plus Cryoblast outs almost everything. Also true. I technically cryoblast plus any of the guys also at everything, you know. So I think this is a fair assessment of Frost. Everyone check on your fems. Like, I think this is exactly what the Frost deck kind of does and does want to do best is stuff like this. And I think this is where I'm comfortable putting it at. It's like a very highly explosive strategy. It's a very strong strategy, and I view it very similar to Wind, where it is crazy strong. You cannot disrespect it, but it's just not as like it's just missing a few things the other top decks just do better, you know. And that's not a problem. That's not a problem at all. I think it can easily make up for those detriments in situational advantage, you know. So that's why I'm putting Frost. I think Frost is a very cool deck, very slept on deck for a while, and I'm glad that it's getting its flowers. Truthfully, I am. You know. Okay, so I think that at that point, we are about the halfway mark between some of our evaluations between next up Solar, next up Thunder, next up Fire, and next up Bears to kind of round out like how we would evaluate a kind of multi-class deck, if you will. So I think with that being said, let me put these scores on the screen here. That way we can kind of give a more well-rounded look to everything. That way you guys can kind of get a recap of where we're at right now in terms of like quote unquote the tier list of Elestrals inside the meta. And it's not too far off from kind of mirroring what we're seeing inside of a lot of these. This is the most recent app tournament stuff. But I feel like this is kind of a good little portion of it. So I'm going to take a quick break, get some more water, maybe munch on a little bit of food, and go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Everyone, you know what time it is. It's keys time, baby. We'll be right back. All right, BRB. Keys are watching the class. An add a note to my keys. Wait a minute. That's not supposed to happen. We're back, baby. Absolutely. All right. So hopefully, unfortunately, I'm interrupting the keys now. So that kind of sucks. Anyways. All right. So everyone, we checked on our FEMs and we frosted our tips. Now we're moving on to some of the more investigative elements. Solar, thunder, fire, and bears. Of course, as we know, once you master all 4 of the elements, solar, thunder, fire, and bears, you too can be the avatar. All right. So far we've ranked Earth as probably the best deck we've seen so far, with Wind and Frost not too far after. Water at a pretty measly 2.875, which again kind of does somewhat align with our tier list that we made previously. Once again, kind of the issue though is that we have a couple glaring problems with the tier list, and we'll kind of maybe rank those a little bit later. But anyways, yeah, a long time ago, the nations lived together in harmony until the asteroid attacked. Till the Thunder Nation. It would be Thunder in this Elestrals universe, unfortunately. Okay, so now we have effectively a little more of rankings that are, I would say, backed up by our results as well. We'll talk about that. And so now let's go into solar. Solar. I love talking about solar. I think solar is so cool. Beep. I think solar is really interesting because we can, like, there's a lot of different ways to slice solar overall. Solar as a deck is so fascinating to me. I think someone else pointed out earlier, which is that like solar is gonna have the score of water, but the tops of a niche frost list, right? It's just gambling, kind of. Like everything on here, its consistency, its advantage, its speed, it's like Elestral removal, it's rune removal, it's spirit management, and it's like all that stuff is so dependent on your foretells. Or if you're playing Nexus, the Nexus version of Solar, or God forbid the Artifact version of Solar, but the Nexus version of Solar also pretty independently shares some of the same issues. So we're going to evaluate the Solar deck by trying to combine the strengths of both and the weaknesses of both, right? Because like, yeah, doing the Hikari dance when I foretell and Soul Socks, I'm saying, it's like, this deck does need to go gambling. Like, let's go gambling. But the Nexus version kind of makes up for the bad parts of, okay, we'll get into it. The main thesis with Solar is that it has so many good tools available to it, but oftentimes can unfortunately conflict. The game plans for each of these cards are so individually powerful that most decks either wind up being two ofs of some of the best power players inside of the entirety of Solar, or completely two different strategies. And both of them have kind of similar weaknesses and also power level. This is the first time we're getting Solar, so the card pool is pretty small comparatively to the other strategies. But let's get serious. Consistency. All right, let's talk about consistency a little bit, because kind of the power players that you want to play inside of it are things like Ash Rabbit, Corvashine, Exaltus, which is pretty strong in itself. I think you also have anything else for consistency. Technically Neblio, technically Plucky, technically your Cows and your Soul Bells, which I can also say that's good, and First Light is all very, very powerful. And of course, our man Apollo, Boyo. Big Old Chicken is kind of the card that I think we do have to kind of address here too before we get into most of Solar. Solar's whole couple mechanics are revolving around Nexusing and Foretelling, which this deck does very well. Again, it is fairly consistent in terms of like your plays and starting plays look somewhat similar. You can Plucky for your Apollo. You can Foretell with that Apollo. You can Foretell with your Corvashine. You can Exaltus into that. You can also like Neblio into that. Like your first turn plays are either like Rabbit Pass, like every other deck, or you Foretell them to go nuts. And it can do that pretty consistently. Like you can stack First Light, expend a draw too, but it's like a little bit slow. It's like a little bit slow in terms of its advantage. So it's like consistent. It can consistently do the thing. It can consistently get into your soul stocks, right? It can consistently like turbo out a Lustragon. It can pretty consistently like search for your ethereals. That's pretty good. And it also can consistently get into Celestlio. But it's like, yeah, it's like when you pop, when you don't, you cry. Yeah, it's like, I need this Foretell to hit, or else I'm gonna expend myself. Literally the shirt, literally the meme. And I think because of that, I can't put the consistency more than like a 3. Like it's right on average, and it's like has to be where it is, because while I do think this deck can consistently foretell and consistently do stuff like soul stocks, for example, in my experience, it's just, and like it can set up its Nexus plays and its Lustragon stuff, but it's just like it's just not quite there. Feels bad. Let's talk about advantage. Best Frost card in the Daybreak, arguably. And its best solar card is a Moonrise. True, absolutely. Right, that's kind of the crazy part. And again, evaluation based off of what we have in the card pool. I think that solar will expand and get better as these other decks have had 3 sets to mature. But so far, I think what's crazy about solar is that solar is already at a state in which it's pretty mature in terms of its card pool. But it is like it's gonna get there eventually and just get better from here. So this is a good baseline for it to be at, but it's gonna be like it's gonna be so. You know, that does, so temper your expectations for solar. Advantage. Does it gain advantage? Actually, yeah. But yeah, give me your ID. Oh yeah. I'm handling it right now. I can do that. Hold. Let me just dox myself to Coda real quick. Word. Boop 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 boop. Which I really should just keep this on like a notepad to send it to people. Oh, we have to do it like this because it won't get routed otherwise. Because we gotta send it to a specific location, which kind of sucks. Blah, blah, blah. We live in the middle of nowhere. Boop. Okay, there we go. Oh, also in the United States. Lol. All right, perfect. There we go. It's not too good as slow, and the first light is going to the DMV. Yeah, no, absolutely, right? Like the speed of this deck is actually going to be probably kind of the issue. If I could get this thing 3s all the way down, I probably would too. So there's that. Oh yeah. Oh, you actually can just send it to this. Actually, this works. The has us use initials. It's kind of silly, right? Like they have me use initials for this, but that works. But yeah, that should be perfect. It'll get to me. All right, so let's talk about advantage. This deck can produce advantage. Again, the point is that Soul Bell can hit the soul stocks. Ash Rabbit can dig you into stuff, which is good. It can search you things. Technically, yeah, you can get Jolton, you get your vines like Plucky can get you into Apollo, which does give it off some good points. That's native inside the element is you can go Plucky to Apollo, which is good. Neblio can add first lights and can add itself, which is really strong. Exaltus can Nexus and can search, kind of conditional. And Corvashine is arguably one of the best consistency pieces or advantage gaining engines inside the deck. Except it stacks back on top of the deck. So it's like faux advantage. It's like advantage temporarily and then has recursive advantage as when you enchant more Solar Spirits to this card. It is good advantage. But on first time use, and again, it's kind of small, we'll get into the individual strength later, this deck is like not very good. right? In terms of like advantage, right? Technically, Glimbat, shoutouts to Spark It Counter Glimbat, is one of the better cards for the strategy in terms of its advantage. Even same with Cypremol. Cypremol is desperately one of the better cards in terms of advantage, just getting straight advantage and having a 4 body as a raw stat is pretty strong. Like Neblio kind of comes out that way, becomes a 3, and then if you have Apollo out, which most of the time you do, it's going to be an even bigger body. So that's like the weird trade-off. So I think advantage, unfortunately, for this deck is that I have to give it, once again, I wish I could get a half scores. I got to give it a 3. Like, I think it's about on par with Wind in terms of the fact that you can just have a billion cards in hand, or you can have like 2 cards in hand. Really, it just depends. Speed. This deck is dreadfully slow. I think this deck can ramp really effectively, but I do think this deck overall does suffer from the fact that you are delaying a lot of this stuff. Again, it's you're looking into the future. Elestrals, the new Elestrals mechanic Foretell allows you to stack cards on top of your deck and peer into the future with the powerful cards like Celestlio, Neblio, and First Light. Anyone watch the ad? So that is something that I think is really important to note, is that like your Foretells are really good in terms of your advantage. Again, things like Apollo can get there. Like you can technically get it. First Light can stack that as well. First Light's kind of consistency, but it's next turn and the next turn. So this deck ramps really well. Like it ramps pretty consistently. Like you'll get to your combos eventually if you're allowed to set up, but it's slow comparatively to the other strategy. Again, if I could give it a 3, I probably would. But because I think this deck is also pretty hard to play technically, and this is unfortunately where the technical bias kind of comes in, is that this deck does require almost pitch perfect play to be effective, right? Your Foretells, you have to stack your Foretells in such a way that you'll know the next turn, like how you're going to play it out, given the factors that you can predict on your opponent's side. So your mental strength and your mental fortitude also has to play a part in this, which I think is kind of rough, right? Like, just frankly speaking, I think this deck, like, is fast and can get to its win condition. But sometimes it just can't. And that sucks. Really sucks. I love Solar. Solar is so good and so cool. But, like, ultimately speaking, it's just, it's so disappointing that some of these cards already are just not very good. Okay, but that's kind of my big thing with it. So to kind of explain further too, I think that this deck is fast sometimes, but because of that and because of the pace that you do have to generally play inside this game right now, it's not great. That being said, the deck will mature, probably get faster, probably get a little more better for its win conditions. So, grain of salt here too. All right, Alestra removal. It's got a lot. Actually, it's got a pretty good amount of Luster removal. Lustragon's a pretty consistent way to pop guys and get rid of dudes. Cypremol boosts itself up, which is nice. It does have access to Helioliths and some 5s like Lumaru, which is strong. It's got one of the best beaters, unironically, with P-Gleam. It's Peem! I love P-Gleam. P-Gleams are like my favorite cards. I love it inside of 3s, and I'm so glad that like this card works the way it does. It's a threat. It's crazy. And it's a when receive, so it oftentimes pairs well with like a Nexus card. That means that you can typically out multiple cards on the board by having Peem go once and then multiple times over to make sure your smaller guys can get over. Very well designed card. I love P-Gleam a lot. However, that being said, it is like half Alestra removal, but it's still removal. Soul Stocks and the Cows are also Alestra removal in their way, which is pretty good in itself. So I don't necessarily think that cards like Celestlio are as reliable as Lustragon sometimes, but also can be Alestral removal. So the deck has removal in that category. So Alter Shenanigans is fun with it. It's so cool and it's great because like you can, the way the battle works in Elestrals allows you to really capitalize off the P-Gleam interactions. I love it. So Alestral removal, I'm okay giving it a 4. I think it has a lot of really good removal. And then same thing with rune removal. I think I'm okay with giving it a 4 as well, because it's the exact same thing. Every card that removes an Alestral removes a rune. It's just the flex option between it, except for P-Gleam. So with that regard, I actually probably could put it down to a 3. But it's like, but it's like that's about it, you know. That's kind of the problem I have with it. Is that like that flex spot can sometimes come up in like weird, mysterious ways. But overall, again, I keep on having to mention this, like because it's conditional, but also because of the maturity of the archetype not having like a lot of key players, it might take an extra set for this deck to pop off. Frost was the exact same way inside of set 2. Yeah, like more Frost is a pretty condensed strategy that's really strong, and the Frost Nexus stuff was pretty decent inside of set 2. It took an extra set for it to be like a really big meta power player and a ban list, but we'll forego the ban list talk for now, and instead talk about mainly the bigger card pool situation. So Solar, I'd say, is in a better position in its debut set than Frost. Absolutely, hands down. I think it's much better than it was, but it will mature over time in a way that will be very positive for the deck, and I'm excited to see. So there's that. Anyways, that's with the removal. That's with the spirit removal. It's awesome. Yeah, if you can actually get Celestio and Solar, it's a menace. But the problem is getting there. Exactly. Hence like the speed thing and the kind of the consistency thing. It's like the biggest detriment to the deck is itself, which is rough. So there's that. Okay, let's talk about spirit management. I actually could put this maybe even at a 5, but I'll put it at a 4. I think this deck actually has really good spirit management. It kind of just depends. Like you can play this deck almost completely mono solar. Shout out to Dialis. But you can also like Cybermaul can bring out Golden Fleece, and Golden Fleece can be enchanted from any spirits from your underworld. So that's kind of insane. In addition to that, you know, you have cards like Kaufmel, which is a slow card in itself, again with the speed. But Kaufmel, or my girl Mel here, is really good in the form that you are oftentimes wanting to ascend over it anyways, and it's a pretty decent stat body, so it's not going to always get hit. And the fact that if your opponent destroys it, it's like disincentivizing or de-incentivizing your opponent to do anything with it. So you are oftentimes going to get that heal, and it's not going to be by your opponent's choice. Like they're going to have to address this, and then you'll be able to heal back stuff. It's really good, very, very strong. Jotara in itself as well, the Nexus and Heal 2 comes up so much inside of the Nexus version, and sometimes inside of the cow version. And this is a really sick card too, because it pairs super well with the combo with Lustragon, but also it's like a great card in itself to sit on something like a Temple of the Sun, and it's a big body after that point. Like that's really strong. Soulstocks is an enchant from the underworld as well, so technically speaking as well, can be spirit management, similar to a Cybermaul. I want to give a shout out to Apollo Stack Ambrosia as well, because that is a common play that you can see inside of a lot of like better solar players, that they'll Apollo and then they'll add something, and then obviously they're like, you know, the Ambrosia's coming if you can foretell an Ambrosia, so you'll just stack it that we can have back to your hand anyways. So you can kind of pick and choose the pace in which you want to heal spirits back. And again, because you have such good ways of like stalling for time in a lot of ways, and like the defensive aspect of this deck, it ramps super well into getting to those foretell Ambrosias, as well as Kaufmel can heal back, and the Jotara stuff. It's the spirit management I have no problem putting it up for. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's kind of neat. It's kind of cute, but it's good. Okay, let's talk about this one. Individual strength. Man, this deck's weak. This deck is weak. I like this deck a lot, but I think that the problem with this deck is pretty apparent that Lumaru is the best card into this entire deck that you have to play mandatory 3 of. P-Gleam is maybe even a 3 of because of this reason. It's like the prevalence of big body beaters right now in the pace of the game kind of say that this deck is forced to play these bigger beaters, which eventually won't be the case. And while, yeah, it's Ascensions like Lustragon and Celestio, and even it's like stuff like, you know, Falaferis, shout outs to my goat Falaferis, and Heliolith are very strong. The 1-drops aren't very strong. Neblio's best whenever it's like a 4 or a 5, and it typically can and will be with Apollo or Temple of the Sun, which is really strong. Or hey, if you have Golden Fleece out or something, right? Like Neblio can pose an offensive threat, and oftentimes does, which is kind of a benefit, but it has to get there. And by itself, when it comes out, it's a 3. So if you're playing the keep away game in terms of like Neblios at a couple cards past. Like, it does get better over time. Again, the ramp and the speed, it's pretty slow, but it's like just okay. Plucky's a pretty good defensive card overall. It's not great, but it's pretty good. Same with Soul Bell. Soul Stalks is very strong. I think Soul Stalks, even being a 4, is not a big detriment. It's 7 defense is really hard to get over. Pairing that with the Temple of the Sun, impossible. Almost impossible to get over. Cyphermel, very strong. It's a 4, but also busts itself up and it's immune to destruction in some level, so not a slouch there. Helios is okay. Kaufmel, very similar, good defensive deck is this card, this strategy. But overall, it's 2 big power players in terms of its stat line, like is Lumaru and Peegleam. I'm kind of purposely not talking about Corvishine or Exaltus here, because I think these cards, like being 2s and 4s, being 2 4s and 3 2s, are like probably its biggest detriment. If Exaltus was a 4-1, this card would be insane. If Corvishine was a 1-5, insane. But it's not, and they're not. So Corvishine is going to be hit by almost everything, and hit over by everything without almost any contestation. You don't even have to really expend a lot. You just have to drop something that's bigger than a 4, or something boosted, and that's like it's going to get over and feels bad. And then Exaltus being a 3 means that it's not directly a threat, but it's like the Vertuka thing where it's like strong initially and then it just gets worse over time, or not necessarily in that way, but in terms of its stats. So like, again, its strongest soldiers being Lumaru and Peegleam are pretty telling, because one, a very strong statted card that's effectively a water Elestral, and Peegleam, which is the best boy. So yeah, I mean, it's not great. It's not great out here. So individual strength of the cards, I would say in terms of stats is probably going to be like a 2. Definitely hurts the deck, and now we're back at 3. Got it. Weird how that happens, right? So let's talk about individual threat level. Kind of similar case in why this deck goes down a little bit, but is like kind of just okay, is that the individual threat level of this deck is so hard to manage, right? So yeah, the cock raising, exactly. That's kind of the problem too. It's not going to do its any favors at all. It's crazy. But like, okay, so each of these cards aren't necessarily similar to Frost threats in themselves right now. They could be. Again, this is expanding card pool stuff. But if you do allow this deck to set up, it can get very powerful. Any of the Ascension lines, like the threat level like Celestlio and Lustragon, are so huge that I'm almost tempted to give this thing a 4 because of it, but I cannot do it. Like, cards that require responses in this deck are Lumaru, Peegleam, Plucky, just based off the fact that you have to stop the Apollo because that's how they get the deck engine going. Soul Stalks is very scary, and Soul Bell is very scary. So like Soul Bell, First Light, Apollo is near death, and Plucky gets you into all that, which is crazy. Neblio can get you into all that, which is wild. And Celestlio is also game ending. Lustragon is game ending. And then obviously Lumaru and Peegleam are game ending. Kaufmel is also kind of like a hazard. It's not like you have to respond to it, but it's annoying, right? And a lot of these cards are kind of just like that. They're annoying. They're not really like threats in the form that you like really have to deal with them now. But it's like they don't require responses, but they also kind of do. It's again so strange. You let this deck set up, it'll clean your clock. Otherwise, you're dancing around it. You're dancing around said clock. So I think individual threat level 3. Oh, and look at that. We're averaged out to a 3. Pretty precisely where I'd put this deck at the moment. And it's so fun to think about, right? And you can compare that to like a similar score to Water in terms of its 2.875, and it's a 3 score here on Solar. And it's like explains the random tops it gets every so often with its toolbox strategies, its Nexus strategies, or it's like its Foretell strategies. But it's pretty close in terms of the fact that it's like the weaknesses are pretty rough, right? So once again, I think we're reaching the same conclusions here that like Solar good, but Solar conditional, and Solar good and Solar will get better. But man, oh man, is it just like, it just so depends on the strategy. A lot of really great tools inside the deck. You can see that a lot of the tools are pretty decent overall. And it's got a lot of good things going for it, but its big hindrances being its speed, the strength of the Elestrals, and the fact that the consistency and advantage aren't quite there means that it keeps itself out of the upper pendulums, or upper pantheons, right? Give solar one drop that helps control the one. I kind of agree. Yeah, control the opponent. That'd be kind of sweet. I think if you could like it's depend. I think the foretelling is the problem for me. I think the foretelling is such a cool mechanic. I think foretelling is like really fun to play with, and I love playing the cows foretell solar deck. But ultimately speaking, I think that the deck does kind of lack the ability to stack better and to get your foretells better. Like if you could just hit better things off your foretells, then that'd be sick. But we're gonna need a little bigger of a card pool for it. So yeah, give Toller an extra turn spell. Oh, that would be insane. Yeah, an extra turn. Like let's say it's a 2-cost invoke rune that gives you an extra turn, like an extra main phase. I think, or an extra draw into main phase. I think that's what you have to do, right? Solar is tier if tier was mid. That's kind of true. I don't mind playing slow for a higher ceiling. Doesn't have anything in engine that helps slow. That's true. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, controlling the opponent and controlling like tempo is the thing that Solar struggles with, because in theory it can go fast. It just can't slow the pace down back to itself. So if you're forced to play at your opponent's speed, oftentimes that's a detriment. But if you're able to keep pace and use your counter runes and use your counter runes more effectively to control the board, that's easily one of the ways that the Solar goes, right? And Solar can win here. So I agree. I think that like, yeah, a Mudlet, an Equilinx, a P-Gust, like something like that would be crazy. And also you're right, would allow you to control the board and control the tempo a lot better. So yeah, Q brings up a good point that like one of the biggest things this deck is missing is its ability to tempo regulate and adjust its speed. And that's something that we haven't talked about in the other decks too, that their decks are kind of playing at like their own paces. But Solar is really good at playing at its own pace. And it's all advantage. Exactly. Trish, literally the GOAT, Trish was talking about like when evaluating Solar, people like, he's like, Solar's good. And everyone's like, you're crazy. Solar's not good. And he was like, no, Solar is just advantage. Everything in this deck gets you advantage. And that's so true. But the advantage is conditional. And also, it sometimes just does not work. And also, again, if you're being outpaced by your opponent, that can be kind of a problem. Oh well. So there's that, and that's kind of unfortunate. So okay, real quick here, we're gonna move on to Thunder, but Solar is a 3 consistency. It's a 3 advantage, 2 speed, 4 Elestral removal, 3 for its rune removal, 4 for its spirit management, 2 for its individual strength, 3 for its individual threat level, and averages out to about a 3, which is kind of fine. Blink, 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 blink. Exalto searches the new lunar for Fox line. It does. Isn't that crazy? I love it. It's kind of cool. And also, that deck's gonna be broken. Let's go Farrageist. I think Solar is gonna sit there for a second. Give me one moment. I have to go turn on my AC. I'm burning up alive. And I kind of forget it resets here. So you guys are gonna get keys for a little bit. Back to keys. Boop. I'll be right back. A little short break. All right, we're back. All right, so we're talking about previously the Solar stuff. I had to turn my AC. My AC was cranking off. So let's discuss. I'm working on a list for that deck. My God, the amount of non-lunar cards you can run is like 0. It's kind of crazy, right? Because even the lunar stuff is like really strong in itself. So I'm going to start on Farrageist. True, Josh is actually going to break Farrageist. I will hold my judgment as I heard it before with Solar. However, it's a little scarier than Solar. because Pharaoh Guys is such a crazy payoff. But you know what? I think from one teacher to another, I'll trust your curriculum here. And absolutely when that comes out, everyone subscribe to the channel as well, by the way, if you haven't, or follow us on Twitter at the Knots or Swole at Swoleax as well for more updates. All right, let's talk about Thunder. So real quick to recap as we're here, I think that it's important to note that we're kind of we're a little over halfway done now, and we're getting into some of the more I would say 9/11 tiers of decks. So at the moment we can't assess. So big elephant in the room. There's no lunar on this list. I think it's pretty obvious why we can't discuss lunars, because we don't really have the card pool right now is so small, and we're getting all the reveals up until the end of the month. So maybe we can revisit this topic towards then. We have to revisit so many topics, the cookie thing, and now lunar when it goes to this grading scale. But I think overall, we are now getting into Fire and Thunder, the two decks that I think were the most like question mark going into Daybreak format and kind of going into these webcam tournaments and these app tournaments and these case tourneys. It's like, can these decks perform? Do they have the tools necessary? And how will they do against the meta? Right? And into that scope, I think we are now into the more interesting portions of this dissection, and maybe the dissection that we really should have been doing from the start is literally just, is Fire and is Thunder a good deck? Yes, no, why? And how does that kind of all tie together? So we're really at kind of what I wanted to talk about in this entirety of this whole stream, and kind of why we're here for this whole stream. And I think we're going to grade Thunder. We're going to evaluate Thunder really quick. And then we'll talk about the meat and potatoes. I know we're like 3 hours into this lecture, and we have meat and potatoes are now at the very, very end. But again, I swear it's important. Thank you guys so much for sticking around too, and for being here for so long and dealing with me yap. I really do appreciate every single one, especially the people who are lurking or kind of just like chilling out or being active here in chat and talking to me, because I do think that ultimately speaking, a lot of these decks are good baselines, and it's interesting to kind of use this exercise as a way to prove what we've already been feeling about the current meta, about the card pool available, and kind of just a deck evaluation in general, like how we should be talking about and looking at decks. But honestly, what the kind of the bigger truth of this matter is that we have a couple big question marks in these two strategies specifically. Thunder and Fire were unproven up until a certain point, and Thunder has proved itself, and Fire we'll get to as to why maybe Fire hasn't proved itself. But let's talk about Thunder real quick as a strategy, and then we'll talk about the last two elements being Fire and Bears. So Thunder, let's talk about Thunder. Thunder is, I think, hands down, by far, full stop, the best spirit type in Elestrals. Shocker, shocker. Hot take, Swoleax. Listen, it has literally everything. It is near and dear, almost the perfect deck in every single shape and form. And it's like not even funny. It's not even funny. I'm sticking around just for your Fire grades. Quite literally, I think it's going to be really interesting, and I have a lot to say because I've had a lot of thought about Fire more recently. Stream is very chill and educational. I always go back and deck building theory at different times of the stream. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Keys, for saying that. It does actually mean a lot that you guys like this stuff too, which is awesome. So I really do appreciate that. Let's see what else we have to add in here. Like, we probably should add Phosphocell. We definitely need to add Quackle. We gotta add Platypulse. We got an Imperial, Reveal of Imperial, Rice Surge, Rice Arrows, Sonicore, Sparkit. Well, you got to talk about Sparkit. Toxion, Full Tempest. Oh my God. Race, Thunderstorm, Zeus, Thunderbolt, and Mount Olympus. Am I forgetting anything? Okay, let's discuss. Look how many cards there are. This deck has more cards that are useful than Earth. That's insanity. Absolute insanity. Let's talk about consistency. This deck can natively play one of the best consistency tools and play 3 of the best consistency tools inside of the entire game, getting you your generic quote unquote options immediately inside of archetype. You have Jolton to search Mount Olympus, which makes every single card a 5, and it matters. Elechick gets you Zeus, the best divine rune inside the entirety of the game. Arguably, I mean, there's maybe it could be Demeter or Artemis. And then you have Astro Rabbit, which is the best Celestial inside the entire game, almost period. It's native inside of its own element, and you can potentially Nexus and Circle the Sky and Altar of Stars way to more advantage more frequently than other decks. Thunder as a deck is the best Altar deck because you are playing so much Thunder that your prompts off Rabbit, and technically even Toxion, are going to happen all the time. It's the mascot of Elestrals. Absolutely. Absolutely. So in terms of its consistency, it is not even close. This is a 5. It might even be the first 5. No, Wind is the first 5. Okay, and I can agree with that. Thunder and Wind kind of go together hand in hand. Elechick's first effect, fun Elestrals history for you guys. I know this isn't Elestrals history 101. This is Elestrals math 102. History is down the hall with that other guy. But Elechick's first effect, the prototype Elestral, used to search a wind because it was missing. Isn't that cute? It was missing. It was searching a wind. That's so funny. If you want to know why we don't have a wind searcher, it's this guy's fault. Oh well. Turns out it just searches the best cards inside of the entire game. So, Professor History, exactly. Wait, that's actually clever. Hold, that's super clever. Incredible. Yeesh, I know, right? Incredible. So, 5. I can give this thing a 5. Advantage! Okay. Do I really gotta say it? Astraba gets you card advantage. Elechick gets you card advantage. Jolden gets you card advantage. Ampup at the very worst gets you card advantage. Oh my god. Funglow can bring out Brontoglow with it, which is another type of advantage. It's crazy. Spark It, RIP. Once upon a time, literally the savior of the format in a lot of ways, like holding back 5s from the floodgates. Spark It was also advantage. It just took it away from your opponent super consistently. Isn't that wild? You also have like Likeable in here too, which I didn't really include. But Likeable is like one of the worst cards inside the archetype. But it discards from your opponent. What's the deal? That's wild. It's so nutty. Yeah, I got hit by Spark It like 2 to 3 turns in my first game of Elestrals ever. That actually feels terrible. I remember doing that a couple times and being like, maybe Spark It is the problem. But either way, it is wild to me the amount of advantage this deck ultimately gains. Every single card in this deck is a searcher, and it's like, and again, reinforces itself more consistently by making sure you don't have to like particularly even spirit dilute. It's wild. Incredible. Every single card. So to that end, advantage 5. Speed 5. I don't even have to really explain this too much. The deck can ramp up like an absolute MF. Like it can, like an absolute MF. The biggest MF. You can either drop Arcolith to temporarily take a turn back and drop Arcolith and instantly gain back the speed, which is crazy. Toxion can control tempo and actively put pressure on your opponent without even doing anything. You can combine Toxion counter runes for turns on end and win games completely off of that, right? But Riceros can slow down the game to your capacity to even like go into Ricerage or ascend over to bigger bodies, which is crazy. Quackle is a tempo card in the form that it also is a live target, so it kind of threatens removal, but it speeds the deck back down to your pace. After you have like 3 spirits, you go Quackle down to 2, you heal back to 5. That's tempo control, that's speed control, and it can do that at will. We haven't talked so far about decks that can change gears and gear shift at will, because Thunder is one of the best ones to do it. Thunder can slow down the pace when it wants to. This deck dictates the pace. Literally in the race to the top, Thunder cannot be beat. Other decks can dictate the pace based off of their own cards, don't get me wrong, but Thunder inherently by its design allows its player, and again the player expression, to do that. And it's not even close. It slows itself down with Rabbit, but also technically speeds itself back up. It's so fast in terms of getting to its win condition. It can slow down the pace of stuff like Boombat, with Quackle, with Toxion, and it still can apply pressure when it's slowing the pace down. And that is the true beauty of the speed of Thunder. Instantaneous, baby. Can I get an amen? All right, so that's kind of the problem with with Thunder 2 as well, is that it does have that. Because holy God almighty. But we have some other thing to talk about. Let's go, Teklo. Hello, good to see you. Good to see you. Missed the entire lecture? That's A-okay. We'll quick recap before we talk about the best deck inside the entirety of the game. We have been going on, and I've been having a lot of thoughts about the Elestrals decks in terms of like objective measures. It took me a while to think about this, and fire really was the catalyst. It was the fire that lit it under my butt. But a couple weeks ago, I placed the elements inside this little tier list here. And this was kind of just a gut feeling based off of like some initial testing. This was before a lot of the Daybreak meta kind of came about. But my idea here was just that there was a lot of things in the investigation, and maybe as well to kind of prove the most recent tournament results that we've been kind of seeing. Can we analyze these decks and place them in ways based off the tools they have available to them to kind of justify and kind of explain their placements and kind of how they are right now? And that's how we can also rank them. And that's the idea. But best deck in the game is 40 copies of Coastal Lith. True. Go. That's my goat. Go to Lith. True. But overall, this is how I'm ranking each of the strategies, averaging the score out in this list. So this lecture is trying to accomplish a couple things. The first is evaluate these decks with these metrics on a scale from 1 to 5 per categories. Second is trying to prove our hypothesis based off of tournament results. And then the third is to see what these decks could use in terms to fix the strategy, and potentially can maybe explain why the decks and the scores are also this low too. So there's that. So splashability should be a metric. If splashability is a metric, there's only 2 decks that really do it well, which is awesome. In terms of rune removal, so it's only a 3 in rune removal because it only has 1 card similar to Wind, but that card being Equilinx is so powerful. That kind of makes sense, right? Hopefully. But yeah, I'm gonna use Coastal Lith for my water spirits. True. All right, so currently we're back on Thunder, and we're currently ranking Thunder 5s all across the board because holy God, but effectively this is it. So in terms of consistency, it's a 5. Advantage, it's a 5. Speed, it's a 5. Elestral removal. Okay. This is actually one of the biggest faults about Elestrals. So it does have native removal in the form of Race to the Top, and that is somewhat somewhat dependent on Mount Olympus, right? And every single guy that it brings out more consistently, other than not, is like a 5, and or also with the Zeus, the Elchik, it's like a 7. Alternatively too, the 4 bodies are no slouches, and even like the weakest Elestrals inside here, like Platypulse, Funglow, and Quackle can easily, very consistently, and very easily like combat a board. And then Boombat. Boombat's native to Thunder. You don't even have to necessarily even ascend. Again, we talked about like the tempo slowing down and speeding up. Arcolith is huge. Boombat is also like rune removal is Elestral removal in itself, right? So between Race to Top, Boombat, all the guys being 5s, and your Zeus Elchik stuff, Arcolith being huge, Platypulse even kind of helping that too in a weird way. I would say this is also, unfortunately, a 5. Rune removal. Well, if only we had something to... Oh yeah, Native Thunderstorm. Target and destroy a rune. This, I would say previously was like, and it is somewhat expensive. That's the only thing I can dock it points for. Like this is probably the first like 4.85 that I could give it, right? It's like so close to being like, I have to evaluate this card. Oh, by the way, Imperial is also removal. It's like one of the only things that like I can say this deck like is kind of a hindrance is that it's a two drop MST, which is not amazing, but typically is worth it. And it's always gonna be worth it because you can snipe out things like Divine Runes, like any sort of back row. It's free off an Arcolith, and the fact you have Quackle to help recoup spirits. It's like if you had like how water decks and other decks use Nectar of the Gods, and then you Quackle it back for those spirits to kind of make up the spirit differential. Thunderstorm is kind of like that. It's not an always good card, and again, I think has diminishing returns, but it is insane. On top of that, why do you need rune removal when you have Sonicore? Sonicore is Jinzo, but Sonicore is almost better than Jinzo in the way that there's less removal inside of this game than there was in Yu-Gi-Oh! So Sonicore is a really hard guy to out, and typically is a game ender in itself. I think it's the second best outside of Arcolith for its like Thunder Ascension line. And even then, like Imperial being like the third or fourth best is also removal and very hard to out. So Sonicore, like you don't need to really have removal when you just don't have to deal with them. Alternatively though, because every single guy you have demands a response, it's also kind of rune removal. It's the first deck that we can say like is like similar to Earth where it has like that rune removal. But it just has native Thunderstorm actual rune removal too. That makes sense? So High Tide unfortunately makes Sonicore unplayable. My Sonicore counter, High Tide, a 2 cost for a 2 cost. Crazy, but kind of true in a weird way. Like Eddie also invalidates Sonicore, so it's not like super great, but there's like that. Anyways, I'm kind of yapping about the like kind of glazing Thunder here a little bit, kind of slabbing its slong, but like removal for rune removal, I kind of want to give it a 4, honestly. But like, because it's like not amazing rune removal, but it's definitely better than the rest of the strategies. So I'll give it a 4. I'll be fair and say that it's like that it's the strongest rune removal, also because it doesn't take up your normal cast. So for that reason, I could give it a 5. But like, this is crazy, right? If you rate Thunder over Earth, I'll be kicking off the channel. It's true. It's so true. Thunder has had more tops and more performances, and Thunder is Thunderstorm is searchable now. Exactly. Thunder is better than Earth, and it's wild. It's not going to be by much though. That's kind of there'll be some points docked here and there, but it's gonna be pretty significant. I'll just spoil that right now. Yeah. People stop playing Earth when conversion rate wise Earth takes over. Kind of true. Somewhat. I mean, like, again, I'll have to pull up the metrics from the past couple of tournaments. But yeah, like the Thunder has been performing. And so is Earth too. Like Earth's like the next best deck, absolutely. So where was I? All right. Spirit management. Well, it's kind of weird. I think this does have one of the best healers in the game in forms of Quackle. It's not cryoblastable. It also is like the best healer in terms of like it's 3, right? I think ban, Quackle, yada yada yada. The best card inside the healer stall strategy. Technically, Arcolith is also kind of a healer in terms of spirit management. Put this down to you. You. Sure, that works for me. All right. So yeah, what was that? Arcolith is kind of also spirit management and spirit like healing in a weird way, being able to re-enchant stuff onto the board, which is super nice. The big star of this is also you have a flex spot, again, going back to the like tempo control issue, is that like Toxion, Voltempest, Quackle all kind of create this weird case where you can simultaneously burn your opponent and heal your opponent. Oh, I forgot about Galvenom. Galvenom's also destruction. Crazy. And that's kind of like insane, right? You have the random flex option to be burning your opponent and apply indirect pressure, and then also to heal yourself back up at one of the best defenders inside the entire game. It's wild. It's It's wild. I love it. They've got it all. They really do. They have pace control. They have excellent spirit management. You can play mono Thunder as well. That's a very similar thing to Earth too. But I think it better than Earth because they have an in-archetype native healer that's a 1-drop, and it's crazy. So to that end, while spirit management for Earth is a 4, spirit management for Thunder is actually on par with Water. It's not as good as Water, but it has like the other strengths in other ways where it's just another Quackle. Doesn't quite work. All right, let's talk about the individual strength. Okay, so this actually is where the deck can see some docks because the individual strength of the cards, while very strong in terms of their stats, like the 4s are no slouches. I keep on saying that. Like they can definitely hit over a lot of bodies, like 70% of the card pool. They do need stuff like Mount Olympus and Zeus. They're pretty dependent on these things to actually pose like bigger threats. Cards like Arcolith and like Sonic Orb, 2 common Ascension lines, are also very strong. And yeah, Quackle is a 3 defense body that gets boosted by Mount Olympus, which is again pretty strong in itself. But ultimately, that's like not super great. Because they're all kind of tiny too. Like again, even like back in the day, Spark, it was kind of rough. You did utilize and need cards like Altar of Stars and also like Tsunami to really hammer home and control the board. Otherwise, you're going to get contested by most 5s, and their defense stats are small enough into where you can get Cryoblasted out of the moon. Inside of Swiss and also inside of my top 4 with Sky Guy, he was playing Cryoblast, and Cryoblast was like literally we were just trading Cryoblast back and forth to destroy cards on the field because most of the power players inside of Thunder are Cryoblastable, except for specifically Astrabbit and Quackle, right? And it goes for the smaller guys too, like Funglow or Platypulse, some of the more niche cards, is that these cards are just like, they just look so puntable, you know? That's kind of the problem. Again, it circumvents the fact that you have Olympus, and once again, that is like directly searchable with one of the best cards. This loop is extremely powerful, yada yada. It can be kind of a problem, and also to its detriment too, like Race to Top can sometimes hurt you in that way, because if your opponent's on Thunder, you're playing Thunder Mirror Match, the Race to Top stuff is super, super strong. So Rice Harris doesn't die to Cryoblast. That's also true. Rice Harris does not die to it. It's like beneficial, but more of like the niche cards in terms of the power players. So that's kind of rough. So individual strength of the cards overall, I would say is a 4, because yes, like you will get to your Olympus, you will get to your Zeus. Again, the consistency and the advantage of the deck just kind of plays into it. But there's no 5 here outside of Rabbit, which is probably a good thing. If Thunder had a 5, then yikes. Vulgari's is situational. Bronaglow is good, but situational. Unk is really strong, but situational. So it's like they're like halfway there. And again, this would be another 4.5 situation, but I think I'm okay with giving it a 4 in terms of individual strength because they're just not crazy, you know? They're not super crazy, which I think kind of aligns it with like Frost, which I can definitely see Frost, or I can definitely see it like aligning with Earth and Water. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. Okay, so let's talk about Thunder other in terms of its last little metric here, and that's going to be individual threat level. Do these cards pose individual threats? Unfortunately, yeah, kind of. They're not necessarily individual threats. Like Toxion is like a threat in itself, like it's the burning spirits, but then Jolton getting you the advantage of Olympus, Elchik getting you Zeus, Astrabbit getting you anything, Arcolith, you can't let Arcolith stick around, you can't let Boombat stick around. Like you can't let anything stick except for specifically Quackle. Quackle's a one and done that might get ascended over into Arcolith or Sonicore, but ultimately speaking, it's just kind of also maybe food for Race to Top. Not like food, but like, you know, like target for Race to Top in terms of like destroying cards on your opponent's side of the field. But the point is that this deck can ramp really effectively. It's really fast, and you can get outpaced if you don't control the board and don't have responses to Thunder. But they're not like insane threats on their own, and that's kind of the point. Again, that's like the oddly enough the weird give and take is that yes, you do have to control the board against Thunder, but Thunder is just as good at controlling the board back. So it's like, it's just easily a situation where you have to respond, but you also just might not have to, depending on how the rest of the game goes, right? And it's such a weird thing to explain because, like, yes, they are threats. Yes, Jolden's a threat. Yes, Elchic's a threat. Yes, Toxion's a threat. Yeah, Griffuse is definitely a threat. But, like, they are, and they also kind of aren't because of their stats and because of the fact that you kind of have to see, like, Race to Top with Mount Olympus can be kind of rough, but this can also be outed by the stadium stuff. Zeus is really good and is insane, especially with Alter, etc. But, like, if you have, like, rune removal, it can be taken care of. Like, there's counterplay here. It's just that, like, you are gonna have to respond, and I want to give it a 5. I really do. I really want to give this guy a 5. Like, okay, if I give it a 5, what's the score gonna be at? A 4.75? What if I give it a 4? 4.6? Chat, you might have to be the tiebreaker on this one. How would y'all do it? Would you say a 4 or a 5 here? I want to give individual threat level a 4, but I also want to give it a 5. You know, like, I really want to give Thunder a 5 because the threats are very real, but it just feels wrong for some reason. And maybe I have to evaluate that, you know, based off of my metrics. But it's like, wow, you know? Yeah, some of its part is greater. That's a great way of putting it, right? It definitely, like, the synergies is definitely there, right? I don't know. It's crazy. Viscerus gives Earth the edge in the category specifically, right? Like, it doesn't have, like, Viscerus. It doesn't have, like, an Equilinx. It used to with Spark It. Spark It, I think, would easily take this category and make it a 5, right? But, like, yeah, exactly. Like, no one card in Thunder is insane by itself. Like, maybe Unk, but it's also situational. Toxion is, like, the closest thing, oddly enough. It's, like, the only card that does it. Oh, that and Ash Rabbit. Like, yeah, Ash Rabbit's, like, the best card in the game. But it's weird, man. It's weird. It's so weird to say that, like, the perfect deck, most perfect deck in the world just doesn't have everything. God, I hate it. Dang. Anyways, I think we can skip ahead a little bit in this remix. Okay, perfect. Yeah, glad we can't splash colors together. True. Where the cookies? Hey, how's it going, Jay? Good to see you. I miss the cookies. We actually were just talking about bringing back the cookie thing for Moonrise, and I cannot wait. I absolutely cannot wait. Oh, wait. Yeah, is it equal or better in Demeter than, yeah, Zeus is probably better than I would say 90% of situations. They're pretty comparable, but they're just kind of different, right? Zeus is better only because if you have multiple Elestrals on the field, you can typically, like, threaten twice. But Demeter is going to make sure that, like, Demeter, because all of you guys are big in general, it doesn't really come up. It's like a weird, like, 99% of the thing, right? So, the new card debuted. I actually haven't seen the new debut card he had. This mother. I had Titanostrike, the little meme card I made the meme card that I made the little post for, and I sent it to him like, hey, do you want to see, like, this thing? And he's like, oh, I already saw this at A-Drive's house. I'm like, it's crazy. It's so funny. And then he revealed, like, the new card today too, which I think is so cool. I like it. That's in a short too. I really respect it, but I haven't seen it yet. I have not seen it yet. I saw a message about it, but I haven't seen it. So, anyways, let's recap Thunder. So, Thunder is arguably the best deck inside of Elestrals, hands down. Hands down, unfortunately. I think it's a 5 in consistency. It's a 5 in advantage. It's a 5 in speed. It's got Elestral removal at the wazoo. It's got rune removal too, which is not great, but it's like, it's definitely, like, there. And And then spirit management wise as a 5 is just so true. 4 for its individual strength is about right, and a 4 for its individual threat level, which again could easily be a 5, but like it's just so situational. Crazy. Best deck in the room by far. Like again, even if I put the rune removal down to 3, 4-5. It's a 4-5. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. It's wild to me that like even that much detriment to the deck, because again, it does have the Thunderstorm payoff, which I would argue is not that bad. At a 3, like comparatively to the rest of the deck's rune removal, it still almost leaps and bounds better, and just the smallest little bit puts that like way above. I'll actually bring it down to a 3 in terms of counter rune removal, despite the fact that every card does demand a response, which is going to be like kind of like increasing that score back up. I do think that unfortunately, I'll have to kind of take my own feelings out of it and my own love of Thunderstorm and put the rune removal for this card or for this deck down to a 3. Yeah, Sonic Core is really good, but maybe just too situational. Again, maybe that's why I put it above. It's so hard to tell. Like, and Volt Tempest doesn't really care about runes either. I have to put it back up to a 4. What am I talking about? Wow, Professor Swolax. So indecisive. So troubled. So tired. And now, speaking of tired, Shaka Khan, baby. We gotta go through the fire, to the limit, and to the wall. All right. Let's talk about fire. So up until this point, we have discussed and we have talked about every single element inside of the game of Elestrals, except for fire. Now, why is that? Why have we decided to put fire last? This whole entire 3-hour quick little lecture is all in service of getting to fire as our element of big discussion. Josh, if Josh is here, then he'll kind of speak and attest to this. Fire has been the biggest question mark on my brain after Thunder. Immediately after Thunder's improving itself, I'm like, where's fire? I took Fun Guide to the most recent app tournament. And that's this brave, handsome soldier right here at the Fun Guide level. But ultimately, fire, if I didn't troll and I had my side deck in my main deck, like Trish said it best, Trish was like, I think Soul's trolling, I think his good cards are in a side deck. Absolutely true. My games 2s and 3s into this app tournament, I was either winning or they were close, which led me to believe that like if I just entered with the Fire Argo, a Fargo strategy, I think this deck could have easily topped, if not won, the entire event. I do think that highly of Fire, and it's weird, and you'll see exactly why here in a moment of why that's so conflicting in terms of its thing. Fire has one of the smallest card pools inside of the entirety of the game. It's easily one of the weakest elements inside the entire game, but it puts up results. Or it can put up results. And I do believe that. And practically no one is playing it. For a lot of reasons. So let's go back to the tier list real quick. So when I talked about this tier list a little while ago, I said this was kind of the catalyst for this too. Like we're trying to answer a few questions. In this 9-11 tier, you can see that it has 2 different elements inside of it, fire and thunder. That's on purpose, right? Obviously, this lecture is kind of structured behind the fact that we hit these 2 elements last. We hit it from the back last, right? And it's like, well, sometimes first. But like, the point is Thunder, I think, was a big question mark until taking it to events and proving itself and seeing the tops and seeing the conversions and winning with it ultimately. And then that kind of scratched the itch in the back of my brain that I think a lot of other players were also having, saying, Thunder's got a lot of great tools post the ban list. I don't really understand what's going on here. And then Fire, I think, was immediately after that on my brain. And so I toyed with Fun Guide, and even while playing Fun Guide, I, utilizing the mushrooms to their fullest potential, I was able to see so clearly. My brain was foggy. I was following the wisps, and I could see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it was glowing red, a deep coal burning red. specifically leading me to the fact that fire is a good deck? That's kind of the short of it, right? But the answer is it has no proof of it outside of a third place finish most recently inside of an Elestrals case tournament. Non-premier event, but still an event nonetheless with a lot of pretty powerful players and a lot of good prep to go into. And also the only element left to talk about in the 9-11 tier. Right? Fun Guide inside Fire Next is actually really good. I kind of, it has synergy. Like it's not the best, but it does have synergy, I think. And it's kind of a neat little strategy. But yeah. So effectively with this tier list and with this, we do have to talk about fire. And fire allowed me also to see allowed me to try to establish these criteria for grading the other decks. And then maybe we can see particularly why why the other decks are converting so well. And maybe does fire fall but like in a solar type? Does it fall within frost or wind? Or is it like water, where it's just kind of bad? So let's answer this. So let's see. Should have made room in the schedule for a set against me. I think that'd been crazy. And actually, we should do that sometime to really hammer home fire. To like prove fire in itself is like a big gauntlet like that. That'd be kind of fun. So let's talk about fire. Now that we've set the stage about fire, let's talk about fire. It's held back by its divine. It does have one of the weakest divine runes, and we'll kind of talk about that too, I think, because I think is important to discuss. We do have to kind of bring out some cards inside of fire, unfortunately, and we do have to bring in do we have anything in earth, kinda, Boltuga, Vesuvituga. Well, I got the full art in there. Earthquake. Wind, anything in wind? Nah. Frost, kind of. Lunar, solar, nope. All right, we'll go into fire. All right, Shaka Khan, baby, through the fire, to the limit, and to the wall. For a chance to be with you, I'll be glad to take it all. And so we sat here and we thought about fire. Literally cavemen and cavewomen and cave people. Staring into the abyss, looking at the dancing little spirits, saying, hey, speak to me. Please put together a list. God dang, please help me. Let's talk about it. All right, Prometheus be like. Let's dive right in. Consistency. What does the deck have in terms of consistency tools for its strategy? Actually, quite a bit. It got actually a lot of really good tools in the form of J. Cole, aka Rumacole. R. Cole's sick. It's a really good card, deceptively strong. It's not as good as Jolton for its job. It's like Stadium Rune, but it's the second Stadium Rune Searcher, which is a really, well, technically a Fin Dust, but you know, whatever. And it's like, it's got like, this, either the Flex Search is really strong, allowing you to get a Nexus Bank for like your Kinleo, or your Forge is great, or your Stroke, which is like kind of super powerful, right? Stroke the Forge and Volcanic Forge, both important players inside the strategy, which is again just more consistency tools. If you see it, you see it. This can be turn 1 Kinleo Destruction, which is pretty strong in itself. You can technically search Eruption with things like Boltuga, which is pretty good advantage and also consistency. Scavicole also is kind of a searcher. Comagma is a pretty strong card in terms of its like digging and diving deeper into the deck and strategy. Let's see. Technically Ignector is also there. I think Ignector is a pretty decent tool for the deck to enable some more consistent like 2-drop plays as well. Emphyrix is also in there too, being one of a better like Monarch cards, especially early on. So it does kind of exist. It's a flex spot. It's not great. And of course, let's see if we have another card here. Oh, and technically things, I guess like Earth's Coat and Ursa Cole is kind of technically like a fire card in itself, but not really. Again, it's by proxy. And that's going to allow your strategy to kind of really flourish, right? Is like your Rumacole getting you into your Stroke the Forge, and also like a small Tuga, which can also technically be searched by Pelikaris. Like there's a lot of like by proxy ways this deck does its job. And I think Small Tuga is also pretty slept on. I know that like, and personally, I also cut it for something like Eddie, which I think is maybe the right call. But Small Tuga is still really strong, and again, gets you into like the entirety of the fire pool, which ultimately might just be Nekruff. Ultimately speaking, like the best boy Nekruff. But even at Small Tuga being the weakest consistency thing, it's still a 2/5 that directly searches your entire deck. That's really strong. Rumicole is crazy. Stroke to Forge is crazy. And even like Comagma as a 4/2 body, again, that's no slouch. And it's a when receive, so you can pretty consistently get that off. It's pretty decent. It's not amazing consistency, but it is good consistency. It's a little bit expensive and can sometimes be a little bit slow, but it is good. It's not as consistent, and it's not everything searches, not everything like does anything like Earth, I would say. But ultimately speaking, I think that this probably aligns, if I had to like rate it better, it kind of aligns with like Frost to me, where it's like it's got really good consistency sometimes, and other times it's just like wrong. So I think that 4 is a pretty comfortable spot, and I'm going to be referencing this in terms of like comparing it to its other elements to kind of get an idea, because this is kind of one of the first times I'm also interrogating Fire in terms of like its true number scores, but I've kind of this like thought and feeling about it. So I think 4 in terms of its consistency, it's pretty consistent. Advantage. I also think it's pretty strong in Advantage too. I think it does have cards like Ignector as like the worst advantage card, maybe even like Earth Scout too, in terms of like this line up here of Ampharix, excuse me, Earth Scout and Comagma, or Ignector and Comagma technically as like an advantage engine. It's not real, but it's kind of real. Things like Ash Rabbit is also advantage. This card is more straight advantage mid and late game. I think this card is really, really strong, especially paired into things that your opponent's not really well to deal with. And it's the only card that can really also recycle your Eruptions and your Ambrosias. Like it's really good. I think Ash Rabbit's incredibly slept on, but it is it's not a good starter. It's definitely like later game as the deck is getting going, and you can sit on it for a little while, which is nice. So advantage engine, Ash Rabbit's a really interesting one because it gets you advantage from the underworld, similar to Frost. Rumicole is crazy, like we've said. It's the flex spot searcher, which is awesome. Stroke to Forge is also advantage in itself, which is great. Comagma is like half advantage. Ignector is like half advantage. Small Tuga is advantage. Boltuga, half advantage. And so the rest of these cards are also advantage. You're probably playing Ash Rabbit as well, so important to note, but that's probably good there. So advantage-wise, I would even say this deck has similar levels to Thunder in terms of like ways it's going to search, but it's probably more aligning with Earth in turn. So it has like the consistency of Frost. It's got the advantage of Earth because it's got like, it can do its plays really well and really consistently. It just kind of like sometimes doesn't. And that's, again, goes back to the consistency portion where it is pretty consistent. And it does gain advantage. But again, those cards aren't necessarily like super strong, but it does have it. So, you know, that's cool. Goes into like the individual strength and the threat level too. We'll get into that. So I'll give it a 4. So I'll give it 4 and 4. Forge. All right, let's talk about speed. Speed of the deck. This is where I think I have a little bit of like a different opinion. I think the deck can ramp really effectively. Like it can get to its win con by sticking a Kinleo. Like if this deck can stick a Kinleo, I think this game is like ultimately over. Like Kinleo is one of these weird cards that is very weak. Obviously Neblio being its like Nexus form is kind of like indicative of being like the 3 stat line thing. But if Kinleo can stick, the game is effectively over. If Kinleo does not stick, or if you have to use Kinleo in a non-advantageous way, Kinleo is like a big bust, and this deck can easily fall behind. So it can be a little bit slow. Rumicole is not amazing mid and late game, or late game it's not great. Mid game it's okay. Early game it's amazing. You can kind of take advantage really early. But once again, you have to be able to play Protect the Castle just a little bit on Kinleo and also Rumicole to kind of maintain that speed and advantage. And in terms of like, let's say like Scavicole, Comagma, and Ignector kind of like expediting the process, it can get pretty expensive. But overall, I think the speed is there, but it depends on the build, 1. And then 2, I think that it is going to depend a lot on the counter runes and the Protect the Castle portion. We'll talk about it a little bit in like like, again, there's a fire deck profile that's gonna be up on the channel sometime soon, so please subscribe to the channel if you guys want to, and let us know if you guys want to see more of stuff like that. That kind of reinforces this protect the castle type of play style and gameplay. Actively using cards like Tsunami and even Argo to kind of accomplish that goal of the protect the castle of your key cards like Kinleo, or your small cards like Ramakol, or your Nekruff or your Magmas, like your Ash Rabbits. Like, that is something that's important to note. So again, it's not individually super powerful, but it's kind of okay. I would give it a speed of like, actually probably the first 3 I give on speed. It's not terribly slow, but it's kind of right in the middle of the grass for me. It's like not crazy bonkers, nuts, butts, bananas, insane, but it's kind of there. Let's talk about your Elestral removal. It's got a really strong one. Target Destroy Elestral is a very strong effect. I think also too, the other cards that in the deck that we have not really talked about in terms of like Nekruff is one of the best beaters that can be searched off Smoltuga, obviously Forge. Ramakol becoming a 4 under Forge is very strong and very, very good. Again, no slouch for the Komagma, which is super good. Scavicol being a 5 can come up a little bit, and also again can search you into other cards like your beaters. I think too, as well, if we want to talk about like what's it called? Where are you? Earthseer is kind of Elestral removal too. We're talking about the Bears portion. It does have access to Volcaries, which I didn't talk about inside of Earth, but Volcaries is an interesting little flex card that you can play inside of Fire to kind of like maybe get the beater strategy going if you're down bad enough. And obviously Warmite is also Elestral removal and is technically a 5. So there's that. And I guess also too, like that's kind of the cool part about Fire. I think Fire actually has really strong removal for Elestrals, not as much as Earth, and not as direct as Thunder. It doesn't have direct removal in terms of Thunder and Earth, but it also doesn't have the beater strength of those decks either. It's very strange. Kinleo is like really strong, but also very weak. So going back to the spreadsheet, I think we might align it inside of Elestral removal being 4. It could be 5 because again, the recursive value of Kinleo is infinitely more powerful than a lot of these other decks. But like, I don't mind putting it at a 4 just because I feel like it's good, but it relies and lives and dies so much on Kinleo sometimes that it's just like not even a joke. Yes, you're reinforcing the removal with things like Argo, technically, but in terms of like it's in deck and an archetype like destruction, it's lacking just a little bit. And you do have to supplement that with something like Earthquake, which is kind of a bummer. Or Laurels, but whatever. Let's see. Let's talk about rune removal. Yeah, every single card is a rune removal too. You do get the best rune removal inside the game. Technically you get 2 of them, which I think is really strong. In Lavalith. Lavalith is and I'll put chains in here too. Let's talk about chains. Lavalith is a card that we've been kind of skipping around for a lot of these other decks to play against and play with. It is simultaneously one of the best big body beaters in terms of its like ability to like threaten a board and oftentimes go 2 or 3 for 1 value off of Lavalith. Obviously, it's going to punish any sort of play with Divine Runes or Multiple Spirits. One of the best comeback cards inside the entire game. It is limited for a reason, not just for the Dimax joke, but it's like there's a Fire being able to go from 3, no one plays more than 1 copy. I'm saying going from 3 to 1 hurts the deck a lot. Even if this card was at 2, Fire would be infinitely better and more playable, or more played and see more representation. It is very playable. I should not misspeak there. But Lavalith is at 1, unfortunately, and so thus the only reliable rune removal that you do have is using your big bodies and your guys to kind of like MST like you would with any other deck, and praying you have Lavalith. Technically, too, you also have cards like Chains, which is rune removal in itself. Like you're effectively trading a value of like a Thunderstorm for a rune, but you're just negating it and you're giving the heal back, so it's like a half version of that. And also the fact that you have things like like Chariot Ride, which is kind of a better version of Chains instead of a lot of strategies and decks. It's just that you have multiple copies of Chains, and you can play it native to Fire, so it is pretty strong. But it's just like kind of underwhelming depending on the use case. That makes sense? It's kind of weird to say that like some of the best cards inside this entire deck are Chains and Lavalith, both Frostfall cards, obviously giving a huge buff to Fire. But nah, I don't know, man. Does your opponent still pay the cost if you Chains? No. So yeah, they do still pay the cost, but then they heal back one after, so they're kind of paying half cost off the time. So yes, they do, but then they heal one back. So it's kind of rough. But yeah, so I think I can give Rune Removal. I can't give it a 2 as the lowest score. I can't even give it a 1. I think I have to give it a 3. Maybe even a 4, honestly. Because like, it's got kind of similar Rune Removal to Thunder. It's like if I had half points and 3.5s and 3.75s, it'd probably be a 3.5, like realistically. Because it's like, Lavalith being limited was such a detriment. Hey, what's going on, Words? Hello, welcome back. We've ranked a lot of our scores. But like Lavalith being such like a, like the limit of Lavalith being such a detriment to the deck that I think that it's like, I think that I would like to give it a higher score of 4 if this card was at 2. But just not reliably can I give it, I think, a score of 4 just because of that, which is unfortunate. So there's that. Spirit Management. Oh, wow. I don't know, man. I think that this deck has such weird Spirit Management. There's no healer in the deck, except for Torchin. We'll get Torchin sometime soon. But Torchin's, I think, even then, not like crazy effective. Ash Rabbit's like a half healer, which is kind of funny. Like it can target spirits inside of your underworld to bring it back, which is kind of fun. But like, you are Nexusing cards off of Kinleo, so you're managing the spirits on board pretty effectively. And there will be times, like very similar to Solar and some of the other decks, that like you're just at like 4 spirits and then you just win because you're just Nexusing with Kinleo and all your spirits are on board anyways. And then like you can Ash Rabbit heal back, like to recycle the you can recycle your Ambrosias. It also has the best burn card inside the entire game with Eruption, which is practically non-interactable. So it's like, I'm saying practically, it does have interaction points, but it's like, again, kind of hard. Eruption is really good for that management and spirit control. So it's like, I want to give it another 3 for this. It's strange, but yeah, Fire doesn't have a ton of expend effects, which is helpful. Exactly. That's a perfect example here too of like, even if you're going for like your Ascension stuff with like Exalt Flare into like Blazerus, or you're going for like, I don't know, a Nekruff is big and can demand spirits, like Remicole searches and anything. Like Scavicle is like one of the only ones that has to expend, but you're getting the advantage and it's kind of fine. Like it's not that bad. So like technically Ampharix is also kind of expensive, and Egg Nectar, but again, we're kind of talking about some of the bigger power players. So like Spirit Management, like I can't reliably give it a 4, but I also feel weird giving it a 3. It just feels like that's kind of correct. Like it's probably on par with Earth in terms of like it's 3. Like it's got options. It's just not amazing, right? And that's like so funky to say. I would love to say it's better because of you're managing the stuff on board with like the Nexusing mechanics like Kinleo, but ultimately speaking, I think because of the lack of healing native to the deck, it's so tricky to play sometimes. So I'll say that. All right, individual strength. Individual strength is such a weird way to describe Fire. Because let's talk about the individual stat lines of these Fire cards. Ready? So let me take a drink of water real quick. Yeah, but the effects are cheap. Yeah, right. Like that's like a good evaluation of it, I think, so far. It's very strange. So let's talk about it. Volcaries can kind of be a big beater and be like pretty decent. So, you know, kind of half step there. Again, Comagma is a 4 on its own, but a 5 typically, and more often than not, under your forge. So it's going to be a 5, which is again pretty decent. Scavicle is a 5. Lavalith is one of the best beaters inside the entire game. Holy God, is this card powerful? The 6 body, which is great. Nekruff is consistently a 6 or a 5 at the lowest, a 6 at the highest, like a 7 or a 7 at a highest sometimes. And you like next to the Kinleo, it's crazy. Even Ascension lines like Leonite, which shouts to Leonite, is a 7, which is kind of bonkers. You do have access to Vesuvatuga, which is a 5/8. It's important to note. Rumacole is kind of the weaker portion of this strategy, but again, like one more enchant on Rumacole makes it a 6, which is like wild. So like again, a Nekruff, it can easily rank and scale up into a 6 if you want to, and Kinleo kind of enables that. Like this deck does live and die on a Kinleo, but sometimes it can get away with its fact that it does have some pretty decent stat bodies. Warmite is also pretty strong because of its effect. It's not strong like based off its like 3/1 again, like the C Verituka for this, but like Ash Rabbit's a 2/5. Oftentimes it's going to be a 3/6. Nekruff's going to be a 6, or it's a 5/1. Kinleo is like a 3/1 oftentimes, but it's also maybe even a 4, or maybe even a 5. Technically, Ursier also can be a 7. Warmite is really strong. Lavalith is really strong. This deck has really decent beaters. Not amazing beaters, but decent. It's got decently statted guys and some of the best stat guys in itself, and we are going to be splashing in copies of like Eddie to kind of make up for that. But like, again, I want to give it a 3, but I think that even might be still too low. I kind of want to give it a 4. Like I think a 4 for its individual strength, it kind of puts on par with like Thunder and Frost. Like again, it has like really good individual strengths based off of like its own merits, which I think is super fun. But I'm also just like it's again kind of perplexing. Very similar to Thunder, its parts are weaker than the whole, but also it's got some of the best beaters and some of the best like offensive threats inside of the entire game. Not a big shocker for fire, right? That's kind of supposed to be like the stereotype for fire. It's like this aggro strategy. So I kind of want to give it a 3.5 once again, but like a 4, I think I could easily give it because of its existence of Lavalith and because it's these cards are consistently becoming higher and higher in terms of their their strategies. So there's that. So yeah, I can give it maybe a 4 for its beat stick ability. Individual threat level. So I actually unironically think this is maybe where fire kind of falls flat. Unironically, is that like none of these cards, except for Kinleo specifically, pose a threat. Like technically Nekruff is big and annoying to deal with, and very similar to Solar, a lot of these cards are like threats. Like Lavalith demands a response, but against a 1/of, this would be higher if Lavalith wasn't on a 1/of. Warmite can demand a response. Volcaries can demand a response. Kinleo does demand a response almost immediately. Otherwise, this deck ramps insanely. Kamagma doesn't require a response. Nekruff can, but sometimes doesn't. And Rumacole also can, but sometimes doesn't. And then Ash Rabbit can and sometimes doesn't. Very situational threats. And again, it's like very strange because I want to point out that like it's kind of like Thunder. And the way that like they are individual threats, but they are ultimately weaker than Thunder. So like if I place that like a 3, I think it's like kind of close. But again, if I could give like half scores to all of these and boost this up to like, let's say if I give Lush Move a 5 and put to a 3/6, I think it's just butting up against like the 3/8s and 3/7s that I want to put it at. But I just don't feel comfortable, I think, putting like a Celestial Move it's like a 3 or a 4. But individual threat level of the cards, I want to put it at a 3. I might even give a 4. Because of how like some of its parts, a lot of these threats are, and because of the ramp of the deck, I can say that you may not need to answer a Kinleo right now, as you're probably just gonna be able to swing back over the next turn. But if Kinleo sticks around, that recursive value is going to be absolutely mental broken. Rumacole doesn't require an immediate response either, but it does enable you to Volcanic Forward. So in that way, it is kind of very similar to a Jolton or an Elichick, where you do kind of need to respond to it. Kamagma, no, you don't need to. Warmite, kind of similar. It feels bad to respond to this card, so I guess there's that. Shouts to Warmite. And Lavalith definitely demands a response. Nekruff can sometimes demand a response, but because of like Mudlet and Eddie and Tsunami and Alter, like you can get rid of it's a 5-stat body that burns. It's not incredibly hard to get over. So that's pretty important, right? In addition, Blazerus and some of the other fringe cards inside of the strategy also kind of demand responses, like Vesuvituga and Blazerus in that same way. Scavicole also can be really bad too. Trifernal definitely demands a response, but like you might not have it when it comes around, you know what I'm saying? So there's that. It's important to talk about the counter rune here, or the counter in the divine rune, because we haven't really talked about the divine rune at all in terms of like the element. It has one of the worst divine runes. The only reason why is because it's just a glorified Nexus Bank. If fire had an Elichick, but like a Rumicole, I think that Hephaestus would see a lot more play. I think toolbox decks would, specifically the artifact toolbox decks and like the Fire Nexus Ascension decks, would see widespread play, because it is great to have insane Nexus fodder for things like Kinleo or also Exalt Flare. But you don't really, other than that, it's just kind of sitting there. And it also like the artifacts that it's searching oftentimes aren't super worth it spirit wise right now too. Like Hephaestus will be good. It will be good. Yeah, it's a Nexus Bank that searches a Nexus Bank. Sure, exactly. It's like the dumb Rick and Morty butter robot joke. It's like, what is my purpose? You serve me butter. It's like, oh my god. It's like Hephaestus like coming out of the forge and being like, hello, I've just constructed the most powerful hammer known to man. Oh, thanks, cool. I need to tell you, this hammer is so important. It can kill quasar moons. And you're like, oh, cool. I'm gonna use it. Ah, perfect. Yes, the mighty hammer of Hephaestus. And then I'm gonna Nexus. Oh, what are you doing? I guess I'm gonna use it with Kinleo. Oh, yes, that's fine. Yes, sure. Kinleo is very weak. You should buff it up. No, I mean like I'm gonna use the spirits to destroy an Elestral. Oh, right. Anyways, so that's the idea with Hephaestus. That's how good and bad Hephaestus is ultimately, is that Hephaestus is like, yeah, it's a Nexus Bank that searches a Nexus Bank. That's a perfect way of putting it. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Blazer Trifernal on board, the game's over. That's true. If you did something wrong in fire. Okay, so I don't know. Hephaestus will eventually be good and inevitably be good. I think that's funny. The Bow of Apollo is kind of close, right? As more artifact runes get better, for sure, right? Yeah, like in Fire Nexus Blow that finds you direct hit. Yeah, like it's getting better. It got better. Like it's getting better in terms of like the targets that you can search with this. But ultimately, Hephaestus, this is a small side note about Hephaestus, is not going to really change the score of it at all. It like will get good and will be better, but as of right now in the first 3 sets, again, maturity of the deck can only increase. It'll get better. Yeah. Searcher with what least amount of targets search right now outside of the Penguin, give them time. Exactly. Absolutely. Torture with Hammer is kind of funny. Torture with Hammer is pretty funny and is also pretty decent. Again, like I'm excited to see what Fire gets outside of like it's Salsa. It's a Lassel, you know? That's kind of a side note with this one. Like, you're a Nexus Bank. Oh my god. You know, shoutouts to Mfrix, by the way. It's got one of the best stained glass arts. This card is gorgeous. It's gorgeous, baby. Fun guy, my beloved. My cute little spores. Spores! It's also got the best little guy award. It's got Humbus, it's got Ignector, it's got Kinleo, it's got Necruff, it's got Rumicole, it's got Cinder, it's got Ash Rabbit, it's got the Bears, or the Bear, it's got the Bear, it's got Smokey, it's got Warmite. Like, it's got the best little guy award. It's cool, I swear. Yeah, it's good. What's going on, God King? The spoiler fire cards disappointed me. I think we'll get more as we go. It killed Coder season 2 of Lestrade. True. God dang it. Salsa Shade Cooks. I think Salsa is going to be pretty all right. So, anyways, this is all is to say, I think what we're also coming to with this conclusion in terms of fire ultimately is that fire is really cool. Fire is pretty good, but it's still not converting. It's literally getting edged out, and I think people also aren't experimenting with it, right? So let's talk about it this way too. Let's look holistically real quick. So out of all of these elements so far, earth, water, wind, thunder, and fire are the eldest elements. They quite literally are the age-old elements of the past. Why is Hephaestus also narrating that? I don't know yet. I'll get more voices, I swear. But the point is that fire ultimately is just as mature in terms of sets as thunder and wind and water and earth, but it just doesn't have the card pool, and the cards it does have available to it have not matured very well, right? Even the new stuff it has been getting aren't really like increased tools that have synergy with the actual strategy, right? Or with like some tools inside the deck, right? So it's got the same maturity time factor as the other elements that are equally as strong or potentially water as weak, but it's got none of the card pool. The only advantage that it has over something like water, which has something like the most maturity in itself and technically is better than water, is that it does have more consistency, right? Its consistency, it's a main big factor there, and also it's that able to gain advantage better than water. Everything else, though, I think can maybe be contested in terms of like even rune removal. I gave it pretty higher marks. It could even be a 2. And then like spirit, and then like individual strength can maybe even be lowered there. Like again, I'm giving like pretty generous review of fire view water here in terms of like its differences. But like you look at this holistically, fire has the same amount of time. It just hasn't matured in that same way. But similar, solar has had very little time to mature. It's got 1 set, but it's already still very mature and butting up very, very close to fire, and out maturing water. So it's like the deck to watch for this next for Daybreak will be solar, will be lunar, obviously, and it's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. What is fire removal? I think I missed it. It's technically every single body. It's kind of rough. Lavalith and chains. I think that chains and Lavalith are worth giving it a 3 for rune removal as a combined, and the fact that Lavalith is so powerful that it was limited. If Lavalith was at any more copies than 1, I think Lavalith would be bringing this deck over the edge to top often, which is kind of rough. But yeah, specifically those ones as rune removal, I would say. Chains kind of counts as rune removal, but doesn't. But Lavalith is so powerful inherently that it's like almost the entirety of that 3 score is Lavalith. It's like 99% Lavalith, you know? Which is wild. And you can search Lavalith and chains. So that's crazy. So, like I said, I think fire is really interesting to me because it's like, it's a mature strategy. It's got game plans. It's got payoff. It's got setup. But it sometimes just doesn't. It's just weak overall in some categories. Right, and I think those categories ultimately are somewhat of its like bigger detriment. Like it's not very fast, so it's getting outpaced by the other decks inside of the archetype or inside of the game. Because of its lack of rune removal, it can sometimes die to counter runes like every other deck can, but in probably harsher works because there's more choke points inside the deck. Like Kinleo is the biggest choke point, and it kind of sucks. And spirit management, it's got no healer, but once we do, fire I think actually becomes like very, very scary. Torchin is halfway there, but I mean like a sluggle, like a fire sluggle, right? A slagmole. So definitely something to be said for the progression that the team's made over the course of the first 3 sets. They've really started to figure out the direction they want to go with each element. I absolutely agree. That's actually a really great point. Is that like, I think that the let me switch to some maybe more serious music. It's kind of funny. I think that the deck is like a lot of the elements inside the game. The team has done a great job of bringing them all together, making sure that they work both like harmonizing together, but also separately, in a way that the splash engines kind of do cause individual problems in terms of like where each spirit type fits it, like in itself. Like there's obviously a big power disparity between Thunder and the rest of the decks. But I do think overall, each of these Solar is a perfect example. Solar's debut set is leagues ahead of Frost. Frost was pretty decent, but had like one strategy. And I would say if we did these reevaluations for only cards that we had in Frostball, Frost would be probably one of the worst decks on that list. It would be probably close to Fire and might be close to Wind in those days. And in that, to me, I think is kind of rough. Even in considering Lavalith in that in its own format. I think it would be probably the Fire of that format. Maybe it would be less. But the fact that Solar is so mature already in terms of its element kind of proves that the team is looking at this seriously and being like, well, how do we actualize a vision of the strategy we want for these game plans and these strategies, but also not make them just complete garbage, and also without upending the meta. One thing that's really interesting is the power creep inside of 3 sets is still pretty big in terms of where we're at in terms of like base set, but it's not that far. And even we can tell, like, because of the relative maturity of these other strategies, like we've actually had some archetypes get worse, which I think ultimately brings the power level like balanced out. Like we have Water, which got a lot worse, that was really good instead of like the first couple sets, and ultimately now has like kind of evened out to also like make sure that the decks are like pretty aligned, right? Voldusky's about to go. Voldusky's gonna go crazy. What did Voldusky do? You know what I'm saying? I think I missed Josh's comment too. Josh said that, and somehow it's still the best deck in the game. No, get out of here. No, of course that, guys. There's no way, no how. My God. Yeah, I don't know. That's an artifact box and how to build it. Webb, how's it going? Thank you so much for being here, by the way. I love the artifact toolbox. So if we want to call it what it is, it's Battle Box Cypermall. I put a little MBT logo. Thank you to Joseph for this name. Battle Box Cypermall, or BBC. It was so cool. I love this deck and I want to test out and play with it. It's amazing. So also on a new Warcrime list you would hate. Stop brewing madness. Josh has to be stopped. Josh has to be stopped, chat. It's crazy. This man's a mad genius, and also every single time it's just like, so I was sitting there visualizing a deck and it's insane. You know? It's like, it's crazy. But either way. Or is pigeonholing the spirit types too much? That's also kind of fair. I think pigeonholing the spirit types is like kind of insane, because I think that the ultimate like thing with it is that while it does kind of balance out the game in terms of limiting cards to elements, the careful balance and the threading the needle that you have to do with this game and a lot of card design and a lot of card types is that you do end up having a Thunder situation where you over centralize good cards as directed by spirits. So for example, Earthquake being native to Earth is really strong, and the detriment that the limit had is noticeable. But the fact that like the consistency pieces are also all inside of Thunder means that Thunder can almost never be power crept until other decks become just as consistent or fast. And that's just inherent to the Thunder mono. Now, yes, you can mix and match and you can like put everything together, but it's both a detriment and a blessing to have cards that are generic. But the idea would be that you want to incentivize players to either stick within their element or to mix and match, right? That's kind of the problem. Fives is this weird chimera anomaly, because what ends up happening is that in theory these things can work together, but it should just be more advantageous to play Thunder Nexus, to play Earth Nexus. In theory, if the element is designed well, it means that it can be splashed and it can work really well to be splashed, but it should, more times than not, in my opinion, be more advantageous to have it be to be more homogenous inside of its deck, because the synergies are going to be there, right? That's a synergy. It's just the problem is that sometimes that just doesn't happen because of the generic tools, because of the spirit dilution is like too strong, or it's not strong enough, right? You have nothing wrong with zoo decks existing, but other builds around decks should still be strong and viable. Exactly my point. And that's actually the perfect way of my long-winded yap to describe it. Like, decks that are mixing different, mashing and doing everything at the same time, fine, that's cool. But game plan decks should be just as equally powerful, if not still more powerful, in my opinion. Because ultimately, I think that's where the design space kind of comes in and kind of conflicts. Yeah, Josh, get out of the kitchen. I'm saying. And going as well as expected. Yeah, you know, short little yap sesh about 4 hours in. And we haven't even gotten to like proving our point here. That's kind of my problem right now. Oh well. Anyways, so we've now ranked all of the elements except for bears. And honestly, if we were to rank bears in terms of its consistency, it's a pretty consistent deck. It's got a really good consistency tool. It's got an harpoon. It's got stuff like that. I'll give it a 4. If we're talking about bears, then I think we can easily discuss. I think we can discuss the advantage that it gains. It can easily gain an advantage. I'm gonna give that maybe like a 3. It's very situational. I'll give it a 4 maybe. Speed, it's fast and it's slow. It's not great, and it can accomplish its win condition pretty easily, but I'll give it a 3. Elestral removal, also pretty dependent. I'll give it a 3. Rune removal, 1. Doesn't really have it. Spirit management, this can kind of be tricky and kind of be hard. I'll give it a 2. It doesn't have any native healers, and also it has like a lot of mixed management spirit types, right? Individual strength of the cards, I'll give it a 3. They're not incredibly powerful, they're not incredibly weak. Individual threat level, 2. Sometimes the bears just aren't very powerful. Like, they're just weak little guys, but they're very cute little guys, but they're not very strong, you know? And they don't really need to be addressed. Don't poke needs to be addressed, but it's hard to play around. There are 6s across the board. Absolute, wait, works is correct. 6, 6, 8, 20, 42, 5, why not? 6, 3, 4, 5, and 3. It's the first 19.5 deck. It's the first 19.5. I have to knock it down levels and threat levels, but 100. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. Look at that. Seems pretty decent. It's incredible. The first more billion deck. When 100 when poked, 0 when not. True. But you see what I mean? Like, even if we're trying to rank that more objectively, it's going to fall under any of the other strategies, including water, which makes sense. It has 1 top total. So, oh well. So let's try to answer our questions here. So the first question is, were we correct? Is our assumptions correct about our hypothesis? Actually, that's our second question. Hold on. Our first question is, can we objectively or on some level rank these strategies within these given parameters and, you know, give some scores of them? The criteria is somewhat subjective, but overall, the criteria I think is pretty fair and can be objective. So I think we can. And I think this kind of reflects on our feelings on this stuff, right? I think bears being a 31 makes sense. I think that fire being a 3.625 is also kind of about right for me. I think Thunder being a 4.625 is correct as well. It's well above, I think, the average curve of the other decks and strategies, and oftentimes is converting more than something like Earth. I think Earth, though, is no slouch and definitely shows it just has some glaring issues compared to Thunder that it doesn't have in its native spirit type yet. But I think it's still very strong and obviously the second best deck in the room. Water has fallen off quite consistently. It's just a really good deck that just has not a lot of rune removal, and like it's just kind of slow, and it doesn't have a lot of like advantage or consistency oftentimes. Like that's kind of a thing that I think water can like struggle with. Wind, I think, is crazy. It's bubbling, but it's got like pretty good scores overall, and it's somewhat weak in other areas, but it can kind of make up for it in other ways. Same thing with Frost. Frost is a very powerful deck, and she's kind of bad though. But like Frost is like insane. Frost is crazy, nuts, butts, bananas, insane. And then sometimes it's not. But yeah, Water's incredible individual cards, but not great at cohesive strategy. Excellent way of putting it, Skyhawk. Literally one of the greatest minds inside of this game, like reporting in. Yes, absolutely true. Again, I think that's why it's like individual like scores are high in the areas it needs to be, and it's just not in other places. Absolutely. And Solar being a 3 is really comical because it's definitely above average in terms of its scores. But again, I think the conversation here is that like Solar will mature very nicely. I'm very happy with its maturity in its debut set. I think it's leagues better than Frost in its debut set in terms of Frostfall. I think that if we were to evaluate Frost back in Frostfall format, I think that it would be much lower than a 3. I think it'd be closer to Water in terms of its 2.5 or 2.8, 2.6. I think that Solar is very, very strong and will only get better. I'm excited to see how that plays out. Once again, too, as these decks, it's also the least mature deck out of all of these. So as the deck matures and as the card pool matures, I think we'll start to see Solar get better. Thunder has the most time in the oven. It's got native everything. It's literally just the best deck, and it's not close, but it could be. Fire is good. That's wild, right? It's technically not as good, I think, as Wind or Frost personally, but it can go toe to toe. It's like easily a good rogue strategy that it when played correctly and kind of like built correctly, I think the deck can slam. But it's just maybe not as reliable as the other strategies. It's maybe not as powerful as the other strategies, but it's got really good remarks across the board. It doesn't necessarily excel at any of them. Master of none, right? It's got good average scores across the board, but it doesn't really excel. And that's what it needs. Fire needs something to push it over the edge, and that's kind of the problem. Other kind of note to put on Fire, by the way, in terms of this discussion, is I didn't really talk about the variations of Fire or the variations of Thunder, Frost, etc. That like what they're doing well, what they're not doing well, because I think this gets into the slider argument, where it's like if you transition the deck into like Phosphocell Thunder, the slider goes like, well, this specific type of game plan strategy goes like here, this goes down, this might go middle, this goes up. And then like as you're sliding those variables, the deck kind of changes and these scores change and these valuations change. So kind of a big grain of salt, I actually completely forgot to say in the beginning of this lecture, is that Fire is very similar. Fire can excel at the OTK, but then it kind of misses some of those other remarks, right? Same thing with like technically Vasuvatunga. Excel in one way, kind of detriment another way. Again, it's the give and take, it's the balance. We want to see that. That's something that we desperately want from a well-balanced game, is that there's a give and take, there's a risk-reward system, which with every single strategy. Even Thunder has its own risk rewards, right? Whether it be very minimal in terms of its strategy or very vast, depending on what kind of build that you have. That's going to be the main difference breaker, I think, too. So again, kind of a small thing to note, but definitely important for context. Hold. Okay, so let's move on. One little final point. So we answered the first question, which is, can we objectively rank these decks? Can we score them? Do we have the mind for it? Do we think this is agreeable? And I think overall, yes. I think this is a very fair, in my opinion, shocker, evaluation of the current elements and current spirit types inside of Elestrals. And for that reason, I think we can definitively say that this tier list was not too far off with some glaring mistakes. Right? And I wish I'd save this tier list because I would just do it over again a billion times over. But I think ultimately and overall, like, if I had to, I'll have to re-rank these again. I have to do that, but we'll get into it. So that's the first question. And I think we answered that first question. Is this correct? Can we do it? And the second question, does this kind of prove our point in terms of the feel in these tier lists? I think yes. And we can kind of prove that with like recent tournament results. So let's talk about the most recent tournament results. Again, this is not a tournament breakdown. I trished it out earlier. But the point is that there was a lot of different types of strategies inside of the most recent tournament. These are all the decks that they were brought. We had some Rhino Sex, some Full Tempest, some Wasp Ivy, Solar Water Nexus, which is funny, Bears, 7, which is or Earth Beatdown, Big Body Beatdown, which is 5s, but Big Body Beatdown, Fun Guide, some handsome young rebel doing Fun Guide. This is about this is the breakdown of it. A lot of different diversity decks, and even at the top levels of representation, a lot of really different strategies. Like 2 Wasp Ivy is kind of crazy. But let's see what converted. So here are the decks that converted ultimately. Big Bird casting as Thunder. This is actually kind of a misnomer for the bit, but effectively this was a Thunder Nexus strategy that also converted. It was Thunder Nexus and Full Tempest with the 2 Thunder strategies, but still Thunder in itself. Like again, most of those cards were the same. Bramblebrush Crush, which is Earth Nexus and Earth Beatdown, some variation inside of it, but not too much. We have Big Body Crabs, which was the winner ultimately with Sausage taking it. Congratulations to Sausage. And this was pretty cool. Again, fairly standard big body list. Not a whole lot of variation. They're playing more like the Wet Fives version of this, where it's like, again, those water cards are really strong and obviously very recognized inside of a strategy like this because they do kind of help cover some weaknesses. But ultimately speaking, very box standard. 2 of the biggest breakouts were a Brewlock, which is kind of the GOAT. Big burn cards and playing burn with Toxiswarm and Toxion and Eruption. Very creative and very cool. I do like that a lot. And then Battlebox Cybermaul, shouts to MBT for coming out with the title for BBC here. And that was an artifact toolbox card. I called it Toolbox before, but I think Battlebox Cybermaul is about correct. So we have BBC, and BBC. All these decks, but really BBC is the best deck inside of Elastral, let's be real. Big Bug Control win, I'm saying. So this is kind of the gist of it though. So let's talk about like how we feel about this. So I think 5s is really interesting in terms of topping tournament results. I actually think that I can do one better here. And I think I can go into what I would say is kind of a more representation of what we had last time in this strategy. Let's go ahead and open up this, which was the tournament before. So we have 2 kind of tournaments to look at in terms of the top 8 list. We have Thunder, we have Frost, we have 1 Bears, and we have Big Body Casting. That'll kind of happen, and that'll be here, the couple outliers. But ultimately, in these past couple tournaments, we've had Earth convert, we've had Thunder convert, we've had Frost convert, and we've had a lot of Frost bubble. Also, too, in one of the first tournaments for Daybreak, not this one, but the last one, pre-ban list, we had a lot of Frost and a lot of Wind bubble as well. So given that kind of idea that we were seeing fairly consistent strategies converting, but also bubbling, I do also think that is kind of proves and is reinforced by our evaluation here. Kind of shows that we're still correct, that something like Earth is being really strong. Again, I think topping and kind of representing the case tournament of this past weekend, as well as the app tournament, as well as converting list from the past couple tournaments. Water, not really anywhere to be found outside of maybe the big body casting. Again, like the really strong elements of water are represented, but like Draking, Curibus decks or Water Nexus decks aren't really there, right? So that kind of also proves the point. Wind, no wind tops, but a lot of wind bubbles. And I think that's also kind of thing too. Again, very much makes sense considering as well, Frost in the very similar evaluation zone, also a lot of bubbles in its first premiere, but then eventually started topping the app tournaments. I think it had like 3 or 4 tops, one of them before. And then, you know, Frost had a ton of representation inside the October 6th one. And it had some representation here. I think it had like, what? Let's see. 3 Rhinosect decks inside of the entirety of the tournament for this one. So that's kind of insane still too. I mean, like that's a good representation at the very least. I mean, that players are still recognizing that it's strong. So that's nice. I'm curious to know if a lot of those bubbled. I think maybe a few did. I have to go back to the Trish video. And then going back to this, so then we have Solar. We had like 1 Solar with the Cypermall stuff. Technically had a lot of the Solar cards in it. And then Dialis topped a couple of Solar events and bubbled a couple of Solar events. So again, this kind of speaks to the Solar and the water shenanigans. Thunder. Dude, 2, 5, and then I think maybe a Thunder deck like also topped like with the other tournaments. That's crazy. 5 Thunder converting, big shocker there. Fire. 0 fire in terms of like fire nexus strategies. We have like a burn strategy, which kind of makes sense, and some other strategies. But 0 representation of fire overall there. And not even fire bubbles. I couldn't even bubble with fire. I was so close. And I think I could have at least bubbled with fire if I didn't troll with Fun Guide. I'm not gonna, this random hero playing Fun Guide, I could have done it. That could have been me. But instead I trolled and played Fun Guide in the main. That's fine. No Johns aside though, I think the players did really well and that was really fun about it. So to kind of bring it back to my point though, I think that we can answer our second question also pretty definitively in the form that like, yes, we can ultimately rank these decks in terms of more objective scores and kind of like getting some metrics down that we can evaluate the decks on. 1, 2, I think also we can say that the data in our evaluations are pretty fair, considering that they also are reflected in historical data inside of Elestrals, you know, not only in the breakdowns of like a larger tournament, but some like over a couple periods of time inside the tournaments. And then lastly, the last question we have to answer is, how can we make these decks better? And does that ultimately also kind of prove the point of like why these decks aren't as strong necessarily, right? So now we have to go into a secret tab that we've been keeping hidden here, and that's the deck dilution score. So right next to our deck rating, we have deck dilution score. This I also think kind of points to specifically in the inverse why a lot of these decks are so strong inherently. If you don't want to believe the high scoring of all of these, effectively it's just the inverse. It's just 5 minus 0. But effectively what this can do is kind of pinpoint some of the weak zones that can help improve the strategy overall. Like this is kind of good and shows obviously the very positive stuff like higher spirit management for something like water. But if we look at the inverse and look at the inverse data, what you can really tell from this is that like, again, the lower the score is here, the better. Meaning that the homogeneity of the deck covers and has enough tools to help support like a really strong meta contending archetype. Or spirit type deck rather. So things like Earth, for example, don't really have a lot of places to necessarily improve, except for maybe spirit management and rune removal, which could be a little higher, but again, it could maybe skew into like too strong after that point, like, you know, full Prince Royce territory. Water has a lot of different areas to improve on. Rune removal being one of the most important. Consistency also being big. Speed also being big. I think cards that effectively would help that strategy speed up. These are definitely areas of concern, or OFIs, effectively opportunities for improvement. This is effectively, oh my god, I just created an audit. Jesus Christ. Oh no, I just created an audit. I just got out of like a 7-week audit. Jesus Christ. I'm auditing Elestrals. Oh god, I'm not a professor. I'm evil. It's not true. All right. So effectively, this is what we're coming down to, is these are the points of OFIs or opportunities for improvement I think that the elements can go into. Once again, wind has pretty low areas of improvement, very just small tweaks here and there. Again, threading the needle to make sure the deck's not too strong, but ultimately can be strong. Solar needs, or frost in kind of a similar way. Solar needs, like, again, a lot more small tweaks, but not that much more. It needs like small tools here and there that I'm sure we'll see over the next couple sets, but ultimately right now positioned pretty evenly. Thunder needs nothing. Quite literally, Thunder needs nothing, and it consistently gets more. I love it. It gets different tools, and that's kind of the problem, is that like, I explained this in the conversation I had with A-Drive very briefly, was that like, I think I like the idea that like it's a fine balance between not letting certain elements stay too far behind. Like water definitely got a little too far behind. The new cards for water, I think, ultimately will help as well. Joblin and all them, I think, will be, or Schnark and Joblin, I think, will be where the deck kind of moves towards, right? And Schnark is a 3/3, so it doesn't really get interrupted by Galaxy's game plan. So that's, again, a benefit if you're not really looking at those things when you're seeing these new card reveals. I'd highly recommend that you kind of think about it in that way. But otherwise, Thunder is getting new tools it doesn't really necessarily need, but the fine line is how much to give it per set so that it's not far behind, and also so it's not like way far ahead. Because right now it's a pretty far ahead, but by giving it more tools, you can easily get there, you know? Or giving it less tools. Fire is also, again, once again, pretty low, and similar to a deck like, I think, Wind and Frost, because it makes sense that it is that way based on our evaluations. You want to kind of trick it in the form of like Spirit Management. Like it's getting Torch in, which is somewhat of a heal, but kind of different. Rune Removal, could desperately use some Rune Removal. I think that would be kind of crazy. And Speed, a little bit of a speed up. But if like effectively all these things are ones, I can't complain there too, right? Like, and small tweaks here and there, and overall like hauls to each of these categories, I think would be also beneficial. So inadvertently answering our third question here. First question we wanted answered was, can we objectively rank these, and does that actually make a lot of sense? So what's going on, Relomon? Hello. Honestly, set 5 will shake up a lot due to the elements getting a lot of cards versus how it's been. That's good to hear, and also I absolutely believe that's true. Set 4 as well. I think that we'll see a lot of this change, and we'll have to do this reevaluation step for sure. So first question answered. Can we rank these, and can we find some objective criteria? Check. Is our evaluation fair, and is it also reflected in kind of how we have been seeing tournaments kind of shake out? I think the answer is yes. I think that answers that question. Can we also pinpoint down the areas of weakness of the strategy, and can we effectively give good recommendations for improvement and opportunities for improvement for each strategy and per each element? Absolutely yes. And all is that to say, what is the worst element inside of Elestrals? Well, let's find out. We're gonna have to find out one way or another. So unfortunately, I think we're gonna have to do what I didn't want to do before, but I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to do it. So hold with me, chat, just for one brief moment. We have to recreate lightning strike in a bottle. Oh. It's everyone's favorite time of night. And finally, perfect. Okay, now I gotta upload these files and we'll be way on our dandy way. Way on our dandy way. Where are, press skip. Runes? Oh, ooh. We didn't have assets. Yikes, I gotta go through. Assets, there we go. Logos, oh, nope. Elements, perfect. We have Earth. We have Fire. We have Water. Oh, we have Thunder. We have Wind. Oh, we have Frost. We have solar. We have lunar. Perfect. Okay. So one last thing that we have to do before we ultimately leave is rectify the sins of our past. So previously, or rather reevaluate ourselves. It's a little bit dramatic, but hey, whatever. Some would say dramatic, some would say endearing. So here's what we need to do. We have She-Tops, Meta Contender, Local Legend, and 9/11 tier. 9/11 tier mean that it's under further investigation, and we need to look at better. So we're going to answer our question that we proposed a couple weeks ago, almost a month ago now. What is the best spirit type in Elestrals? And using our data and using some of our evaluations, using some of our most recent tournament results, and kind of areas of improvement, I think we can talk about and more closely rank where these all stand right now inside the meta. So let's talk about it. Let's go ahead and jump right into the tier list once again. The mightiest of tools in a content creator's arsenal is the humble tier list. And we shall play with it. So let's go. Okay, so first, let's rank the obvious ones. She-Tops. Earth. It's good, it's strong, it's great. It's on the higher end of the like baseline deck standard, but it has every tool available to it. It doesn't excel in like a few areas, but overall it excels at kind of what it needs to be in terms of power, in terms of consistency, in terms of speed. Really strong. She-Tops. She'll continue to top. It's good. It's good. Let's talk about Wind. Wind goes down to Meta Contender. I think Wind needs to prove itself. I think Wind can prove itself like Frost. But unfortunately, I think we'll have to bump it down and almost replace it with Wind, because I think this is or replace it with Frost, because I think this spirit type needs to be able to perform. Personally, I think we're also waiting for it. I think the deck has every tool available to it to actually top and to actually like even win a tournament even. But I just straight up don't think that we'll see that at the moment. We might, but I don't know. It'll take some cooking. Take some cooking to do and some technical play to really flesh that out and feel it. I like it though. Speaking of that, Frost. Check her fems, She-Tops. She-Tops, she's good. We've had proven tops from Frost. I think Frost, very similar, has bubbled quite a bit to Meta Contender. If there was like a middle ground between Meta Contender and She's Topping, I think that Frost would do it. But Frost, I think, ultimately has now proven itself to be a very strong, very powerful strategy that is consistent enough. It is like strong enough, and it has individual threats enough to present itself as a strong archetype. All right, next. Local Legend will go with Lunar still. Again, we didn't evaluate it here, and right now it's still pretty weak. But Moonrise is on its way and will produce results. All right. Unfortunately, I have to put Solar in 9/11 tier. I think Solar is actually kind of like Wind. I think Wind might be 9/11 tier, honestly, because like these two decks desperately need more time in the oven. I think that like Solar could be Meta Contender even, but also maybe Local Legend because of its like its things. But I think given enough cooking and given enough like time, it needs to be investigated. Like Wind also probably needs to be there, but Wind I do firmly believe could be a Meta Contender just already without much cooking, which is partially why I put it there. But I think it also is subject to 9/11 too, just as it needs further investigation and can definitely be the next on the chopping block in terms of like okay, let's cook with this deck, you know. So there's that. Thunder, my beloved. It's the best deck inside the room, always, and it's so good. It's insane. She tops, she definitely tops, and it's not shocking. That's ironic. But it's a good deck. It's got every single tool at its disposal. It's got power, it's got strength, it's got speed, it's got tempo. She does everything. And the gutters. All right, let's move on. Water. No shocker here on Water. I think that Water is actually gonna go in Local Legend tier. Shouts to San Sally, by the way, for getting second place at their locals with the Coastalith, my goat. What's going on, Nico Silver? I'm late. Hey, no worries. We are towards the end of the stream, but the VOD will be up, and it's my personal opinion, sometimes even better because you can kind of skip based off some yapping. So, you know, there's that. Sally, my goat. Man, I need to brew with Sally sometime soon. Lord Nexus Gaming, true. But I think that's where water is right now, and this is not a shocker that look at the elements that Draking kind of consumes, right? Shoutouts to Ren, kind of. Is that like it's not converting, it's not performing except for at a local level anyways, and I think that's kind of a problem. Not a problem, but like, you know, could be fixed, could not be fixed. Who knows? It's a discussion. There we go. And I think that's the biggest detriment between water being she tops, the Chronodiles, the Curibus, the Eddies, and kind of overestimating the ability of fives to carry in terms of its wet fives or water monikers. And also recognize that that's not really water doing that. It's like just the mechanic and the idea of the stat lines, of the strengths of water, of the water cards, but those could also be anywhere. So that's kind of an issue. They're also centralized to water. Water's got a lot of really strong individual cards, which is particularly why decks like Wet Fives kind of exist, is because they do enable strategies to homogenize a little bit. Like if all the strong cards were more spread out, Fives decks would be a little less common because they'd have to diversify their spirits enough to where it'd be kind of difficult. Spirit management would be the detriment there. It wouldn't matter at a certain point because players would get so good, but it's kind of commonly. And so that's kind of it. And then finally, Fire. Fire has one recorded top at effectively like a small regional. And that would be the Taste tournament this past weekend with Trish. Shout out to Trish. Check out the deck profile sometime soon. But I'm not quite comfortable putting this card at 9/11 tier. I actually would say that it's maybe even a meta contender. But if there was like a middle ground between local legend, 9/11, and meta contender, Fire would be that sweet spot. It probably could top. It probably won't, but it could top or bubble. It also does need a little more time in the oven, like just a little smidge more, not much longer. Like Solar needs a little bit longer in there, but Fire doesn't really need it. But Fire also needs to prove itself in the same way that Wind needs to prove itself. Like it needs to cook like Solar, and it needs to prove itself like Wind, right? And that's kind of wild to me. Right? Like it quite literally is this like master of none, taking attributes from things like frost and earth and wind and solar and even water, and kind of smashing it into the same deck, which makes sense because you are diluting the spirit pool a little bit with Earthquake and Small Tukas and Eddies, but I'm getting ahead of myself. That is ultimately, I think, the big downside of Fire, is that it's also hard to place. I don't feel comfortable putting it at local legend because it definitely could be, but it's not that. I think it's stronger than these decks. I don't need to really investigate it a lot more, but definitely could. And I think it has so much potential that I would even consider it a meta contender. There's a lot of factors in the technical play side that I think maybe is keeping it from doing so, but we'll see. So I think that's ultimately where I'm going to place Fire, though, as meta contender. I want to give it the benefit of the doubt, and I want to ultimately say that meta contender is where I would like to see Fire as well. So I'm being a little bit hopefully optimistic in my bias here towards Fire, and in my own testing of Fire. I think that the evaluation is very fair. It's on the definite lower end of the meta contender and meta viability, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little bit of Psychopaths like actually cook with Fire and do a lot with the element. Again, the strengths of Fire are really good. The weaknesses are really apparent, and it's a master of none, or jack of all trades, master of none. That is something that I think is so strange for Fire, considering. But I think overall, that is where I place every single element. Is that we have Thunder, Earth, and Frost as some of the best decks inside the game that are consistently seeing tops. and also backed up by our evaluation, also true. Wind and fire still need to prove themselves a little more, but wind is like right there, and I believe wind is probably the most likely to bring itself into the upper echelon of decks that are consistently topping, just kind of depending, right? Maybe it's a good tournament run here and there. Maybe it's like a deck brew here and there. Maybe it's like maybe it's small, minute ratios in the deck, but I think that wind ultimately is there. It's got all the tools. It's just up to us to unlock it. Fire. I think fire is lower on that end in terms of tools, but it's got a game plan, got some soldiers out there, so it can do well. We'll see. Local legend, not so big a surprise here. Lunar and water. I don't know, man. I love water. Let's go! That was probably the most old man joke I've ever told. Holding up my glass of water saying, let's go. That's where we're headed as millennials and as Gen Z people, is inside our retirement homes, like rocking back in our chairs, just being like, let's go, to like the silly things about like hydrating. That's where we're leading to, by the way. I just want to let you know, I'm ahead of the curve, which means that I'm already there. Anyways, so then we have solar. Solar is the only 9/11 tier here, partially because I think it's funny, and because I think that Trish will get a laugh out of it being a 9/11 tier. But I do think this deck, once again, suspect to change. I think there's a lot of different brews of solar that have like gotten some tops here and there, but ultimately, like, we haven't had a lot of conversions outside of a few different runs. Shout out to Dialis. But like, I want to see this deck perform. It might be a deck that can cook in the lab a little bit longer, and we'll see how it does. And maybe it's just local legends tier. I don't know. I don't think this format is solved by any means. Like I said, I think there's a few decks that like could easily be in like this 9/11 tier in terms of like higher, in terms of higher cooking. Like we really could see some cooking there, and I think that's definitely true. Like if I could place wind twice, it would be both in 9/11 and also fire as decks that I think like, and also and meta contender as decks that I think that do need players to innovate a little more. But I think ultimately that also can be why meta contender spot. Like 9/11 and meta contender are like cousins, you know. 9/11 is like the jank version of being like, yeah, this needs a little more. Meta contender is like doesn't need that much more cooking. You know, it's like maybe like an extra 5 minutes. It'll kind of crisp it up. Maybe under the broiler to kind of give some color. None of y'all cook, but that's kind of the point. So that's maybe a good standard. I'm gonna coin that a little bit. You're watching my brain work in real time here. Is that I'm gonna take meta contender, and meta contender is the slot that like you only need a little more cook time, but you still need to prove yourself. 9/11 is like you got a little bit of bacon to go. So we'll see. But yeah, ultimately, say I agree with this tier list. I appreciate that, absolutely. What does Fire even play right now? Fire right now is actually in a pretty interesting slot. There's a deck profile coming out on our channel sometime soon where Trish played to a third place finish, I think at the most recent case tournament. And that deck is effectively Argo Fire for spoilers, or Fargo. I've heard in talking to some people inside the past tournament this weekend that's about where people are lining up with Fire, is that like it's a Argo strategy that's utilizing Kinleo and a bunch of like different Nexus tools, and it's using Argo to protect those small Elestrals in ways that like you didn't really need to before with other decks. And so that's kind of the idea, is that you're playing Fire Nexus with Argo as like extra protection and extra Nexus banks. So that's kind of cool, a cool little innovation there. Like it needs those things to help supplement its weaknesses, but I'm curious to know how it's gonna flesh out, right? But we'll see. We'll see. Anyways, what do you guys think? What do you guys think of all this? I think this is actually a pretty like interesting conversation here in terms of like, ultimately speaking, I think that there is a lot to this topic. Obviously, we got about 5 hours worth, not quite 7 hours worth, but I probably could go on. And I think we covered a lot of ground. I think we ranked every single one of our elements inside of this little list, inside our little spreadsheet. Let's go spreadsheets. And I think this is a very fair evaluations in terms of where the decks are at, how I see it. Hopefully you guys do too. I encourage you to to, when you're evaluating decks as a whole, maybe use these as like a baseline or as some sort of like guideline to help you see maybe why your deck might be a little bit weak. Maybe it's really overperforming in some areas, but you can't quite tell what it's missing. Try to start here. Give it a ranking of a score, and then search through the card pool and see what things you can put in to fix it. Again, use the deck dilution portion to notify like, well, okay, well, I'm kind of low on rune removal here. Can I get away with supplementing rune removal to help fix the problem? And it'll be like a band-aid solution, obviously, because it's not going to be a permanent fix, but maybe you'll find some nice synergies and some like good handshakes there. And that's kind of the point too, is to experiment. Like this tier list and these spreadsheet, it's not an end-all be-all, and it's definitely a case to where it's supposed to help you describe, discuss, and open your mind and your eye to like to experimenting with your decks and strategies, because I think that can be kind of hard for people. Some people just can't visualize and they can't quite understand like what they need to do in terms of next steps to push their game plans, to push their decks to the next level, to try and like evaluate why a card is good or bad or how they should think about a card. And so what I kind of want to offer here as like maybe more sentimental piece is like is some baby steps to get there. This music is way too exciting for this. I need to do something with it. Speaking of simple music. Yeah, that's perfect. Because I think ultimately and overall, this like concept of what is good, what is bad, what's necessary, this, that, and the other, ultimately is very subjective and changes on a dime, just kind of depending on a lot of different factors that sometimes are outside of our control. But what you can do in the meantime, while we're waiting for those factors to change, is hone your skills. You know, get your mind right, learn how to think about the game you're playing, learn how to think about the decks that you're building, and try to come out of it with a little more of an objective look at stuff. You know, kill your darlings. Like disregard your emotional ties on it, and try to think a little bit deeply, or think more critically, think a little bit deeper about what you're doing. Be a little more mindful, a little more demure. And I think with that too, all I want to say is fire best deck. And I hope that people cook with fire. I really do. From one professor to another, and from teacher to teacher, I think that we've been handing down this little homework, and I think it's about a matter of time before we see fire like start to perform. And I think some top players are also on fire in terms of their radar. So hopefully you're the next fire top. You know, whoever's listening to this at this late hour, or maybe you're a little bit at work tonight, but maybe it's you, maybe it's me, maybe it's Josh. It's probably Josh, and it was Trish, but definitely Josh. Anyways, that's really all I gotta say about it here. Yeah, it's wild. Good stream though, everyone. I really enjoyed this topic, and hopefully you guys did too. There will be homework next time. Hopefully you guys did enjoy this. We didn't do too much math today, but you know, we did some averaging. You didn't really need the calculator either. I kind of lied at the beginning. I made everyone freak out about their calculators, but just let you know, you didn't need it. So I was still kind of proven right by not reminding you that it was required for the core syllabus. So congratulations, you guys paid for a useless textbook / thing that you didn't really need inside of your syllabus. It's like real college. I should give you guys a degree. So the homework for this next one will be to apply these same strategies. If you're watching this, or if you want to go and evaluate your own decks, I'd highly recommend it. Maybe if you're trying to tweak your strategy, try these methods and try to see how it kind of plays into all of this, right? It's a very important step inside this process. Outside of that, though, let me know what you guys think of it all inside the comments. If you're watching this on the VOD as well, I think follow us on Twitter at Elestrals and at Swolax if you really want to. Subscribe to the channel here on Elestrals. Give this live stream a like if you hear this late. As well, thank you guys for being here. Thank you so much for joining me on this big, massive journey. There's a lot of topic and a lot of things to cover. Again, 5 hours worth of lecture, and I really do appreciate you sticking around for all of this. If it is late for you, then get some sleep, get some rest. If it's early, if it's middle of the day, or it's kind of just earlier in the evening, then have a great rest of your day or even your night, depending on where you are in the world watching this. I do really appreciate you being here and spending all in your time of day listening to me yap. Classic yapperino. Anyways, I'm gonna get some food. You guys should as well. Get something good to eat. Take care of yourself first and foremost. Very important. And yeah, thanks so much. I really appreciate each and every one of you for being here tonight in class and into the session. It's very important, I think, to your overall score and grade. And I'll have to give you guys some diplomas and certificates for attending these courses regularly. So yeah, let me know if you do. Outside of that, thank you guys so much for being here. I really do appreciate you, as always. And I'll talk to you later. Have a good night, everyone. Peace out. Am I still here? Wait, where it was? Oh, there it goes. Yep, nope, that's it. That goes. There it goes. Yep, there it is. All right, bye, class. Bye. Da, 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 dum, da, dum, dum.